In a world of open war, assassination became the ultimate, most effective weapon. Atop the city of Otzfeld lies the secret fortress of the Knights of Iko. Inside the Grand Hall, knights gather, the air thick with a tense murmur. A blond knight wonders aloud about the unusually heavy security presence. His comrade in a full helm can only offer a confused grunt in response. Master Divya reveals a spy has confirmed their enemy has hired assassin Right. A subordinate dismisses the threat, saying assassins before a battle are routine. But Divya knows Raid is on another level. Mere caution is laughably insufficient. Suddenly, a cry of alarm sounds from a guard on the castle ramparts. He spots a strange mechanical bird flying among a flock of normal ones. A commander on the wall gives the immediate order to shoot it down. An archer hesitates, wondering if shooting a bird is a waste of magic. That moment of doubt is all the opening the mechanical bird needs to evade. The construct dives toward the courtyard, a powerful aura building around it. The bird detonates in a cataclysmic explosion of dark, swirling energy. The hulking beastman warrior is sent flying helplessly by the shockwave. The blast rips through the courtyard, shattering stone and sending bodies flying. Amidst the rubble and smoke, wounded soldiers cry out for their master. A young mage screams, desperately trying to conjure a defensive spell. A complex magical circle flares to life, a last-ditch defense against the blast. Divya clutches a shattered artifact, realizing her scapegoat item just saved her life. This rare, one-use item was designed to absorb a single fatal blow. Divya warns her subordinate never to be careless with such finite life-saving items. Her subordinate stands on a shattered balcony, surveying the unbelievable devastation. She stares at the strange residue in the crater, wondering what it is. Her confusion turns to horror as a terrible realization begins to dawn. A huge section of the fortress wall has been completely obliterated. The hand of a fallen knight lies motionless amidst the shattered stone. The courtyard is a scene of utter carnage, a testament to overwhelming power. The battered beastman warrior pushes himself from beneath a pile of stone. He curses their foolishness, wondering why explosives were in their own base. Looking up, he sees a tiny speck receding into the sky, confused. A small, unnoticed beetle-like drone buzzes away from the chaotic scene. Wright observes the result, thinking that what he planted was no mere explosive. He reveals his device was a mana injection machine, a far more insidious weapon. One of his mechanical birds lands on his head, delivering a new mail notification. Another bird drone flies to his hand, preparing to deliver its message. The bird projects a glowing holographic screen from its beak. The message congratulates him on a flawlessly completed mission with a gold rank. A first-person view confirms the mission's success in a high-tech environment. He is Rate, a player of Virtual Life Online, and his mission is complete. A diagram explains a game rule. Buried explosives are usually ineffective. The Earth absorbs the blast, rendering it safe for players on the surface. But this well-known countermeasure only applies to conventional explosives. His device injected mana into the stone itself, turning the environment into a bomb. He knows that any method he creates will eventually be countered by his foes, but he accepts this as an inevitable part of the endless arms race. He uses his production skill to constantly develop new and unexpected methods. His boundless creativity ensures that his requests are always successfully completed. He wonders how many more times he can use this trick before needing another. He used the crafting-focused production class to become a legendary VR MMO assassin. In the game Virtual Life Online, the concept of death is unusually severe. A player who dies loses a level and is locked out for 3 full days. For high-level players, this means losing up to 1,000 hours of effort. But even that pales in comparison to the agony of the login lock. In Guild Wars, a key member's death right before battle spells certain defeat. Many powerful guilds have collapsed simply from one crucial member being eliminated. Defeat by monsters usually results in a revivable near-death state, not true death. True, penalty-inducing death is reserved for specific bosses or other players. Players, of course, have countless magical items to defend against assassination. Top players are virtual fortresses, making the success rate for attacks under 2%. In Guild Wars, a shadow war erupts between dozens of hired assassins. Even among this elite circle of killers, Rate was something special. Most were combat classes, but Rate was a production class using custom tools. While weaker in direct combat, his unique methods had no established counters. An excellent assassin might boast a success rate of 15%. Rate's success rate, however, was an unbelievable 99.9%. His reputation was built on a mountain of defeated targets. He quietly observes the world, an unseen force shaping its conflicts. With over 100 requests and only one failure, He was VLO's top assassin. Alone on a rooftop, he prepares to log off from another perfect job. As he walks away, a new mail notification suddenly appears before him. The unexpected message catches him completely by surprise. It is not a system message, but a rare and ornate physical-looking envelope. Intrigued by its unusual appearance, he decides to open the message. The sender is Goddess Mises, and the message is a simple plea for help. He is baffled by the strange name, wondering who this person could be. He immediately suspects that the message is just an elaborate prank. He knows that the word God is a restricted term in player names. He decides to search for the player, certain that no such name can exist. If the search finds a match, a communication link will be established. To his utter shock, the system pings a result and a connection opens. A voice-only connection is made, and a voice thanks him for reading her mail. He stares at the strange avatar, shocked that a player with that name exists. He wonders if the naming rules were secretly changed without his knowledge. She cryptically jokes that she made the game, so she can choose any name. Rhett dismisses her as a troublesome person with a strange way of talking. He sighs, deciding to cut through the strangeness and get to business. He pragmatically asks her to tell him the details of her request. She reveals his target, the evil god of the otherworld, Masura Zuel. He has never heard the name, meaning the target is either weak or not a player. Turning to the matter of payment, he suggests gold for its convenience. The goddess enthusiastically agrees to his terms for the reward. She makes an absurd offer, 1,000 tons of pure gold. He concludes his client is completely insane and cannot be reasoned with. He asks her seriously if she knows the value of her offer, but she insists. She confirms the value and promises to pay him in that other world. The phrase "that other world" stops him cold, his mind reeling with confusion. Rate brings a gloved hand to his face, sighing at the absurd request. His focus narrows, his eye glinting with a sharp, professional intensity. The impossible name Goddess Mises flickers on his interface, confirming the connection. He looks up at the imposing, insect-headed form of his strange client. "All right," he states with cool finality, "I'll take it." The goddess's tiny avatar celebrates wildly, exclaiming that he's accepted the mission. She thanks him profusely, saying she was just awaiting death if he refused. Her avatar freezes, questioning his casual dismissal of her desperate situation. Her tone turns cold and serious as she insists this is no mere game. A shimmering, crystalline object materializes before Wright's chibi-style avatar. He recognizes the object, wondering why a teleport stone has appeared. The stone activates on its own, a vortex of arcane runes swirling with light. He panics, knowing the stone should not work without his verbal command. The goddess explains there's no time. She's sending him to the target immediately. He protests, shouting that he needs time to prepare for the mission. He argues he can't bring items, but she reveals the destination isn't in-game. The goddess misses his voice, assures him his skills will be invaluable in that world. She promises an environment is prepared for him to carry out the request. She names his target one last time, the evil god Masura Zuel. Mises reveals that she is the only other god remaining in this new world. The chaotic light of the portal vanishes, replaced by a quiet, rustic alley. The world is suddenly tangible, a new and startling reality pressing in on him. His gloved hand brushes against the soft, pliant leaves of an unfamiliar plant. Two of his mechanical birds, his only companions, are perched on a nearby branch. Crouching in the foliage, he takes in the impossible reality of his surroundings. He whispers to the silent air, asking where in the world he is. He stands, finding himself in a sprawling ancient forest under a massive tree. Strange, horned raccoon-like creatures peek out from behind fallen logs. Giant, tiered mushrooms drip with an unknown viscous liquid from their caps. Sunbeams pierce the canopy, illuminating a world of impossible, breathtaking fidelity. He wonders if this is truly the environment where he can focus on his request. Falling back on old habits, he attempts to access his item box skill. A disappointing notification appears on a cloudy display, confirming he has no items. He cancels the window, realizing the goddess was truthful about his empty inventory. He calls out to his communication orb, asking what this strange forest is. He waits for a response, assuming the connection might be severed. His gaze falls upon the flora, reminiscent of familiar scenery from his game, VLO. A ladybug with heart-shaped spots lands, its detail far too high resolution for any game. He knows with certainty that no computer he's used could render this reality. The impossible truth dawns on him. He has really been sent to another world. His communication orb suddenly flickers as the goddess's voice apologizes profusely. He demands to know what happened, his patience wearing thin. She explains the teleport was successful, but her power failed, stranding him. He asks her to clarify what she means by having insufficient power. Mrs. reveals that her believers have dwindled and her power has faded with them. A vision explains that a god's power comes from faith. Without it, they vanish. Red quickly grasps that she is in serious trouble, and she confirms he understands. She wails that all other gods were destroyed by the evil god Masurazul. Her avatar laughs maniacally, then fades as Right watches impassively. The laughter dies down, her avatar's expression becoming somber. The goddess's avatar begins to break up, her power failing. She explains she was summoned by another dying goddess to assassinate their enemy. Right confirms that Masurazul is the only other god, and Mises has only one name. She describes Masurazul's strategy, creating cults to convert or kill other believers. Rhett files this information away, noting it's a useful reference for killing gods. The communication orb crackles violently, the connection beginning to fail. He asks what's wrong as the orb glows erratically. Mrs. apologizes, her signal breaking up as her divine power runs out. He shouts at her not to abandon him in the middle of a forest. Her voice dissolves into static, promising a reward if he defeats Masurazul. The communication orb goes dark, the connection completely severed. He stands alone in the vast wilderness, truly abandoned. He clutches his head, realizing he has accepted a hell of a request. But a slow, confident smirk spreads across his face. He decides this was the right choice. A request this interesting is rare. He sets his new priority, secure a base of operations before the assassination. He begins to move through the forest, searching for a suitable location. He scales a rocky hill to get a better vantage point of the area. He scans his surroundings, confirming there are no signs of civilization nearby. He wonders if his skills, unlike his items, have carried over. He activates Search Enemies, and a familiar wireframe grid maps the terrain. His eyes glow, confirming that his VLO skills are fully functional. The scan reveals monsters, but their threat level is medium. The forest is manageable. With his safety assessed, he declares it's time to begin his survival. He cups his hands and uses a production skill, Pure Water, to create drinking water. He confirms that his magic and production skills are both working perfectly. A chibi Right proudly holds a bucket of water. Survival is on easy mode. He knows he needs to prepare, as facing monsters unarmed would be fatal. He spots a promising rock formation, a potential source of metal. He identifies the ore, noting with satisfaction that his luck holds, it's bauxite. While he'd prefer iron, he decides this will be sufficient for now. He uses his extraction skill, magically pulling pure aluminum from the rock. The shimmering particles gather in the air above his hand. The raw metal begins to coalesce into a solid form. The extracted aluminum gathers and solidifies into a single block. A perfect gleaming cube of pure metal now hovers above his fingers. He estimates the cube weighs about 500 grams, tossing it lightly. With his raw materials secured, he moves on to crafting a weapon. He uses Transform, considering the best weapon to make with his limited resources. The aluminum morphs into a long, sharp, gleaming needle. He knows the needle lacks physical power, but he has a way to enhance it. He finds a Shibidosu root, its bulb shaped like a screaming skull. Sitting on a rock, he prepares to process the poisonous plant. He crushes the root, extracting a thick, viscous black toxin. He carefully coats the tip of his newly forged needle with the deadly poison. He holds up the finished product, satisfied with his improvised weapon. He considers that this simple weapon may not work against high-level monsters. He then attempts to open his status screen to check his stats. He knows the poison needle would be effective against the monsters he has detected. But the familiar game interface does not appear. He gets no response. Rhett realizes his status screen is gone, confirming this world is unlike the game. Without his items, he cannot accurately measure his own strength in this new reality. He decides he has no choice but to test his capabilities by using a skill. He stands before a massive, thick-trunked tree, selecting it as his target. Shouting its name, he unleashes the combat art Ransetsugiri with explosive force. The powerful blast startles a flock of birds, sending them scattering into the sky. He observes the smoldering stump, confirming his attack skills are still very powerful. A chibi version of himself flexes, declaring survival has been upgraded to very easy mode. Rate looks up at the sky, contemplating how to use his newfound free time. Holding the aluminum cube, he decides that for now, he will build himself a house. He points a gloved finger at the cube, preparing to reshape it with magic. Invoking his transform skill, the metal flows like liquid under his command. His hand now holds a perfectly crafted, sharp-toothed saw made from the metal. With supernatural strength, he effortlessly cuts through a thick log, with the new saw. He works tirelessly, felling trees and stacking the timber into neat, towering piles. Using extraction, he pulls a perfectly uniform block of stone from the earth. He magically marks the massive stacks of logs, preparing them for construction. The clearing is now a well-organized construction site, filled with wood and stone. He kneels, using a skill to quickly dig a perfectly square foundation. He meticulously lays a stone floor, preparing the base of his new structure. He stands back, admiring the completed foundation and a freshly built wooden fence. Wiping his brow, he surveys the massive piles of materials he has gathered. With all preparations complete, he decides it is finally time to begin building. Thin, magical tethers descend from above, attaching to the marked stone blocks. The glowing tethers connect to every piece of prepared wood and stone on the site. He raises his hands and all the materials lift into a swirling vortex above him. His eyes blaze with intense concentration as he commands the materials, "Go!" The magically marked logs fly through the air, moving toward the foundation. Beams and planks slam into place with incredible speed and percussive force. The walls of the house seem to rise from the ground in a blur of motion. A stone block fits perfectly into the base of the structure with a solid thud. The roof tiles slot together with magical precision and satisfying finality. Even a toilet materializes and installs itself in the blink of an eye. A chimney of stone bricks assembles itself atop the newly completed roof. Wright stands before the finished house as the magical energy around him dissipates. He breathes a sigh of relief, stating that the construction is finally done. Peeking inside, he is greeted by the pleasant and comforting smell of new wood. He notes the fine craftsmanship and that the house is too large for one person. He realizes that the most crucial thing he needs now is a magic stone. Magic stones are the power source for magic tools, their performance varying by crafter. However, these essential stones must be extracted from the bodies of monsters. He sighs, deciding he has no other choice but to go out and hunt. He needs a proper weapon, so he prepares a large piece of sturdy lumber. The simple poison needle he crafted earlier is insufficient for hunting larger beasts. He acknowledges that he needs more preparation to fight this world's monsters. With his limited aluminum, he decides he will use this wood for his new weapon. He invokes his transform skill, causing the wood to bend and reshape itself. The wood flows and solidifies into an elegant longbow, which he declares complete. Next, he determines he will need to craft a string for his new bow. He quickly spots a patch of fibrous plants that will be perfect for the job. He gathers a large, tangled bundle of the raw fiber from the forest floor. He sits down, ready to begin the tedious but necessary work of crafting. First, he uses his extraction skill, pulling a huge amount of fiber from the plants. He then magically weaves and enchants the fibers, strengthening them into a single cord. He strings the bow, proudly announcing that his new weapon is finally complete. After crafting a full quiver of arrows, he declares that it is time to hunt. He steps forward, and a ripple of energy expands from his foot across the ground. He activates Search Enemies, mapping the forest with a translucent wireframe grid. The scan reveals that the nearest monster is located at his 2 o'clock position. He leaps into the treetops, deciding to carefully observe his prey before attacking. He forms a circle with his fingers, focusing his vision on the target below. Kneeling on a branch, he identifies the monster as a kairu, an edible type. The giant mottled frog-like monster sits unaware in a small, marshy clearing. He fires a test shot, the arrow streaking through the air like a beam of light. The arrow strikes the kairu in its side, causing it to let out a pained croak. The wound is superficial, however, as the arrow glances off its thick hide. He calmly concludes that his basic attacks, as he suspected, lack sufficient power. The enraged kairu puffs up its throat, preparing a powerful counterattack. It leaps high into the air, its massive body aimed at a nearby tree. The monster smashes into the tree with immense force, shattering the thick trunk. The great tree splinters and crashes to the forest floor with a deafening roar. Wright watches the display of power with a cold, analytical, and unimpressed gaze. As the beast lands, he fires a specialized arrow to ensnare its powerful legs. The arrow releases a net of enchanted fibers, trapping the monster in place. The kairu is now completely immobilized, its powerful jump negated. The trap provides the perfect opening for Wright to unleash his full assault. A single arrow pierces the helpless monster's eye with deadly accuracy. Another arrow finds its mark, sinking deep into the creature's throat. He unleashes a relentless volley of arrows from his magically crafted bow. The arrows strike true, riddling the monster's body from multiple angles. He reasons that if one shot lacks power, he will simply overwhelm with numbers. As the great beast collapses, riddled with arrows, he declares the mission complete. Back in the safety of his new home, he prepares to butcher his kill. He straddles the massive Keru, ready to process the meat for his dinner. He finds the meat delicious, upgrading his survival status to hyper very easy mode. He knows that the dissection requires a bit of a special trick to do correctly. He carefully locates a dark, viscous poison sac nestled within the creature's organs. He notes that a single Keru monster contains about 10 of these poison sacs. He must be careful not to rupture one, or the poison will ruin the meat. With a steady hand, he uses his knife to carefully extract the first poison sac. He works meticulously, removing each of the dangerous glands from the carcass. His brow furrows in deep concentration during the delicate and risky procedure. A small, satisfied smile appears as he finishes the difficult task successfully. Now, he wonders, what kind of magic stone will he find inside this beast? He knows the stone's power is proportional to the monster's own strength. He holds up his prize, a small but brightly glowing crystalline magic stone. He is pleased that he acquired both a magic stone and valuable food ingredients. His own determined face is reflected in the facets of the glowing crystal. His thoughts turn to his ultimate mission, killing the evil god, Masurazuel. But he decides such moral questions about his target have nothing to do with him. His purpose is clear. He is an assassin who kills his targets. In his new workshop, Wright decides it is time to craft a new tool. He declares he will create a device that can sense magical reactions. He remembers the recipe but notes his materials are subpar, deciding to try anyway. With a flash of light, he invokes the transform skill on a block of aluminum. The third chapter of his new life begins with an act of creation. He quickly forms the basic chassis of the tool, a hammer with a pointed tip. Giving it a test swing, he finds the weight and balance to be just right. The tool glows as he prepares for the next and most crucial step. With intense focus, he prepares to inject his own mana into the device. The tool hums, its core glowing brightly as he channels his power into it. A series of soft beeps echoes as the device sends out its first pulse. The tool now hovers, its scanning function active and pulsing with energy. The pulse spreads across the stone floor, mapping the immediate area. The energy grid continues to expand, its beeping a soft rhythm in the quiet room. He explains that this new magic tool is designed to sense the use of magic. A diagram shows that while monsters have magic, only humans actively wield it. To improve the device, Wright knows he must craft a much higher quality needle. This new needle will act as an antenna, greatly increasing the tool's sensitivity. A diagram compares the crude transform method to the precise, superior forging technique. He hammers the metal, enchanting it as he forges it into a perfect needle. He holds the finished needle, its quality now at the peak for these materials. The needle glows, saturated with as much mana as it can possibly hold. With the high-precision component ready, he begins the final assembly. He uses his adhesion skill, magically bonding the parts into a seamless whole. With a final bestowal skill, he applies the last layer of powerful enchantments. The completed device is an ornate, glowing instrument of incredible craftsmanship. Its metallic legs unfurl, settling softly and silently onto the ground. He declares that his magic detection machine is now finally complete. A diagram shows its current range is tiny compared to what it could be. To test it, he casts pure water, and the device immediately glows in response. He drinks the freshly made water, confirming the device works perfectly. He lets out a small, satisfied sigh, his work for the day done. A comical thought bubble shows his soul briefly leaving his body from the effort. His expression is deadpan, but he is pleased with the result. Standing outside his new home, he decides it's time to prepare his dinner. He skewers chunks of Keru meat on sticks he transformed from a hammer. He prepares to light the campfire with his Smith's Fire spell. He worries that he has used too much mana and is running dangerously low. He decides to be conservative, casting the spell at its minimum power setting. The spell erupts into a massive bonfire, far stronger than he intended. The column of fire rages, a brilliant beacon in the dark forest night. The skewers of meat sizzle and char over the roaring, intense flames. Watching the meat cook, he is suddenly struck by a new idea. He muses that it's better to cook the meat well than to get an upset stomach. A light bulb appears over his head as a moment of culinary inspiration strikes. Deciding a little luxury is in order, he reaches a hand toward the ground. He uses his extraction skill, pulling salt directly from the surrounding soil. He blows on the steaming hot skewer before taking his first bite. He takes a large, cautious bite of the freshly grilled Keru meat. He chews thoughtfully, his expression unreadable as he tastes it. His eyes fly wide open in pure, unadulterated shock and delight. A whimsical image of a happy, fish-eating Keru flashes through his mind. He realizes the meat is far fattier and tastier than he ever imagined. He devours the rest of the skewer with newfound enthusiasm. He swallows the last bite, completely won over by the simple meal. He seasons another skewer with his magically extracted salt. He reflects on the old adage that hunger is truly the greatest spice. The night passes peacefully outside his sturdy, self-made home. He stands before a massive pile of leftover meat, wondering what to do with it. He considers building a refrigerator but realizes he lacks enough magic stones. He stares at the pile of meat, stumped by this mundane real-world problem. He instinctively tries to use his item box skill from the game, but it fails. He wonders if the meat would even spoil inside an item box, deciding it's worth a try. He muses that it would be a waste if it rotted, but that's a problem for later. He slams his hand down on the hard, uncomfortable wooden bed frame. He finds himself lying on the floor, unable to sleep on the rough bed. He laments the hard surface, wishing he could find people but being unprepared. He decides his first priority must be to create some healing potions. A new day begins in the forest. The sun rises over his new home as birds begin to chirp. He throws the door open with purpose, ready to begin the day's tasks. He stretches his sore back, complaining about the painful bed and resolving to make a mattress. He ventures back into the wilderness in search of potion ingredients. He walks with a determined stride, his long coat billowing behind him. He quickly spots the patch of herbs he was looking for. He identifies the plants as a medicinal herb suitable for making potions. An infographic explains that this is Maya grass, used to create level 2 potions. He kneels down and begins to carefully gather the herbs from the forest floor. He efficiently harvests a large quantity of the useful Maya grass. He returns to his workshop carrying a massive armful of the plants. He dumps the huge pile of herbs onto his workbench with a thud. Looking over his haul, he decides that this should be more than enough. He announces his intention to immediately begin brewing the potions. He starts by crushing the herbs while simultaneously infusing them with his mana. He mixes the resulting dark liquid with water and begins to heat it over a stove. He watches the mixture simmer, knowing he just needs to let it steep for a while. The dark liquid begins to clarify and sparkle as the alchemical process works its magic. The level 2 potion is complete, and he notes how easy low-level potions are to make. A diagram shows his potion is weak compared to the level 11 elixirs from VLO. He thinks that while a level 4 potion would be better, this is an adequate start. He decides to save more complex tasks for later, then realizes he needs containers. He uses his transform skill, shaping a piece of aluminum into a potion bottle. He carefully pours the finished, sparkling liquid into the newly created vial. He seals the vial with a perfectly fitted cork stopper, his work precise. He looks at his new supply of potions, feeling that he is now properly prepared to fight. He steps outside his home, ready for a day of hunting. He decides to hunt nearby monsters to gather materials for more magic tools. He prepares to activate his enemy search skill to find his first target. He calls out search enemies, and a massive grid spreads out from his location. With determined eyes, Wright set his objective, to hunt for precious magic stones. His hunt was a whirlwind of motion, felling beasts of the air and land. He even took to the water, fishing for strange amphibious monsters. No creature was a match for his skill as he grappled a massive ape. With a mighty heave, he reeled in a giant fish-like beast from the lake. He foraged for resources, his keen eyes spotting every useful plant and creature. From the heart of the great ape, he extracted a large, sparkling magic stone. As the sun set, Reet returned to the quiet solitude of his forest cabin. He laid out his day's haul, his gaze focused on the valuable magic stones. With these materials, he knew he could create a variety of useful magic tools. His first priority, however, was a tactical necessity, a powerful flash bomb. He selected a single magic stone, preparing to sacrifice it for his craft. A glowing ring of power appeared on his finger as he readied his skill. With a sharp command to crush, he shattered the stone with pure magic. The crystal exploded into a fine, shimmering powder on his workbench. It felt wasteful, he thought, but it was necessary to create the flash bomb. He repeated the process, the sound of crush echoing as he built his supply. A small pile of magical dust now sat before him, ready for enchanting. His next step was to imbue the powder with the power of light magic. He chanted bestow, and a beam of energy enchanted the crushed particles. Again and again he cast bestow, layering the magic until it was saturated. A single enchanted fragment, he knew, would only produce a faint glimmer. But when millions of fragments were gathered, they created a dazzling light. He held the swirling, glowing mass of magical dust in his palm. The powder, of course, was far too difficult to use in its current state. He prepared to compress the thousands of tiny light sources into a solid core. With a powerful slam of his hand, he commanded the particles to bind. The process was complete, leaving a small crystalline orb in his hand. He held up the finished product, a perfectly crafted, potent flash bomb. Feeling a slight unease, he decided to make 3 of them for now. He worked through the night, the sharp crack of his crushed skill echoing. Outside his cabin, the forest stood silent and still under the sky. Morning light broke over the treetops, shining on his secluded home. Inside, Wright stretched wearily, 3 finished flash bombs resting on the table. He mused that making 3 by hand was surprisingly heavy labor. Suddenly, his sharp eyes darted aside, sensing an unexpected disturbance. His magic detection device began to hum loudly, glowing with an insistent light. He questioned the device's activation, as he wasn't using any magic himself. He realized with a jolt that the magical signature was not his own. The device's needle snapped into position, pointing directly towards the source. It indicated a location deep within the forest, away from his cabin. Instantly, the assassin awoke, gathering his new flash bombs and poison needles. He slung his bow and quiver over his shoulder, ready for anything. He burst from his house, moving with the silent speed of a predator. He didn't know who was out there, but they were a valuable resource. He moved through the trees, his body a shimmering, concealed blur. A magical aura enveloped him, a spell to hide his presence. He decided to head straight for the source of the magical energy. He leaped through the dense forest canopy with supernatural agility. He activated his concealment bestowal skill, becoming one with the shadows. His silent approach continued, swift and unseen through the wilderness. He reinforced his stealth with a concealment assistance enchantment. His form was a barely visible shimmer as he rushed towards the clearing. From the trees ahead, he heard a desperate voice cry out a warning. The voice pleaded for someone to run, warning them of the danger. Wright landed softly on a branch, realizing he was getting close. He leaped from tree to tree, closing the final distance in an instant. Below, he saw a young woman defiantly refusing to abandon her companions. Hidden in the foliage, Wright's analytical eyes took in the entire scene. A monstrous bear with savage tusks stood before them, drooling with rage. A burly warrior sweated with fear, while a noblewoman stared in utter terror. The massive beast towered over the small group, ready to strike them down. Their terrified faces were a portrait of despair against the monster's fury. Wright observed that the group had clearly been ambushed by the bear. The fallen man, Goldo, was so badly wounded he was out of the fight. The knight protecting the others was also injured, a gash on his shoulder. Most importantly, the bear itself was wounded, explaining its ferocity. He deduced the beast was in a frenzy, driven mad by its injuries. A close-up of its eye revealed the pure, unthinking rage of a berserker. The beast roared, preparing to deliver the final crushing blow to the warrior. Rhett decided to intervene, needing the adventurers alive for information. "Over here!" he shouted, drawing the enraged monster's attention to himself. The massive bear turned, its fury now focused on the new challenger. The warrior could only stare in shock at this sudden, unexpected development. Wright flicked his wrist, sending a small, unassuming object through the air. It was one of his newly crafted, custom-made flash bombs. The small device landed perfectly in front of the monster's snarling face. With a silent command, "Activate," he triggered the device from a distance. The flash bomb detonated, engulfing the clearing in a silent, blinding light. The warrior cried out, asking what had happened as his vision went white. The monster roared in agony and confusion, its senses completely overwhelmed. It stumbled back, momentarily helpless and disoriented by the brilliant flash. Wright moved in, determined that his target would not be getting away. He knew his simple poison-tipped needles were too weak for this foe. This monstrous bear was of a much higher rank than his previous targets. The standard dose of poison would not be enough to defeat this creature. He concluded that the toxin on his needles was insufficient to fell the beast. He decided on a new strategy, preparing to use his unique skills. If his current weapon was inadequate, he would simply create a better one. He invoked his transform skill, reshaping a piece of raw aluminum. His solution was simple. He would just have to use a massive dose of poison. The beast roared, its mouth wide open in pain from the flash bomb's light. Wright knocked his custom-made poison-filled syringe arrow, taking careful aim. The attendant cried out, telling the monster not to move, her voice panicked. Wright noted that the girl had unfortunately been caught up in the chaos. He fired a second arrow, this one trailing a magically enchanted line. The line wrapped securely around the monster's leg, trapping it in place. The beast thrashed against its bonds, but it was now completely immobilized. It swung its massive claws wildly, but its attacks were now useless. As the potent multi-stage poison took effect, the great beast finally collapsed. The enraged bear monster, blinded by light, slams its massive paw into the earth. It lets out a confused, drooling roar, its senses completely overwhelmed by the attack. Wright watches calmly from the side, knowing the poison is about to take effect. He reveals the first part of his concoction, a neurotoxin from Shibito root. The second ingredient was a potent blood poison derived from a rare forest mushroom. Wright stands his ground as he mentally prepares to reveal the third and final component. The great beast bellows in agony as the unseen poisons begin their deadly work. Wright observes impassively as its giant claws thrash wildly through the air in pain. Its powerful roars weaken to pained grunts as the colossal creature begins to collapse. The monster's head hits the ground with a final thud, its life finally extinguished. Wright stands victorious before the fallen beast, his part in the fight now over. The final poison was a Keru paralytic, which mercifully dulled the monster's pain. Knight is bewildered, asking what just happened as his vision clears from the flash. He stares at the massive, unmoving corpse of the bear, unable to process its defeat. He turns to Wright with Rila just behind him, demanding to know if this was his doing. Wright meets his gaze and calmly confirms that he is the one who killed the bear. Knight notes the bear's poison is slow-acting, a small piece of luck in their misfortune. However, his relief vanishes as he looks upon the gravely wounded Goldo. He realizes Goldo is bleeding out and will die long before the poison can kill him. As Wright walks towards them, Knight puts up a hand, telling him to wait. He cannot allow a complete stranger to approach, even if he is their savior. Wright stops, his gaze shifting between the wary guard and the dying man. His sharp eyes analyze the situation, seeing the desperation in the ticking clock. Rila looks on, her expression a mixture of fear for Goldo and confusion. Wright's eyes narrow slightly. He understands the situation and knows what must be done. Knight thinks to himself that these two are clearly not just ordinary people. Wright states that he doesn't mind being kept away, but Goldo is dying. He bluntly asks Knight if he's going to let his friend die over this. The warrior is shocked into silence, torn between his duty and his desperation. He glances back at the dying Goldo and the terrified Rila, his resolve wavering. Sweat beads on his brow as he struggles with the impossible choice before him. He realizes that this mysterious man might be the only one who can save Goldo. Wright produces a potion, offering to try and save the man's life with it. Knight stares at the vial, his expression a mix of deep suspicion and fragile hope. He hesitates, weighing the risk of poison against the certainty of Goldo's death. He examines the potion closely, trying to gauge the stranger's true intentions. Wright can feel the warrior's mistrust, a tangled and complicated emotion. To prove his sincerity, he produces a second identical potion and offers a choice. Knight looks from one vial to the other, a test of faith before him. With a deep breath, he points to one of the vials, making his decision. Wright accepts his choice, uncorking the potion Knight selected for him to drink. He downs the entire vial without hesitation, proving it is safe to consume. He then offers the remaining potion to Knight, his trustworthiness now established. Knight takes the vial, his last doubts finally washed away by Wright's bold move. Rila steps forward, her voice firm as she insists on administering the potion herself. She takes the vial from Knight, her hands steady despite the dire situation. She gently cradles her father's head, pouring the healing liquid into his mouth. The potion touches Goldo's lips, its miraculous properties beginning to work. A brilliant, shimmering light envelops Goldo's body as the magic takes hold. The light surges, a wave of pure healing energy washing over his grievous wound. In the glow, the torn flesh and muscle begin to miraculously knit themselves together. The massive wound vanishes in seconds, leaving not even a scar on his chest. Goldo's breathing evens out, the color returning to his face as he rests peacefully. He has been pulled back from the very brink of death by the impossible medicine. Rila and Knight are stunned, exclaiming that it must be a high-grade potion. Wright reflects that it was just a level 2, realizing potions are rare here. He turns to Knight, offering another potion for the warrior's own untreated wound. He explains that Knight will need the same healing for his own injuries. Knight looks at the vial, his expression one of profound and absolute gratitude. He hesitates, saying as a guard he should save the precious medicine for others. Wright dismisses his concern, insisting he drink it as there is plenty to spare. Knight thanks him, but now worries about the poison still coursing through his veins. He asks frantically if Wright can do anything about the poison. Wright says probably. Wright asks Knight how his body feels and how far the poison has progressed. Knight flexes his gloved hand, trying to feel for any numbness or weakness. He moves his arm, testing its range of motion and checking for any impairment. He reports that only his fingertips are slightly numb, but he feels fine otherwise. Wright explains that the paralytic poison will eventually stop his heart if untreated. He offers to make an antidote at his nearby house, telling them to follow quickly. Knight carries Goldo as the small group follows Wright through the dense forest. Rhett leads them to his self-made cabin, opening the door to the Spartan interior. He tells them to wait while he prepares the medicine in his simple workshop. Knight asks if he's a pharmacist, but Rhett replies he just makes what's needed. Knight wonders aloud how he can make an antidote if he isn't a specialist. Rhett suggests he watch the process if he's worried about being poisoned. Knight asks for a moment, and Rhett agrees, telling him to take his time. Knight carefully checks on Goldo, making sure he is stable and still breathing. He gently places his unconscious friend onto the simple wooden bed in the corner. He adjusts Goldo's position, ensuring he is as comfortable as possible. Wright returns with a wooden bucket of cool water to help with Goldo's fever. Knight takes the bucket, surprised by Wright's preparedness and thoughtful actions. Wright asks about the poison, and dark web-like veins have appeared on Knight's hand. Knight says the numbness has reached his arm, but Wright calmly says they have time. Wright calculates that the poison is slow-acting, giving him plenty of time to work. He begins his work holding a bundle of freshly gathered medicinal herbs. He examines the plants, noting that the quality of these wild herbs is poor. However, he is confident that with careful preparation, he can make them work. He knows creating potions from inferior materials requires various special techniques. He thinks that with better ingredients, a simple enchantment would have been enough. Rila peeks into the room where Goldo is resting, watching over him with concern. She is startled when Wright suddenly announces from the other room that it's ready. Knight and Rila sit anxiously at the table, 2 bowls of antidote before them. Rila offers to act as a taste tester, but Knight stops her, insisting he go first. He drinks the bitter concoction in one gulp as Rila watches with worried eyes. The dark web-like pattern on his arm immediately begins to recede from his skin. The poison is purged from his system in a brilliant flash of magical light. A swirling energy cleanses his arm, neutralizing the last of the deadly toxin. The remaining traces of the poison are completely expelled from his body. The healing light fades, leaving his arm perfectly restored and completely healthy. His eyes snap open, his body now entirely free of the bear monster's venom. Knight stared at his hand in disbelief, wondering at the strange sight. The dark web-like marks on his skin vanished in a shower of sparkles. He realized with a jolt that he had just consumed an antidote potion. Wright urged them to hurry and give the medicine to the more heavily poisoned Goldo. Rilla held the bowl of antidote, her expression a mask of firm resolve. She walked purposefully toward the back room where her father lay unconscious. She gently administered the life-saving liquid to the wounded king. Goldo's pained expression softened into one of peaceful, restorative sleep. Watching over him, Knight wiped away a tear of overwhelming relief. Raikid assured him that with the poison neutralized, Goldo would awaken soon. He handed Rila another potion for pain, which she accepted with thanks. With the crisis over, Rate announced that it was finally time to talk. He began his interrogation, asking who they were and what they were doing here. Goldo, now awake, listened with a grave and serious expression. He and Rila exchanged a silent, knowing glance before speaking. Rila decided to be forthcoming, preparing to reveal their true identities. Her attendant suggested they wait, but Wright insisted on getting answers now. Goldo interjected, his voice firm, ready to speak for them himself. He introduced himself with authority as Goldo of the Mises Kingdom's Royal Guard. Wright immediately made the connection, questioning if they were royalty. Rila confirmed it, introducing herself as Princess Rarumia and her father as the king. Rhett's eye narrowed as he processed the immense gravity of the situation. He knew he was in a precarious position and could not afford a single mistake. A powerful vision of a goddess like Rila loomed in his mind, symbolizing the peril. Later, the tense atmosphere was broken by the simple act of sharing a meal. Rila took her first bite of the grilled monster meat, and her eyes lit up. She eagerly cut another piece of the perfectly cooked savory steak. Steam escaped her lips as she savored the rich, delicious flavor. She closed her eyes in pure bliss, a faint blush on her cheeks. She swallowed the mouthful, completely captivated by the unexpected delicacy. A whimsical montage imagined Rila and her attendant living a simple, rustic life. The chibi princess declared that the food was truly, incredibly delicious. King Goldo, also eating, was equally impressed by the meal's quality. He chewed thoughtfully, remarking that the meat was indeed exceptional. When Wright offered some to Knight, the warrior stoically refused, citing his guard duty. With a casual gesture, Wright produced a massive bundle of fresh skewers. He insisted Knight eat, promising to hunt for more if they ran out. Knight was visibly moved, his face contorting with overwhelming gratitude. He threw a comradely arm around Wright, much to Rila's startled surprise. Smoke drifted from the campfire outside the small, self-made cabin. Rila commented on how wonderful the meal had been. She said she'd never had such delicious meat, even in the royal castle. Her eyes widened as she wondered if it was the legendary Garia frog. Her attendant dismissed the idea, but Wright froze, the name catching his attention. He asked Goldo if the Garia frog was particularly difficult to prepare. Goldo recounted a time when 100 royal chefs struggled to cook a single one. Wright pressed further, wanting to know what made the process so challenging. The king explained it had 10 fragile poison sacs that would ruin the meat if nicked. A sudden dawning realization struck Goldo as he spoke. Wright held up the preserved head of his kill, asking if this was its face. Goldo and Rila stared in shock, the king shouting that it was a Garia frog. He grabbed Wright, frantically asking how he butchered it without rupturing any sacs. Their intense conversation was suddenly interrupted by a loud knock at the door. The mood instantly shifted to one of high alert, Knight gripping his sword. Wright drew his own blade, wary of visitors in such a remote location. Knight moved to the door, ordering the princess to stay back. Rila watched with a worried expression, her hands clasped together. Goldo wondered aloud if it could possibly be their missing knight, Lars. He reasoned that Lars, having been sent for help, might have returned. Knight challenged the person outside, demanding to know who was there. The wooden door creaked as the visitor prepared to answer from the other side. A young man's voice identified himself as Lars, asking if Goldo was inside. Knight relaxed slightly, recognizing the voice of his comrade. He told Lars to come in, confirming the door was unlocked. A booted foot stepped across the threshold into the small cabin. The blonde knight Lars entered, his eyes taking in the scene as Wright watched him. Lars's gaze found Rila, and he cried out in relief. "Princess, you're here!" He expressed his profound gratitude that she was safe and unharmed. Goldo confirmed that they had managed to survive the ordeal. He then asked Lars if he had successfully summoned reinforcements. Lars explained that he couldn't find anyone, but eventually tracked them to this house. Goldo acknowledged his scout's efforts, despite his failure to find aid. Lars's tone sharpened as he asked why the princess was in such a place. His gaze swept the room, taking in the drying herbs. He noticed the rows of dark, corked potion bottles on a table. His eyes landed on the grotesque, preserved monster head, and he demanded to know what this place was. Goldo gestured to their host, explaining that it was Wright's house. Lars turned his suspicious gaze on Wright, asking his name and his purpose. Wright simply stated that he was an ordinary person with some interesting aspects. Lars was incredulous, questioning Goldo for bringing the princess to a commoner's home. Rila quickly interjected, explaining that Wright had saved their lives. The young knight turned to her, his expression one of pure shock. She explained how Wright had defeated the monster and even healed their wounds. Goldo added that he himself was poisoned and saved by Wright's antidote. Lars listened, a bead of sweat on his chin, his suspicion growing. He turned to face Wright, his mind piecing together a darker narrative. He questioned the incredible coincidence of Wright appearing with the perfect antidote. Convinced Wright was a threat, he declared the place dangerous and that they must leave. Wright's eyes narrowed, his patience wearing thin with the knight's accusations. Rila argued back, stating the forest was dangerous and this house was their only shelter. She then challenged Lars directly, asking why their savior would wish them harm. Lars was momentarily silenced but remained deeply suspicious of the stranger. Wright let out a quiet sigh, deciding words were no longer effective. He made a sharp gesture, preparing to resolve the situation himself. He walked over to the cabin's window, opening it with a sharp flick. He threw the wooden shutter open with a loud, definitive bang. He turned back to the room, his expression unreadable. He thought about Lars's accusations, wondering how to best prove his intentions. Lars escalated the confrontation, declaring that he would have restrained Wright if Goldo weren't there. Wright countered with a chillingly calm threat, stating he would have simply killed them all instead. A gloved hand deftly opens a window from the outside. Wright tells Lars he only spared them because he chose to. His analytical vision scans Lars, identifying multiple fatal weaknesses. In his mind, Wright visualizes easily defeating the stronger King Goldo. Lars seethes with rage, asking if Wright is insulting a knight. Wright coolly replies that he was merely stating an undeniable fact. Enraged, Lars reaches for his sword, calling Wright a bastard. Princess Rila rushes between them, commanding Lars to stop at once. Her eyes burn with intensity, questioning his actions towards their savior. Lars protests, but Rila silences him, declaring it an order. She exhales softly, her regal authority now filling the small room. She calls for Goldo, who immediately responds to her command. Goldo draws his massive broadsword in a single powerful motion. He warns Lars that another act of defiance will be considered rebellion. Terrified by the threat, Lars submits and promises to obey. Sweat pours down his face under the immense pressure of the threat. A single tear of humiliation falls, reflecting the princess's face. He sees a vision of Riela's authority, backed by her powerful knights. He apologizes profusely, begging for her forgiveness. Lars bows deeply to Wright, his defiance completely shattered. Wright realizes the princess is far more formidable than he first thought. Goldo knows the immediate crisis is over, but the tension remains. He can see that Lars is clearly not satisfied with the outcome. Wright approaches Riela, suggesting a way to truly settle the matter. He leans in close, whispering his proposal to the curious princess. Riela's eyes widen with surprise at his unorthodox suggestion. In the clearing, Lars questions the sudden proposal of a duel. Wright confirms it will be a no-rules practical combat test. He states he will now prove the folly of Lars's conviction. The two opponents face each other, weapons drawn and ready for battle. Wright knows fighting a true knight head-on is a disadvantage for him. However, a sharp glint in his eye reveals he has a plan. A cosmic vision shows he has no intention of fighting fairly. In a flashback, Wright asks Princess Riela for a moment alone. He whispers his idea for a mock battle to the curious princess. He asks for her permission to fight Lars to resolve the conflict. Riela is surprised, clarifying if he truly means a duel. Wright explains it's a mock battle, not a fight to the death. He magically creates a tool while explaining his reasoning. He believes a fight is the best way for them to understand each other. To protect her, they must know each other's true capabilities. A chibi Riela asks if it's okay, while Wright looks on confused. Riela agrees, stating the education of her knights is her duty. Wright tells her it's better to clear up their misunderstandings now. The princess listens intently, her expression serious and thoughtful. She warns Wright that Lars is strong, his skill being top class. Goldo confirms the princess's assessment of the young knight's skill. He adds that Lars is one of the top 3 in the royal guard. Wright simply looks down, stating that it's no problem for him. The two combatants prepare for their duel in the forest clearing. Lars asks if no rules truly means anything is permitted. Wright agrees, telling him to come at him with killing intent. He holds up a healing potion, explaining it makes this possible. Lars's eyes narrow as he recognizes the incredibly rare item. Riela notes the potion's power, believing it to be a level 1. Lars is shocked, as Wright reveals the one he drank was level 2. Goldo says he suspected as much from the very beginning. He knew Wright was a formidable man, not just a commoner. Lars deduces that Wright must be a pharmacist from another country. He reasons that no kingdom would let such a skilled man go. Wright realizes with surprise how valuable potions are in this world. He mentally compares this world's pharmacist to VLO's alchemist. He recalls level 1 potions were easy for novice alchemists to make. In VLO, beginners mass-produce them, but this world is different. Goldo nods gravely, confirming the truth of their rarity here. He and Lars conclude Wright must be a pharmacist in exile. Wright accepts the cover story, preferring it to his true origin. Goldo clears his throat, ready to move on from the topic. Wright firmly requests that they do not pry into his past. He drops into a low stance, ready to begin the mock battle. Lars takes a classic, defensive stance, sword held before him. He questions how he can trust a man with no known past. Wright coolly replies that's the purpose of this mock battle. Lars grimly concedes the point, acknowledging the logic. Goldo steps forward, announcing he will serve as the referee. The combatants take their final positions, ready for the signal. Goldo looks between the two men, preparing to start the duel. He brings his hand down, shouting for the mock battle to begin. Wright immediately pushes off the ground, beginning his unorthodox approach. He circles Lars in a low, predatory stance, probing for an opening. His gloved hand darts into his coat, preparing a hidden tool. Lars's sharp eyes are drawn to the sudden, suspicious movement. Wright's fist clenches tightly around the device hidden in his coat. The knight focuses intently on the hand, anticipating a hidden weapon. Wright crushes the flash bomb in his palm, activating its magic. He speaks the command word, and a blinding light erupts from him. Lars cries out, asking what this is, his vision overwhelmed. His sight is completely whited out, leaving him utterly vulnerable. Wright leaps high into the air, soaring over the blinded knight. Goldo and Riela watch in shock, expecting the duel to end. Wright prepares to bring his sword down for the finishing blow. Lars, relying on pure instinct, manages to block the attack. Their swords meet with a deafening clang in a shower of sparks. The force of the impact sends both combatants staggering back. Wright is impressed, noting a skilled knight can fight by sense alone. He now considers what he must do to truly secure victory. He knows an easy, assassination-style win would be simple for him, but his true goal is to demonstrate his overwhelming superiority. He decides to break Lars's pride by meeting him head-on. A confident smirk plays on Wright's lips as he finalizes his plan. Wright declares he will win, enchanting his sword with newfound power. Lars is shocked as Wright's blade meets his with unexpected force. Sparks fly as their two swords clash violently in a powerful lock. The two combatants are locked in a fierce stalemate, pushing against each other. Lars grits his teeth, surprised by the sheer power behind Wright's attack. The knight Lars admits to himself that Wright is surprisingly strong. Wright, with a determined look, holds his ground against the knight's strength. Their blades are locked, a test of pure strength between the two fighters. Lars grudgingly acknowledges that Wright is better than he expected. Wright calmly assesses the situation, thinking he can still keep this up. Wright's enchanted blade begins to vibrate, grinding against Lars's sword. Lars looks down in shock, seeing Wright's blade chewing into his own. He realizes that strength alone won't be enough to win this fight. The vibrating blade continues to press, putting immense pressure on Lars's sword. Wright's eye narrows, seeing his opportunity to change tactics. He invokes his transform skill, magical energy enveloping the locked blades. With a casual "here," Wright's sword begins to morph into a new shape. Lars stares in utter disbelief as the sword becomes a wicked scythe. Wright swings the newly formed scythe, his motion fluid and deadly. The scythe's long reach catches the unprepared Lars completely off guard. A reflection in the scythe's blade shows Wright's determined attack. A flashback, a younger Wright faces a monstrous, fiery creature. Another memory, Wright, focused, holds a simple wooden stick for training. In a featureless white room, his lean body is honed for real combat. His expression is one of intense, almost desperate concentration. He grips the wooden stick, ready to face the training dummy. The memories of his past battles flash through his mind. Back in the present, Wright finishes his work on the new mattress. He presents the finished product to a surprised Rila and her attendant. The mattress sparkles, a testament to his incredible crafting skill. Wright pushes down on the mattress, testing its springiness. He comments that it feels good and asks if she agrees. Rila asks if he made it from a sword. He invites her to try. Rila takes a running leap, preparing to jump onto the new bed. Her feet leave the ground as she launches herself towards the mattress. Her eyes are wide with excitement as she soars through the air. The mattress bounces her high, sending her legs flailing comically. She lands in a heap, her long hair fanning out across the bed. She bounces again, a surprised look on her face. She sits up, dazed and flustered, as Wright watches. A small, dragon-like creature from her imagination looks on bemusedly. Rila stammers that this is, while Wright asks how it is. She declares it's amazing, fluffier than any bed in the royal palace. Her attendant gushes that Wright is incredible for creating such a thing. Wright watches the princess as she continues to test the mattress. Rila sinks into the soft surface, her body trembling with delight. She presses her hands into the mattress, feeling its incredible softness. Wright observes her enjoyment, a plan forming in his mind. He offers to remake all the beds in the house in this style. Later, Wright walks down the hall, noticing Rila in her room. She is fast asleep, completely enraptured by the new bed's comfort. She clutches a pillow, a blissful and peaceful smile on her face. Her body is contorted in a relaxed, almost comical, sleeping position. She kicks a leg out, completely lost in her deep slumber. She rolls over, hugging the pillow tightly with a happy sigh. She burrows her face into the pillow, completely content. She flips over again, her body a blur of motion. Her face is one of pure, unadulterated bliss as she sleeps. She continues to shift and turn, a diagram showing her movements. The small diagram illustrates her comical and varied sleeping poses. She rolls into yet another position, her foot hanging off the bed. Another diagram shows her curled up, then stretching contentedly. A tiny diagram shows her rolling like a ball in her sleep. She reaches out in her sleep, her hand brushing the mattress. She lies on her back, breathing softly, completely at peace. She wakes up feeling refreshed, a sparkle in her eye. Wright peeks into the room, having come to retrieve a tool. He watches her for a moment, an idea forming. He sees her old lumpy pillow and decides to make an improvement. He takes a piece of leftover material, shaping it with his hands. He gently tosses the newly crafted, fluffy pillow towards her. Rila catches the new pillow, still half asleep. She hugs the soft pillow, confused but pleased by its fluffiness. Her eyes widen as she buries her face in its incredible softness. A pair of fluffy cat ears and a tail suddenly pop out. Her expression becomes one of utter contentment and bliss. She nuzzles the pillow, her cat ears twitching happily. Wright quietly slips out of the room, his mission accomplished. Rilla continues to hug the pillow, completely lost in its comfort. She rolls around on the bed, surrounded by flowers of pure bliss. She sleeps soundly, her cat ears twitching, a diagram showing her peaceful rest. She lets out a soft, contented sigh in her sleep. She is completely enraptured by the pillow's comfort. A close-up shows her blissful, sleeping face, a heart symbol appearing. The next day, Wright enters her room as she is brushing her hair. He is not looking at her, but is intently studying the pillow. She sits on the bed, confused by his focused gaze on the pillow. She asks what is wrong, her expression one of puzzlement. She looks down at the pillow he is staring at. Wright simply asks what's the matter, his mind on his creations. Rilla hesitantly says she has a favor to ask him. Wright wonders if it's a difficult request. She begins to ask about the bed. She asks if she can take the bed back to the royal palace. Wright stands by the door considering her unusual request. He thinks to himself that this is all she wanted to ask. He agrees, saying she can take it when she returns to the palace. Rilla's face explodes with pure, unadulterated joy. She hugs her pillow tightly, thanking him profusely. Wright concludes that his bed-making venture was a great success. A flashback shows the Knight Lars on his knees, lamenting his broken sword. His superior stands over him, harshly telling him not to slack off. The next morning, Rilla's voice calls out for her father from the cabin. She peeks into the room with a hopeful and relieved expression on her face. King Goldo sits up in bed, touching his chest in utter confusion. He wonders aloud if his miraculous survival was real or just a dream. Rilla sits by his bed as Wright stands in the doorway, watching. She informs Wright that the king, her father, has finally woken up. Goldo's sharp, analytical eyes focus on the mysterious stranger, Wright. The imposing king sits with his daughter, their presence filling the small room. He touches his unblemished chest again, questioning if he was truly saved. He recalls the fatal wound from the bear, asking if it was a dream. Rilla assures him it was real, explaining he was saved by a potion. The king looks up, surprised, repeating the word potion as a question. Rilla gestures to Wright, saying he healed him with a precious level 1 potion. Wright introduces himself with calm confidence as Wright, the pharmacist. The king's eyes narrow slightly, his expression shifting from confusion to suspicion. His gaze becomes keen and calculating as he processes the information. Goldo acknowledges that Wright saved his life and that he must thank him. His gratitude quickly turns into a sharp, piercing question. Who are you? Wright remains silent for a moment, his gaze steady under the king's scrutiny. He asks if the king is concerned about his formal way of speaking. Goldo dismisses this, saying some adventurers affect such speech to seem important. He explains that he doesn't care for such pretenses and wants the truth. The king clarifies, asking for the literal meaning behind Wright's words. Wright reminds him that he has already identified himself as a pharmacist. Goldo's eyes shift, his mind clearly not accepting that simple explanation. He gestures to the exquisitely crafted magic lamp hanging from the ceiling. He notes its quality is fit for royalty, not a simple pharmacist. The king points at Wright, acknowledging his impressive but suspicious resources. He states firmly that the wound he suffered was too severe for a level 1 potion. He deduces the potion must have been of a much higher rank to heal him. Wright confirms his suspicion, revealing a glowing vial of level 2 potion. Goldo and Rilla stare in absolute shock at the impossibly rare item. The king grabs Wright, demanding to know where he acquired such a thing. Wright's answer is simple and unbelievable. He made it himself. Goldo stares, dumbfounded, before his disbelief shatters into a booming laugh. He roars with laughter at the preposterous claim that Wright made the potion. His amusement turns to cunning as he challenges Wright to prove it. Wright calmly agrees to the king's demand for a demonstration. However, he sets a condition. The king must first answer his questions. He asks why a king was in such a dangerous remote location. Rilla looks on nervously as her father is challenged so directly. The king asks if Wright truly intends to negotiate with him as an equal. Wright confirms this is his intention, his gaze meeting the king's without fear. Goldo smiles, agreeing to tell him anything he wants to know. He adds the condition that Wright must first prove his incredible claim. Rilla questions her father's decision, but he gently reassures her. The king explains that right now, he is in desperate need of collaborators. Wright begins presenting a massive pile of common herbs as his only material. In his workshop, Wright announces he will now create a level 2 potion. Goldo recognizes the herb as common Megia grass, questioning its use. Wright confirms it is just ordinary grass as he begins the process. His gloved hands strip the leaves, starting the first step of the alchemy. He adds purified water to the herbs, the mixture beginning to transform. The water and leaves combine, swirling together in the alchemical bowl. Close-up shots show the liquid bubbling as the magic takes hold. The surface of the mixture continues to change under Wright's skilled hands. The herbs are broken down, forming a thick, pulpy green mash. Wright vigorously grinds the mixture with a large mortar and pestle. Goldo observes his flawless technique, admitting he is a true professional. Wright pours the dark, thick liquid into a larger pot for the next stage. He places the pot over a fire, explaining he just needs to boil it. Night falls outside the cabin as the potion slowly simmers over the flames. Inside, the royal party waits patiently as Wright tends to his work. Goldo peers into the pot, his eyes widening as the liquid turns a brilliant red. Wright calmly decants the finished, glowing red potion into several glass vials. He places a corked vial on the table, declaring the impossible task complete. Goldo picks up the vial, examining the legendary potion with a shrewd eye. He asks to test it, assuring Wright he won't be injured in the process. He explains this is the best way to confirm the potion's authenticity. Without warning, he slices a deep, bloody gash across his own palm. Knight and Rilla cry out in shock at the king's sudden, violent action. The king raises a hand, calmly silencing their protests. He uncorks the vial with his teeth, preparing to apply the potion. The deep open wound on his palm is shown in stark detail. He pours the crimson liquid directly onto the gash. The wound vanishes in a sparkle of light, his hand now perfectly healed. He marvels at his unblemished hand, confirming the potion is indeed genuine. Wright is taken aback, noting that a king just experimented on himself. Goldo explains he'd rather test it on himself than risk one of his men. He muses that if the potion is real, then there is no problem at all. Wright watches the king's brutal pragmatism with a cool, analytical gaze. With the demonstration complete, they sit to begin their serious discussion. Goldo acknowledges Wright's skill and prepares to fulfill his end of the bargain. He insists that what he is about to say must be kept in absolute secrecy. Wright agrees to the king's terms, his expression serious and focused. Goldo's face turns grim as he prepares to reveal the truth. He takes a deep, steadying breath, the weight of his secret heavy. He steeples his fingers, his face shadowed with worry and resolve. He reveals the reason for his presence in the forest, an assassination. Wright's eyes narrow at the familiar word, his professional interest piqued. Goldo explains the magic user Satorx was nearly killed, escaping via teleportation. Rilla realizes this means they were teleported directly in front of a monster. Goldo confirms this, admitting that they were overwhelmed in the confusion. A flashback shows the king desperately ordering his men to call for help. The memory shows the royal party surrounded and helpless in the forest. Goldo's story concludes, the truth of their ordeal finally revealed. The scene is now set for a new and dangerous alliance. The fate of the kingdom now rests on a negotiation with an otherworldly assassin. King Goldo Mises begins to recount the chaotic events of the recent past. He describes being teleported into a forest, facing a monstrous, shadowy beast. The attack was sudden, leaving the king disoriented amidst the violent ambush. He admits that in the confusion, he was unable to react properly. Back in the present, he tells Wright that he was grievously wounded. Wright coolly analyzes the situation, identifying it as an assassination by teleportation. A diagram shows this tactic, teleporting targets into a deadly, inescapable trap. A sharp sound effect punctuates the tense atmosphere of the cabin. The loyal knight drops to his knees, overcome with shame. He apologizes profusely for his failure to protect his king during the ambush. Goldo places a reassuring hand on Knight's shoulder, telling him to rise. The king insists that no knight could have defended him in that situation. His gaze then turns inquisitive, asking who defeated the beast and saved him. Knight, sweating with shame, admits that he was not the one who did. Goldo looks at his knight, puzzled by this surprising revelation. The king asks if it was Lars, but Rilla and Knight both say no. Rilla gestures to Wright, identifying the quiet man as their true savior. Goldo expresses his shock, wondering how a simple pharmacist managed such a feat. Wright calmly holds up a small vial, explaining he merely poisoned the monster. The king stares at the vial, the word poison echoing in his mind. Goldo realizes Wright must have crafted the poison himself from natural ingredients. Knight adds that the pharmacist is also a surprisingly strong combatant. The king is stunned to learn that Wright defeated Lars in a duel. Knight confirms Wright's victory, despite Lars being a first-class swordsman. An annotation explains that Lars is currently away scouting the teleportation site. Knight reveals that Wright's bizarre technique even shattered Lars's powerful sword. Wright casually plays with a spring, unfazed by the incredible feat. Goldo clutches his head, struggling to comprehend the unbelievable truth about Wright. Knight advises setting aside the matter of swordsmanship, as now is not the time. The king, his perspective completely shifted, formally asks Wright for his help. Wright, his expression unreadable, asks what kind of help the king requires. Goldo states that he needs Wright's assistance to return to the royal castle. He explains the surrounding forest is dangerous, but an excellent pharmacist could guide them. Wright notes that the king speaks as if returning to the castle solves everything. The king asks Wright what he is trying to imply with such a statement. Wright questions if the king will be welcomed back as a hero. Goldo's eyes narrow, understanding the true weight of the assassin's question. Princess Rila looks on, her eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. The Knight also looks troubled, sensing the dangerous turn of the conversation. King Goldo lets out a heavy sigh, preparing to reveal a dark truth. He explains that the magic user Satorx is currently branded a traitor. Wright pointedly asks why such a suspicious man was guarding the prince. The question strikes a nerve, causing Rila to flinch with a pained look. A jolt of realization hits Goldo, his eyes widening in sudden shock. Knight, too, is taken aback by the simple but profound question. Goldo is left speechless, unable to find a logical answer for his decision. He clutches his head in anguish, questioning his own past judgment. A dark, crackling energy envelops the royals as they confront their past mistakes. Wright's sharp eyes observe the king's turmoil with cold, analytical focus. He asks if Satorx's actions were suspicious, and Goldo readily agrees. The king recalls a time of paranoia, marked by mysterious deaths and poison attempts. He slams his fist in frustration, wishing he had assigned a better guard. Wright asks why, if Satorx was so dangerous, he wasn't executed immediately. Goldo confirms that the case certainly should have resulted in execution. His eyes widen as a painful memory of his own failure resurfaces. He admits in agony that for some reason he forgave Satorx at the time. Wright watches as a psychic storm of regret crackles around the king. The entire room is filled with the dark, oppressive energy of the king's anguish. The chaotic energy intensifies, representing the king's overwhelming inner torment. Amidst the psychic storm, Wright maintains his calm and collected composure. He asks if anyone objected, and Goldo admits that no one did. Wright's expression hardens as he begins to understand the conspiracy. He deduces that Satorx must have been hated for causing so much trouble. Goldo clenches his fist, about to reveal a shocking and contradictory truth. He confirms that contrary to all logic, Satorx was not hated at all. A vision shows the entire court, including Knight, supporting Satorx's actions. A skeletal hand, representing Satorx's magic, reaches out to influence someone. The hand closes around a Knight's head, demonstrating a form of mental control. The skeletal hand then effortlessly crushes the Knight's thick steel gauntlet. Satorx, a man with long white hair, muses that he is understanding things. He stands before the royal party, manifesting a multi-armed skeletal spirit. He explains that mental manipulation is a very difficult and rare form of magic. He demonstrates his fine control by making the spirit's hands dance like puppets. A close-up shows the skeletal hand being manipulated by invisible strings. The spirit is shown controlling a knight who remains completely unaware. In a flashback, Satorx wonders what his opponent, Wright, is attempting to do. He tries to use his mind control magic on Wright from a distance. The skeletal spirit laughs, confident in its ability to dominate his target. A spiked gauntlet, representing a physical attack, smashes forward toward Wright. Wright stands calmly as the attack is effortlessly blocked by a magical shield. The shield flares brightly, completely neutralizing the powerful blow. Skeletal spirit's arm shatters from the force of the defensive magic. Satorx is shocked that his magic was countered so easily. Wright, with his draconic familiar on his shoulder, taunts his unseen foe. The familiar's shield flares as Wright tells Satorx not to be so impertinent. The familiar's defensive field expands, repelling the invisible mental assault. The skeletal spirits are blown back and shattered by the powerful counter magic. The remnants of the spirits burn away into nothingness, their power broken. Wright asks if Satorx truly believes such weak magic could ever reach him. He coolly advises him to return after strengthening his magic 1,000 times over. A magical pendulum, part of a scrying spell, suddenly shatters. A whole series of pendulums break in unison, their connections severed. In a dark, cobweb-filled room, a figure notes the spell was dispelled. A small spider scurries away from the broken magical device. The figure, revealed to be Satorx, looks out a window at the night sky. He wonders if his target, a person named Lias, has been rescued. He dismisses the thought with a wave of his hand, saying it doesn't matter. Satorx vows that he will not allow the wishes of Rurith Mars to be obstructed. He promises that Lias will slowly savor despair from a distance. High above the city, a magical spiderweb forms as he adds, "Wait, if you survive." King Goldo asks a fateful question. Was the magic user Satorix hated? The king, his daughter, and their knight react with shared dawning horror. "Now wait a minute!" Goldo protests, trying to deny the unthinkable conclusion. Wright sits quietly, his back to them, observing the king's turmoil. A close-up reveals Goldo's mouth as he speaks the terrible truth. He clutches his head, realizing everyone in the castle actually sided with Satorix. A shocked Rila asks if they all conspired to drive her out. A tiny chibi Wright asks if Goldo's rule was really that terrible. The king explains his unpopular but necessary policies to help his people. Wright asks how the public responded to the king's harsh reforms. A portly merchant's memory confirms the king's popularity was abysmally low. Wright delivers his diagnosis. The castle is brainwashed by mental manipulation magic. Goldo is stunned, asking what this impossible-sounding magic could be. Wright explains it was a rare NPC skill in his former world, VLO. Rilla realizes this magic is why nobody ever questioned Satorix's actions. The king wonders why Satorix didn't simply control him as well. Wright clarifies that royalty and powerful adventurers have strong mental resistance. Goldo, defeated, admits that the horrifying explanation makes perfect sense. A single powerful thought echoes in the room. He must be stopped! Goldo cries that if this is real, Satorix will steal the entire kingdom. A close-up on his eyes shows his despair as he says, "But..." He admits with a heavy heart that he has no idea how to stop him. Rhett calmly informs him that there is a simple solution to this situation. He explains that killing the caster, Satorix, will break the spell for good. Goldo is left speechless by the brutal simplicity of the assassination proposal. He clutches his head, overwhelmed by the daunting task ahead of him. The king argues that Satorix is no simple man to kill. He insists the palace's strict security network makes such a task impossible. Wright counters that any network a mind controller can infiltrate is inherently weak. Goldo sweats, his confidence in his kingdom's defenses beginning to crumble. He claims only a professional assassin could succeed, but he has no contacts. The king's face is a mask of shock and desperation. From the shadows, Wright offers to introduce him to a suitable assassin. Goldo reasons that a master pharmacist might have such unusual connections. The king begins to object, saying, "But..." He boasts that the palace's iron wall defenses have repelled countless assassins. Rhett listens to the king's boast, his expression completely unimpressed. He coolly repeats the king's words, "An iron wall, you say?" Rhett lists several god-tier magical barriers from his own world. He explains that layering these spells makes them nearly impossible to break. Goldo dismisses this, saying such powerful barriers are the stuff of myths. He explains that the palace's primary defense is the magic of its outer wall. He proudly calls this defense the immovable rampart. A power meter only Wright can see rates this defense as below average. Reed asks about the other security measures, such as the windows. Goldo admits that the defensive magic does not extend to the windows. Rhett listens, his mind processing this critical flaw in their security. Goldo asks if Rhett was listening to the story about Satorix's protection. Rhett muses that it has been a long time since he had such a simple request. The king sweats, realizing his kingdom is considered an easy target. He asks if this assassin can truly succeed in such a mission. Rhett guarantees success, stating that the reward is the only concern. He promises that if he fails, he will take his own life. Rhett's eyes are filled with unwavering and absolute conviction. Goldo's expression shifts from shock to grim determination. He agrees, promising any reward, and demands to meet this assassin. "Of course," Rhett says, "I'll introduce you right now." A small, glowing, magical sigil forms between his gloved fingers. He points, projecting the light forward with a sharp snapping sound. The projection expands into a series of intricate, rotating magical gears. The gears form a large, complex holographic display in the air. The display shows a wall of deadly, master-crafted assassination tools. It finally reveals Wright's avatar, the pharmacist-turned-assassin. Goldo stares in disbelief at the impossible, high-tech scene. The entire royal party is frozen in a state of stunned silence. "What are you talking about?" Goldo asks as a small creature appears. He is startled as a second, even stranger familiar emerges from the light. They are identified as support-type Nezumi magic tools, number 1 and 2 inches. The teapot-shaped familiar cheerfully pours a cup of tea for the king. Wright reveals that the assassin he is introducing is, in fact, himself. Goldo protests in confusion, insisting Wright is just a pharmacist. The second mechanical familiar offers the king a tiny, decorative sword. The king looks at the bizarre gift with a completely puzzled expression. The familiar then presents a tiny hammer, striking a confident pose. Rate holds up a single finger, ready to make his point. He explains that being a pharmacist is a perfect cover for an assassin. Goldo sips his tea, contemplating the brutal logic of assassination. The two men drink in a moment of tense, unspoken understanding. The king notes that any simple poison would be detected and neutralized. Wright proposes a binary poison, undetectable until mixed inside the body. Goldo listens intently, his mind reeling from the terrifying possibilities. Wright explains he could deliver the poison through the palace's own crops. He also suggests using flying magic tools to deliver poison with the rain. Goldo doubts this is possible, knowing how difficult such tools are to make. Wright reaches for one of his small, hamster-like familiars. He holds the cute, unassuming creature in the palm of his hand. He uses his bestowal skill, enchanting the familiar with new properties. The familiar's body begins to vibrate, its form shifting and changing. Wright gives the command to activate the newly modified device. The familiar's body contorts, sprouting wings and powerful thrusters. It launches into the air, leaving a fiery trail in its wake. The now weaponized familiar zips menacingly around the room. It reveals a menacing triple-barreled chainsaw attachment. The teapot familiar looks on, seemingly confused by its companion's change. The weaponized familiar swoops down upon an unsuspecting wooden chair. It effortlessly slices the chair to pieces with its spinning blades. The royal party is left completely speechless by the sudden, brutal display. "And that's that," Reed says calmly. "Leave the method to me." Goldo understands this was a demonstration to gain the upper hand. He realizes Wright can now steer the negotiation in his favor. Wright considers the negotiation, weighing the reward against the life of his target. Suddenly, a tiny armored familiar is comically bonked on the head by a ladle. The dazed creature looks up in confusion at the towering figure before it. Knight's imposing presence causes the small, water-cooler-clad familiar to tremble. With a clatter, the teacup slips from its grasp and shatters on the floor. The familiar surveys the four clients, including the now defeated and collapsed knight. A new team of familiars, led by one in a witch's hat, attempts service. The little witch familiar happily presents the freshly brewed pot of tea, but the knight familiar trips, sending a chaotic cascade of ice cubes flying. King Goldo kneels amidst the broken porcelain, his mind focused on the pact. He states that if Sators can be defeated, he will not begrudge the reward. The king looks up intently, asking Wright to name his price for the mission. Wright calmly lists his terms: land, secrecy, and a cooperative relationship. Goldo agrees to the land but asks for clarification on the other conditions. Wright explains his identity as an assassin and artisan must remain a secret. The king gazes at the wall, filled with Wright's strange and deadly weapons. Goldo asks Wright to define what he means by a cooperative relationship. Wright describes a partnership of equals where either party can refuse a request. The king is taken aback, realizing the immense scale of Wright's bold demand. Wright points out that it's a good deal, as there is no compulsion. A shrewd, calculating smile spreads across the king's face as he considers. Goldo agrees, and they seal the contract with a firm, powerful handshake. The mission is officially set: the assassination of the magic user Satorx. Wright imagines a sign being hammered into the ground of his future workshop. Princess Rila nervously peeks over the table, asking about the mission's timeline. Wright explains a slow poison method would take months, unlike a direct assault. Goldo wants it done quickly, but insists that Wright choose the surest method. With desperate hope, the king asks the most important question: can he do it? Wright offers a faint, supremely confident smile in response to the king's plea. He states that success depends entirely on the enemy's defensive preparations. Wright slams his hand down, emphasizing his need for accurate intelligence. He demands detailed information on the palace's defenses and Sator's magic. Goldo is momentarily confused, as a familiar tries to help him up. The king warns that the palace's defenses have likely changed since he left. He thoughtfully agrees to tell Wright everything that he can possibly remember. Rilla and Knight listen intently as the king prepares to share vital secrets. Goldo understands and agrees to provide all the information he possibly can. Wright, in turn, asks the king to keep their entire arrangement a secret. The familiars continue their chaotic tea service, much to Rilla's bewilderment. Night falls over the remote cabin as a period of intense preparation begins. Goldo briefs Wright on strategy, while a tired Rilla dozes at the table. An apron-clad familiar directs Rilla towards the newly constructed bathhouse. Rilla, shrouded in steam and light, enters the modern stone-tiled bathroom. Her eyes sparkle with amazement at the functional bath Wright has created. She relaxes in the hot water, a small familiar floating peacefully beside her. Outside, Wright's familiars operate a complex, magically powered water heater. Rilla uses the shower, marveling at the strange instructions for the device. Wrapped in a towel, she wonders what has happened to her formal attire. Raid and the others bid her goodnight as she heads toward her room. She snuggles into bed wearing the adorable cat-eared pajamas Raid crafted. The apron-clad familiar diligently tidies up, collecting empty cups from the hall. The men continue their late-night strategy session as Knight and Lars doze off. The next morning, a weary Lars stumbles in from his scouting mission. He is shocked to find Goldo and Wright already awake and discussing plans. He bows deeply, apologizing for his late return from his vital assignment. Lars proudly presents the detailed map he has created of the surrounding area. Goldo places a reassuring hand on his shoulder, praising his excellent work. The Knight points out their location relative to Reincarnation in the capital. Knight and Goldo are overjoyed to finally see a clear path back home. Lars blushes, flustered by the praise, while Wright looks on impassively. Knight and Lars discuss their sleeping arrangements for the night ahead. They enter their shared room, surprised to find two impossibly comfortable beds. They are amazed by the bed's softness, comically bouncing on the mattresses. Lars dreams of the bed's complex construction, unable to comprehend its design. A flashback shows Lars's own master-crafted sword shattering against Wright's blade. Wright leans back, unimpressed by the Knight's conventional and predictable skills. He knows that to win any fight, he must exploit every single weakness. The morning sun rises over the forest, signaling the start of a new day. Rilla awakens in her cat pajamas, stretching contentedly in her new bed. She washes her face, still feeling the lingering comfort of a perfect night's sleep. She gets dressed for the day, fastening the tie of her formal outfit. Dressed and ready, she walks purposefully through the rustic wooden cabin. She overhears the men discussing the mission and the state of the kingdom. Peeking around a corner, she listens to their conversation regarding Satorks. She joins them, remarking that the conditions for an assassination seem harsh. The men all greet their princess cheerfully as she enters the main room. Goldo asks Wright if he has a plan, and the assassin quietly confirms he does. Wright states that the mission is simple, shocking Rilla with his confidence. She sits down for breakfast, still processing his nonchalant assessment. Wright explains that based on the intel, the assassination will be straightforward. He decides to proceed with a direct assault using his custom magic tools. Goldo admits he knows little of assassination and trusts Wright's judgment. Knight calls out to Goldo, bringing up a new and pressing issue. Wright notes that the capital is about a 3-hour journey from their location. Goldo confirms that the nearby town of Reincarnation is a much closer destination. Wright declares he can kill Satorks in one day if he has the materials. He asks if they can procure 500 magic stones, iron, and copper. Goldo directs him to a trustworthy merchant named Kurin in Reincarnation. Knight stands beside Wright, ready to assist with the next phase of the plan. The Knight suddenly freezes, a look of dawning realization on his face. He begins to pat his pockets, a growing sense of dread spreading. He asks the one question that brings the entire operation to a halt. A comical flurry of hands reveals that absolutely no one has any money. Knight sits defeated, admitting he has nothing since being suddenly teleported. Wright asks if any of the others have funds, his expression unchanging. Lars shakes his head, equally penniless and frustrated by their predicament. Rilla also shakes her head, her royal status meaningless without a purse. Goldo, the king himself, confirms that he too has no money on him. Wright, with a deadpan expression, admits that he is also completely broke. Knight suggests contacting the Order for funds, but Wright refuses the idea. King Goldo warns Wright that it would be problematic if people knew he was alive. Wright wonders if they can acquire materials without connections, deciding to hunt for magic stones himself. Goldo explains that acquiring 30 kilograms of iron and 10 kilograms of copper will be incredibly expensive. Wright realizes that in this world, even common copper is considered a rare and valuable metal. A vision of a blacksmith reveals this world's primitive technology makes refining metal difficult and costly. With no one having any money, Wright concludes they must sell something to fund the mission. He presents 3 small, round vials of his own creation as their only potential merchandise. Wright asks if his level 2 potion will sell, a question that utterly shocks Goldo. He realizes the potion's value here is immense, far exceeding the simple cost of its ingredients. Wright casually offers to craft a level 4 potion, leaving Lars and Goldo completely flabbergasted. Goldo admits Wright might be able, but warns such a rare item would be far too conspicuous. Confused, Wright asks if these potions are truly that precious and rare in this world. Goldo explains their staggering rarity. Level 2s are for royalty, and level 1s are barely made. Wright processes this, realizing an item made once every 3 years is practically non-existent. He proposes a new plan. He will create a marketable level 0 potion instead. He uncorks several vials of the priceless Level 2 potion, preparing for an unthinkable act. With a calm command, he summons a stream of pure water from his hands. The royal party watches in abject horror as he begins diluting the priceless potion. Their faces contort in comical disbelief at the alchemical sacrilege they are witnessing. Wright asks if they didn't know that diluting a potion simply lowers its level. A stunned Goldo asks Wright if he truly understands the monumental thing he has just done. The king realizes they could have been mass-producing basic potions for years with this knowledge. Wright casually dismisses their shock, stating that Level 2 potions are easy for him to make. He reminds them that reclaiming their kingdom is far more important than a few potions. Goldo is left speechless, a bead of sweat on his brow, his entire worldview shattered. The group watches as the potion is demoted, a bizarre but effective process. With a final flourish, a large batch of Level 0 potions is now complete. Wright confirms that the Level 0 potions can be sold, and Goldo accepts the task. Wright insists on selling them at night, prompting Goldo to ask for his reasoning. The assassin explains the risk of his face being seen by Satoshi's spies in town. Unconcerned by this obstacle, Wright says he can solve it with one of his magic tools. He presents Goldo with a small, glowing ring-like object, leaving the king bewildered. Wright explains that the object is a magic tool specifically designed for creating a disguise. A swirl of magical energy envelops Goldo as the powerful disguise tool activates. Goldo is momentarily blinded and confused by the sudden and intense flash of light. The transformation is complete. Goldo is now a portly merchant, unrecognizable to his comrades. The disguised king touches his now clean-shaven chin in comical horror, missing his majestic beard. Wright holds up a polished pot lid as a makeshift mirror, showing Goldo his new face. Goldo explodes in disbelief, amazed that Wright can even create magic tools for disguise. From the forest, the disembodied voices of the others are heard calling for Goldo. As they prepare to leave, Wright notes that carrying 50 magic stones will be difficult. The disguised Goldo suggests taking Lars along to act as a porter for the goods. He assures Wright that Lars is well trained in avoiding monsters during his travels. Wright agrees but asks how they should handle negotiations if they must reveal their faces. He explains the simple voice commands to deactivate and reactivate the magical disguises. With the command stop, the magical illusions shatter, revealing their true forms. With the command activate, their disguises reappear in a puff of smoke. The disguised Goldo and Lars are now ready for their covert mission into town. They bid farewell to Wright, who tells them to be careful on their journey. Wright and the others watch from the cabin as the disguised pair departs. The unlikely duo walks away, leaving Wright to his own devices and preparations. Wright decides his current house is inadequate for making advanced assassination tools and needs remodeling. He knows the materials from his previous construction projects should still be nearby. As Wright works, the real Goldo approaches him with a serious expression. The king, his face shadowed and determined, reveals he has one more matter to discuss. Wright pauses his work, his sharp eyes focused, sensing the gravity of the king's request. Goldo calls out to Wright, who is busy sorting through the salvaged stone blocks. The king asks if the disguise tool can be made to imitate a specific person. Wright's eyes narrow. He knows this is a sharp and difficult request to fulfill. He confirms it's possible with some effort, asking if Goldo has a use for it. Goldo asks if he can commission the new disguise after the assassination is successful. Wright agrees, stating that such a complex task will require a substantial reward. The king begins to speak, ready to reveal the true purpose behind his request. Their serious conversation is interrupted by Maki, who bursts out of the cabin. She cheerfully presents a perfectly repaired robe, exclaiming that it's good as new. Maki stops, confused by the sudden silence and the tension in the air. She blushes, realizing she interrupted an important discussion with her loud entrance. She apologizes for being a bother, but Goldo assures her she just arrived. Goldo tells Wright he will ask for the special disguise later, and Wright agrees. As Goldo turns to go inside, Maki holds the door open for him. She peeks out from the doorway, a small Nezumi familiar perched on her shoulder. She gives Wright a bright, cheerful smile before closing the door behind her. Wright smiles faintly, telling her he just accepted a small request from the king. With his allies occupied, Wright decides it's time to build a simple workshop. He invokes a powerful skill, a glowing magical sigil appearing in his hand. A massive block of stone erupts from the earth, shaped by his command. Goldo and Maki watch from the window, their faces frozen in comical shock. Wright unleashes a wave of energy, manipulating the raw materials with immense power. His true purpose solidifies. Assassinating Satorx is merely a prelude to his real goal. He will kill the otherworldly god Masurazul. This mission is but a stepping stone. He uses his bind skill, forcing the floating materials to coalesce with great force. He then uses transform, shaping the raw materials into a new complex structure. Stone blocks fall into place, assembling themselves with impossible speed and precision. He knows that to fight a god, the Mises kingdom will be a useful asset. A god's power relies on the faith of their people, a crucial piece of intelligence. Therefore, the nation that unites those people has many uses for him. With a final surge of power, wooden beams and stone blocks slam into place. Reit stands alone amidst his creation, a vast, cleared area now his domain. He looks on, a slight flicker of exertion showing on his otherwise calm face. Rila and Goldo emerge to see a bizarre, massive new structure Reit has built. As dusk falls over the mountains, a heavy thud echoes through the clearing. The disguised Goldo and Lars have returned, their mission a resounding success. The door to the cabin creaks open as the group approaches. The real Goldo is surprised to see his disguised self and Lars back so soon. The disguised king announces their return, and Goldo asks how their work went. Under the twilight sky, the group gathers around the massive hall of materials. The two of them manage to carry a staggering 140 kilograms of supplies. Knight is amazed they carried so much, but Reit knows they are well trained. Reit sorts through the supplies, which also include a stack of valuable herbs. He examines a piece of iron ore, noting its quality is sufficient for his needs. King Goldo, disguised as a merchant, inspects the massive haul of raw materials. He watches in surprise as Reit effortlessly lifts a heavy iron ingot. Goldo remarks that Reit is surprisingly strong and well-trained for a craftsman. Reit asks about a bundle of strange herbs that have been gathered. Goldo explains that Lars collected them, believing they would be useful for crafting. Reit examines the dark herbs, his expert eyes analyzing their potent properties. Lars watches the exchange with a flicker of pride and nervous sweat. Holding the herbs, Reit's sharp gaze already understands their hidden potential. The scene pans up, showing the vast, dark forests surrounding their isolated cabin. Reit announces that with the materials secured, he will now craft the necessary tools. He instructs Knight to seal the workshop and to call from outside if needed. Knight, his expression puzzled, questions the need for such intense secrecy. He asks if the methods for crafting assassination tools are a closely guarded secret. Reit listens to the question, his expression bored and utterly unimpressed. He explains that the main reason for sealing the workshop is because it's dangerous. He reminds Knight that tools designed for killing are inherently unsafe to be around. Reit entrusts the guard duty to the Knights, telling them to get some rest. He casually mentions he built an open-air bath for them to restore their energy. Goldo is flabbergasted, shocked by both the bath and the impossible deadline. The king asks in disbelief if Reit will truly process everything by morning. Reit confirms, stating they must reclaim the kingdom as quickly as possible. Goldo stares in awe at Reit's unwavering and absolute determination. As Reit descends into the forge, Knight offers a quiet, heartfelt thanks. Knight dutifully stands guard, closing the heavy wooden door to the cellar. The door shuts with a heavy thud, sealing the master craftsman in his sanctum. The moment he is alone, Reit unleashes his power, invoking his transform skill. The stone walls of the cellar ripple and warp under his magical command. He then summons his item box, a power he thought lost in this world. A stream of glowing, ethereal discs flows from his outstretched hand. The discs form a shimmering bridge, a link to his extra-dimensional storage. He slams his hand down, channeling immense energy into the ground below. With quiet focus, he utters the final, powerful command to deploy. The floor opens, a complex mechanical structure rising from the dark depths. The structure expands with a series of mechanical clicks and whirs. The transformation continues, filling the entire cellar with advanced machinery. The space becomes a vast, high-tech workshop, dwarfing Reit's small figure. Robotic arms equipped with various tools emerge from the complex machinery. The automated arms begin to process the raw materials with perfect precision. Reit stands amidst his stealth mobile workshop, Banshikutsu, wreathed in creative fire. Holding a lattice of pure energy, he declares it is now time to begin. A montage shows his past on Earth and his bloody work in VLO. His life as an assassin is contrasted with the trusting face of Princess Rila. The next morning, the sun rises over the quiet, peaceful forest. The royal party sits down for a calm breakfast inside the small cabin. A massive explosion suddenly rips through the cabin wall, shattering their peace. Outside, a huge crater marks the site of the blast, smoke billowing upwards. The ground trembles as the royal party scrambles for cover amidst the chaos. A sleek, insect-like drone hovers menacingly over the scene of destruction. Goldo and Lars brace themselves, ready to face this new, unexpected threat. The drone receives a simple, one-word command to immediately stop all functions. Right stands in the crater, calmly deactivating the drone with a small remote. He holds the remote, the source of both the chaos and its control. He apologizes, explaining the drone got away from him during a test run. Goldo and Lars can only stare, dumbfounded by his casual display of power. Goldo asks if the chaotic test is finally over, surveying the immense damage. Wright points to the disassembled drone parts, asking if they can transport them. The party begins loading the heavy components onto a large wooden cart. Goldo asks if these are the tools Wright made. Wright assures him they're packed safely. The time for the mission has finally arrived, a solemn look on Goldo's face. Wright confirms that it is time to begin their clandestine operation. Goldo acknowledges the moment, his expression grim and determined. Wright announces that today marks his first assassination in this new world. Goldo confirms the plan, disguise, infiltrate, and await Wright's signal for action. The king declares that he will handle the aftermath of Cedric's defeat. Wright instructs everyone to use the disguise magic tools he has provided. With a series of soft pops, the entire group is transformed into commoners. Goldo notes their appearances are different, adjusted to avoid leaving an impression. Wright observes the tension in his allies, their nerves on edge for the mission. Princess Rila trembles, knowing that if this mission fails, her kingdom is lost. Knight suddenly deactivates his disguise with a sharp "Stop, Zrenia." He asks Wright if the disguises are capable of changing their gender. Knight explains he saw wanted posters for a group matching their description. Wright listens, a chibi version of himself processing this new intelligence. The group agrees that a party of all men would be too suspicious. Wright, a mischievous idea forming, declares that he has a solution. He proposes they pose as a family, with Goldo as the mother. The king objects, suggesting he would be a more suitable merchant. Wright explains that the king is too well known and likely to be recognized. A holographic analysis shows an 87% chance of Goldo blowing their cover. Wright asks if they understand. Lars reluctantly agrees to the plan. He shows Goldo the modified tool, explaining how to change gender. Goldo activates the device, his body enveloped in a flash of light. The magic swirls around him, reshaping his form in an instant. The knight is transformed into a tall, elegant, and rather imposing woman. The others are horrified by the result, fearing it makes them stand out more. Rilla bursts into uncontrollable laughter at the absurd sight. The men stare at her, shocked by her sudden outburst of mirth. Rilla apologizes, wiping tears of laughter from her eyes. Wright tells her not to worry about it, his expression unreadable. As they prepare to leave, the mood becomes serious once more. Wright gently places a small furry object into Rilla's hands. Rilla looks down at the gift, her expression one of surprise. She realizes it is one of Wright's small, hamster-like familiars. Wright tells her to take Maki-chan, as it will be reliable in an emergency. The tiny familiar shows its affection, a small heart appearing above it. Maki-chan scurries up her arm, nuzzling against her cheek affectionately. Rilla turns to face Wright, calling his name softly. With a heartfelt smile, she offers him her sincere thanks for his kindness. The newly formed family stands ready beside their loaded wagon. Wright turns to them, confirming they are ready to begin their mission. With a determined gaze, Wright raises his fist, ready for the coming battle. He declares their mission. They will retake the Mises kingdom. With a powerful shout, he signals the beginning of their journey. The disguised family sets off, led by the determined Goldo and Lars. Wright recalls his countless, unfulfilling assassination requests from his past in VLO. The passionate fire he once felt for his craft had long since died out. He watches a single leaf drift by, contemplating his new reality. Standing on a cliff, he wonders if fighting a god will be different. The vast, ancient forest stretches before him, a new stage for his skills. In a secluded clearing, he summons 3 mysterious cubes from his item box. A glowing ring on his finger channels immense power into his hand. He invokes his transform skill, beginning a complex act of creation. A glowing magical sigil burns itself into the ground before him. The cubes ignite with internal fire, numbered 1 and 2, ready for deployment. He commands the structures to deploy, unleashing a complex magical array. The first cube unfolds, assembling itself into a multi-tiered storage unit. Metal plates and supports slam into place with mechanical precision. The completed storage unit stands ready, its purpose clear. The second cube transforms, its sections expanding into a large central platform. It becomes a high-tech launch bay, its doors ready to open. With a final command to activate, Wright brings his new workshop to life. A horde of possum-like Nezumi familiars swarms out of the activated structures. A matriarchal possum salutes a group of familiars in panda costumes. The army of familiars, some on the matriarch's back, prepares for action. A large circular hatch opens on the launch bay, readying the drones. A fleet of sleek, bird-like drones launches into the sky with great force. The drones ascend in a powerful stream, leaving the workshop behind. The squadron of mechanical birds flies over the forest, an aerial reconnaissance force. The drone sensors capture an image of the distant Mises kingdom. Wright observes the data, his expression focused and calculating. He uses a magic tool to create a protective barrier around his new base. The glowing sigil forms in the air as his drones circle above. The matriarchal possum stands guard as the hexagonal shield fully forms. With his defenses secure, he acknowledges that his preparations are complete. He confirms the central command system is active and all mission data is loaded. He gives the final order for all units to advance on their mission. In the town of Renarelia, a vendor stares blankly, his eyes spiraling. The disguised royal party walks through the city's seemingly peaceful streets. Rilla confirms to herself that the situation is exactly as Wright had predicted. Rilla observes the citizens appear normal, but their eyes are disturbingly vacant. A small girl yelps as she accidentally bumps into a large brutish man. She apologizes sincerely, but the man glares at her menacingly. The man's face contorts with rage as he threatens the small child. The little girl freezes, her hands clasped in terror before the looming figure. Her eyes are wide with pure, unadulterated fear at the sudden hostility. She looks back and sees the other children are also affected. The other children stare blankly, a dark, menacing aura surrounding them. The little girl is trapped in a waking nightmare, her face a mask of horror. The disguised family steps between the man and the terrified child. Goldo and Lars fix the brutish man with a cold, protective glare. The man in rage challenges them, asking if they are looking for a fight. Lars's female persona gently places 3 coins into the man's large hand. She smiles kindly, her gesture disarming the man's aggression completely. Overcome with emotion, the man vows not to cry before walking away. The family watches as the burly man shuffles away through a stone archway. Wright comforts the frightened girl, telling her not to worry about it. Goldo asks Lars if he is still holding a grudge against Wright. Lars's female form explains that personal feelings must be set aside for the mission. Goldo listens to the wise words, his expression thoughtful and serious. Goldo questions Wright's choice of a common inn, concerned for their safety. Wright explains that a high-class inn would make their unfamiliar faces stand out. They find a hidden wyvern's nest, a perfect spot for their planned diversion. A quick transitional panel shows Wright's cloak against the night. A young woman in a maid's uniform waters plants at the palace. Another maid carries a large jug, oblivious to the drones in the sky. A squadron of Wright's mechanical bird drones flies high above the city. Wright confirms his drones have reached the airspace above the royal palace. He states his first priority is to locate the assassination target. A drone's sensor activates, preparing to scan the area for magical energy. He activates the magic measuring instrument, sending out a powerful scanning pulse. He knows a high-level magic user's mana would be easily detectable. The scan reveals a massive, web-like magical barrier over a central tower. There it is, Wright says, having successfully located his target's position. The drones dive towards the identified tower, beginning their probe. One drone approaches the palace wall, its sensors ready. The drone's display confirms the presence of a magical barrier. From afar, Wright notes the directional barrier is a recent addition. He deduces the barrier is weak from inside, but strong against outside attacks. A small, cute Nezumi familiar peeks out, ready for the next phase. The familiars observe the city, preparing for their infiltration mission. The matriarchal possum gives a signal to the other familiars. The familiars shimmer with a magical concealment effect as they begin to move. They activate their concealment bestowal skill, becoming invisible to the naked eye. The now invisible swarm of familiars rushes through the city streets. They enter the city's sewer system, an unguarded infiltration route. Wright's holographic map tracks their progress through the pipes towards the palace. A quick motion panel shows the familiars moving swiftly through the darkness. The concealed familiars move through the water-filled sewer tunnels. They emerge inside the palace grounds, their infiltration a success. A familiar relays information back to Wright through a magical connection. The familiars scurry up the grand palace staircase, completely undetected. Wright's eye reflects the tactical data streaming in from his familiars. He notes with satisfaction that everything is proceeding smoothly. A communication device signals that Goldo has arrived at the inn. Wright's holographic projection asks if everyone is accounted for. Goldo confirms everyone is safe and asks about Wright's situation. Lars expresses surprise that the barrier wasn't in their initial intelligence. Right, Goldo, and the disguised Lars listen intently to the report. The communication device reports that everyone in the castle has been brainwashed. Rilla is horrified to learn that even small children are under Satork's control. Maki places a gentle, comforting hand on Princess Rilla's shoulder. Rhett glances back over his shoulder, a mechanical familiar perched upon it. He ponders Satork's large-scale magic, questioning why he acted only now. The assassin realizes Satork's must have been waiting for the opportune moment. A powerful memory of a promise made to the king flashes through his mind. King Goldo asks if he has any leads, though Wright fears it is unlikely. The king reminds him of the urgent request made before leaving the forest. Wright recalls his promise, to find and protect Prince Kosis. As Satork's men knock, Goldo's voice insists that he is counting on Wright. Wright, his focus absolute, resolves to proceed with the utmost caution. A voice from within the chamber grants them permission to enter. The robed men step into a vast, cobweb-draped study filled with books. They announce their presence, addressing the man at the desk as acting King Satork's. Seeing their chance, Wright's hidden familiars prepare to infiltrate the room. The furry spies scurry past the heavy door in a blur of silent motion. The door thuds shut, sealing them inside the enemy's sanctum. The familiars discover a magical security ward activating on the door. A close call. A weaponized familiar prepares its sniper rifle to disable the magical trap. Its targeting system locks onto the robed figures, awaiting the command to fire. It holds its fire, deciding it is better to remain unseen for now. The magical ward flashes, fully securing the room from any outside intrusion. Wright notes the chamber's anti-assassination measures are more robust than anticipated. A confident, almost imperceptible smirk plays across his lips, undeterred. Satork's asks his agents to report on the progress of the religious conversions. Hidden in the drapery, the familiars perk their ears, listening intently. An agent reports that missionaries have been sent to 10 towns to spread the faith. Satork seems unimpressed, remarking that 246 new converts is a paltry number. Wright realizes Satork's coup is merely a means to enforce a new religion. The agent explains that the people strongly resist abandoning their long-held gods. Satork's declares that they must rely on their god, Rurath Mars, to save the country. Wright processes the new name, wondering about this previously unknown god. Satork's asks his men if they remember how to handle those who refuse. His agents will use persuasion via interrogation, starting the very next day. The robed men acknowledge the brutal order, promising to carry it out. Wright now understands this is the forced conversion Mises had warned him about. Wright peeks into the inn room, asking if Goldo is present. He asks the group if they have ever heard of the Rurath Mars faith. Lars confirms it's a new religion that has grown rapidly in the last 30 years. She explains the church offers practical benefits, like free bread, to the poor. However, she notes that the source of their immense wealth is a dark mystery. Wright agrees that the unknown source of their funding is highly suspicious. Goldo adds that the faith of the goddess Mises also exists in the kingdom. He explains Mises' followers are older, while the young flock to Rurath Mars. Goldo asks why he is suddenly interested, but Wright claims it's just curiosity. In Satork's study, a small sphere on the floor begins to glow ominously. A terrifying mass of shadows and eyes erupts from the magical device. A voice from the shadows announces its presence with a simple, chilling, "Now then." Miles away, Wright senses flare as he detects the massive surge of magical energy. Satork's declares it's time to welcome their guests, summoning Steen and Beta. A sharp, urgent alert flashes across Wright's high-tech visual display. He whirls around, desperately warning Goldo that their cover has been blown. Goldo and the disguised Wright turn in shock at the sudden, dire warning. Lars's eyes widen in alarm as she senses the imminent danger. The wall of their room explodes inward in a shower of splintered wood. From the outside, the building erupts with a blast of destructive force. Wright shoves Rilla to safety, screaming her name as Goldo calls out to him. A monstrous, clawed hand lashes out with blinding speed through the dust. Knight intercepts the blow, his sword clashing against the powerful appendage. He roars into the chaos, demanding to know the identity of their attacker. More blasts of dark energy tear through the already ruined room. An explosion sends Goldo flying backward from the sheer concussive force. Stin and Beta appear, mocking their prey and reveling in Satork's power. Goldo realizes with horror that their infiltration was not as flawless as he believed. Knight declares the attackers are former knights, still being manipulated. Stin scoffs, telling them not to compare him to the castle's mindless puppets. Bata gloats that they, unlike the others, now possess free bodies. Stin boasts that with his newfound power, he can defeat 2 of them at once. Bada silences her manic comrade, telling him to be quiet for a moment. She launches herself at Knight in a blur of aggressive motion. Knight struggles to parry her ferocious, high-speed assault. Bada seems amused by his futile resistance, calling him impatient. She reveals they were tracked by the marking magic of the merchant, Kurin. Knight rages at being deceived, knowing Kurin is a dangerous man. Stin sneers that Knight's own turbid, manipulated eyes gave him away instantly. Knight flinches, recoiling in shock at the damning truth in the villain's words. Bada lunges at him again, calling the stunned warrior a dullard. Her powerful follow-up attack sends Knight reeling across the room. Bada mockingly wonders who supplied them with the potions they sold for funds. Goldo, his expression grim, asks how his enemies returned to the kingdom. Stin coldly wonders who they should have allied with instead. Goldo speculates it must have been the mysterious bed craftsman from the forest. Stin's expression is one of pure, detached disdain for the fallen king. Goldo demands to know their true motive for conspiring to take over the country. The two apostles look down on him, their expressions unreadable and cold. Stin scoffs at the king's shallow thinking, calling him an old fool. He poses a condescending question, asking what the people truly desire from a ruler. Both Goldo and Knight know the answer is singular and absolute: power. Stin declares that the weak are drawn to a strong king who grants them power. He revels in the feeling of freedom and the power to dominate everything. A single ominous word hangs in the air, signaling his final judgment. Stin points an accusatory finger, his verdict delivered with cold certainty. He declares a king without great power is not worthy of their protection. Goldo stares in disbelief, finally understanding the depth of their betrayal. The two apostles grin, their faces shrouded in a menacing, dark aura. They proclaim the Mises kingdom will be reborn under the guidance of Rurith Mars. An apostle stomps a foot, shattering the floorboards with divine force. Stin is shocked as an unexpected attack narrowly misses him. The blow connects, striking him with enough force to draw blood. He grits his teeth in a mixture of pain and rage from the surprise assault. The two apostles glare at their foes, the true battle finally set to begin. In a fit of battle-crazed fury, Stin screams his partner Bada's name. The two apostles unleash their divine power against the cornered royal party. Stin fires a devastating blast of pure, crackling magical energy. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated madness and excitement. The attack slams into its target with an explosive, concussive force. Goldo confronts the apostle, who dismissively tells the king to be quiet. Stin's blade, wreathed in dark energy, slices through the air. Knight intercepts the blow, roaring that Stein is a vile traitor. Wright watches as Knight is thrown backward by the overwhelming force. The impact shatters the floor, sending a cloud of debris flying. A man in a suit laments that the incessant buzzing of insects is hurting his ears. Knight states that even though they are late, he is glad to have made it back. The man in the suit calls out Rarumia's name, and she replies by calling him father. He embraces his daughter, relieved that she is unharmed. Knight complains that his leg is hurting from the previous engagement. Bada, enraged, unleashes a new attack, cursing her opponents. Goldo realizes the enemy is using scapegoat magic to create decoys. A shadowy Bada warns them not to expect an easy death. She taunts them, vowing to flay their skin for castle decorations. King Goldo, his expression grim, tells his men to stand back. Knight and Lars step forward, their faces set with grim determination. Lars draws his unique, curved blade, its surface intricately detailed. Knight grips the hilt of his own sword, ready for battle. They declare the insolent ones will witness the swordsmanship of the Mises kingdom. Their combined attack erupts in a storm of swirling energy and steel. They unleash the Swarm Flash, a coordinated assault of incredible speed. Knight parries a powerful blow, his body braced against the impact. Lars deflects an energy blast, his own blade glowing with power. He masterfully counters a volley of magical attacks from the enemy. The Swarm Flash technique fills the entire room with a flurry of blades. Lars moves with incredible speed, his blade a blur of motion. His eyes are focused, his expression a mask of intense concentration. He leaps through the air, his attack a whirlwind of righteous fury. Stin dismisses him as a troublesome pest, unimpressed by his skill. Lars acknowledges his opponent's magic is annoying, but sees no reason for fear. Bada, thinking Lars is a mere royal guard, prepares her own magic. She declares they are no longer the insects he thinks they are. Goldo notes the sheer number of their foes as Rila cries a warning. Lars grits his teeth, his focus absolute, preparing for the next assault. He roars as he charges forward, meeting Bada's attack head-on. Bada smirks, impressed he can endure, but warns the real fight is starting. She calls out to Stin, who grins and eagerly accepts the challenge. Stin declares that the miracle that let them survive won't happen again. He unleashes the Spiral Phantom, a vortex of destructive magical energy. Lars's eyes widen in shock as the attack barrels towards him. His expression is one of grim determination in the face of overwhelming odds. Wright approaches, telling Lars that he has something for him. He hands Lars a meal, chiding him for skipping breakfast. Goldo asks what Wright gave Lars, and Wright confirms he brought enough for everyone. Wright presents Goldo with a new piece of equipment he has crafted. The new shoulder armor clicks into place with a satisfying sound. Goldo marvels at the new armor as Wright explains its purpose. Goldo feels the immense defensive power radiating from the enchanted plate. He recognizes the magic as the legendary immovable rampart of the castle. Wright casually asks if the crest is all right as Goldo stares in awe. Goldo remarks that his men are like different people and shouldn't be careless. Stin is shocked, wondering how they are unharmed by his attack. Bada tells her frenzied partner Stin to calm himself down. She sneers that a mere shield is meaningless before her magic. Goldo realizes her plan to attack around their high defense equipment. Lars shouts a warning to Goldo about the incoming butterfly fragments. Goldo is struck by the shrapnel, his face a mask of pain. The fragments explode in a shower of dark, destructive energy. Wright holds up a ring, telling the king that his turn is next. Wright tells Goldo not to worry and to attack with all his might. A wall of fire erupts, separating the combatants from the royals. Bada is shocked, recognizing the spell as a directional barrier. Wright confirms it is a barrier, and a custom-made one at that. Bada is stunned as flaming beasts erupt from Wright's barrier. The fiery hounds leap through the air, attacking with savage fury. Stin rages that he's never heard of a barrier that can attack from within. Bada screams a warning to Stin, telling him to look behind him. Stin turns just in time to see a new threat emerge. His eyes widen in shock as a new attack materializes. He screams at them not to underestimate him as he is thrown back. His eye reflects the swirling vortex of his own failed attack. He leaps into the air, unleashing a flurry of desperate attacks. He is shocked as a new pain blossoms in his chest. A thin, almost invisible line of energy strikes true. The attack pierces his defenses, leaving him gasping in pain. He crashes to the ground, defeated as his foe looks on. Lars holds the cloth-wrapped weapon, asking if it is the incineration staff. Wright explains it is the only offensive weapon he brought for them. He warns that its power is immense, but it will not last long. Wright tells Lars to listen carefully. He only has one chance. The staff is revealed, a long, powerful rod of explosive wood. The royal party watches, their faces a mask of grim anticipation. Stin spits out a mouthful of blood, screaming that they are trash. He rages that it's just a simple stick, asking if they are mocking him. He laughs maniacally, saying that was a close call, nearly fatal. Bada watches, her expression unreadable, as she holds a strange card. Lars recalls common sense. Lighting the stick will change something. Stin sneers that he'll make them regret their foolishness. He taunts them, asking if they are about to wet themselves. Bada realizes they didn't try to escape and even prepared a counterattack. The royal party watches, a sense of dread washing over them. Bada's eyes widen in terror as she realizes their true plan. She screams a desperate warning, telling them not to attack Satorks. Wright's Nezumi familiars unleash a wave of destructive energy. The palace's directional barrier shatters under the explosive assault. Wright's mechanical birds dive, unleashing a devastating opening salvo on the royal palace. The drones strike multiple targets, their silhouettes stark against the blinding explosions. A vertical blast of fire and force rips through a palace tower, shattering stone. Below, civilians flee in terror as flaming debris rains down upon the city streets. One woman scrambles to gather her fallen goods, oblivious to the danger above. A massive chunk of the wall, bearing the royal crest, plummets toward the earth. A small, possum-like Nezumi familiar watches the chaos unfold, its mission proceeding perfectly. The lead familiar observes the drone fleet while its subordinate reports in from the ground. The Grand Palace is consumed by fire and smoke as the drones circle overhead. From his command center, Wright calmly oversees the complete dismantling of the palace defenses. Inside the ruined inn, Satorks' apostles are stunned by the distant, thunderous explosions. The man realizes this is Wright's work, questioning why an assassination involves such destruction. Bada sees, cursing aloud as she understands they have been completely outmaneuvered. The apostles cry out in panic, desperate to return and protect their master Satorks. Bada turns to Stin, asking if he truly expected her to say something so obvious. She confidently states there is no need for them to worry about Satork's heart. Amidst the inferno, Satork sits calmly, holding a teacup with undisturbed grace. He senses an attack, noting the assault but wondering who could be responsible. He taunts his unseen foe, stating it was a grave error to think this could kill him. Sadurx maintains his composure, his gaze sharp and defiant against the encroaching flames. Rate analyzes the defense, noting the tricky counterattack barrier will require some effort. A diagram reveals the barrier's fatal flaw, a duration of only 0.05 seconds. Wright knows even an excellent defense like this can only be maintained for 2 seconds. Sadurx weaves a new spell, his hands forming a glowing, intricate magical sigil. He wonders aloud how his opponent will possibly survive the next wave of attacks. A new squadron of Wright's advanced, heavily armed drones swoops in for another assault. Sadurx begins a long incantation, drawing upon a deep well of magical power. A complex chain of glowing runes forms, spelling out a powerful defensive enchantment. The final rune flares with immense energy, completing the mana-drained spirit defensive spell. Sadurx sits on his ruined throne, now protected by a web of floating, watchful eyes. The drone missiles impact harmlessly against the new formidable magical shield. From the town below, the Baker Mira watches the distant explosions with terror. The magical web of defense holds strong against the relentless, fiery bombardment. Sadurx calmly sips his tea, completely unfazed by the chaos raging outside his shield. Wright observes, acknowledging that Sadurx's long chant magic is impressively powerful. Back at the inn, the Apostle wonders if the previous attack failed to work as planned. Bada and Steen share a sinister, confident smile, their power beginning to swell. The royal party stares in horror as their enemies are wreathed in dark energy. Bada declares that what they've seen is nothing compared to Sadurx-sama's true power. She and Steen unleash their full magical potential, preparing for a renewed assault. They launch a rapid-fire barrage of spiral phantom attacks upon the beleaguered knights. Knight roars as he braces his shield, shouting that the attack's power is unbelievable. The immense force of the blast slams into the shield, shocking the seasoned warrior. Bada gloats, telling Goldo he never imagined her true power, so different from before. Knight grimly admits to himself that she may be right about her newfound strength. Bada warns that the habit of carelessness is a fatal flaw in the midst of battle. A strange, glowing runic pattern appears on her skin as she channels her dark power. Another massive explosion from the palace rocks the battlefield, throwing her off balance. Bada is thrown by the blast, cursing that she has been hit by the falling debris. Lars sees his opening, his eyes narrowing with a sudden, deadly focus. He charges forward, closing the distance while his opponent is still reeling from the shockwave. Bada turns, questioning why Lars always ignores her, a mere magic-reliant knight. She unleashes her feather dance, rhapsody of death and illusion, a swirling, deadly attack. Lars braces himself, his focus absolute as the vortex of energy descends upon him. The illusionary butterflies and energy waves engulf him, tearing at him from all sides. Bada floats gracefully amidst her attack, watching as Lars is seemingly overwhelmed. Lars attempts to block the relentless assault, but he is surrounded and outmatched. He is thrown back by the force, multiple phantom copies assailing his every move. Bada laughs, demanding that he show her more of his courtly swordsmanship. A small, sharp sound alerts her as a tiny, almost invisible cut appears on her cheek. She stares in utter disbelief, wondering how and when she could have been cut. She realizes with a jolt that something just like this has happened to her before. Lars questions how she has endured so long with such insignificant trash by her side. He raises his sword, a gift from Wright, which begins to glow with a brilliant light. The blade absorbs the magical energy of Bada's attack, flaring with immense power. The sword becomes a conduit, channeling the captured energy directly into its steel. A wave of pure, concentrated energy is unleashed from the sword in a blinding flash. The blast slams into Bada, shattering her attack and throwing her violently backward. Bada is shocked, screaming that a practical-level magic sword shouldn't have such power. Lars grits his teeth, reminding her he never said not to fear a half-baked magic knight. He declares that he's going all out now, his training no longer holding him back. Bada sneers, calling him impudent as she prepares to launch another devastating attack. Lars is once again engulfed in a storm of swirling magical energy and blades. Bada curses, realizing her attack patterns have been seen through and their compatibility is terrible. Lars dodges her next sweeping attack with incredible speed and uncanny agility. Bada feigns another attack, sarcastically saying, "Just kidding," as she begins to teleport. She reappears behind Lars in a flash, ready to strike him down from his blind spot. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes her target has vanished. "Lies!" she exclaims. King Goldo appears, having pulled Lars back, admonishing him for pushing too far forward. He orders Lars to fall back and regroup, summoning a fiery, multi-headed magical beast. Princess Rila warns that the enemy's power is beyond anything they had ever expected. Goldo tells them to wait, for as long as the items Rate provided them last. Lars apologizes, admitting that a purely defensive fight offers them no chance of victory. He declares he will not tarnish the Mises Kingdom's honor any further with retreat. A disguised Rate cheekily suggests that Lars should probably listen to the former king. Lars glares, his frustration and fiery determination burning in his eyes. Rate simply says here, holding up a finger to get the knight's attention. Goldo unleashes a massive attack, forming giant, angelic wings of pure, holy energy. Lars screams a desperate warning to Goldo, shouting that the enemy is behind him. He realizes with horror that it is no use. The king is too focused and cannot hear him. Bada lunges at the king's exposed back, a blur of deadly focused motion. She closes the distance in an instant, her attack seconds from finding its mark. She laughs maniacally, wondering aloud if Lars can possibly make it in time. Lars throws himself in the path of the attack, crystalline shards impaling his shoulder. He flashes back to their disastrous teleportation into the forest, a moment of utter failure. He recalls being completely helpless, overwhelmed by the monstrous bear's raw power. He remembers his humiliating defeat during the mock battle with the assassin Right. He thinks about the bird-like shuriken Bada used as part of her tracking magic. He finally realizes Bada had been toying with him using her marking magic all along. His eyes burn with shame and rage, admitting to himself he has been a complete failure. A monstrous attack sends Lars flying as he questions the point of all his training. Memories of the king, princess, and his people being destroyed flash through his mind. Amidst the chaos, Lars grits his teeth, his face beaded with sweat and determination. Knight and Princess Rila watch the devastating battle from a safe distance. A terrible blow shatters Lars's armor, tearing a gruesome wound across his chest. Rila screams his name as the knight is blasted helplessly into the air. Right watches calmly, his plan already in motion, beginning with a single target. The night before, Goldo explains the uses for the parts of their monstrous prey. Right's sharp analytical eye observes every detail of the king's men. With a swift movement, Right grabs the wrist of one of the royal guards. He reveals to the king that a magical tracker has just exposed their location. As the guard moves to remove it, King Goldo tells him to wait. Goldo realizes Sadrix's fanatical followers will be an obstacle to their mission. Lars's eyes narrow as he listens intently to the unfolding strategy. Goldo declares that he and the princess will act as bait for the enemy. The knights protest that the plan is far too dangerous for the royal family. The king states he cannot ask others to sacrifice their lives for him. Princess Rila steps forward from the shadows, insisting she will go as well. Her father is furious, asking if she truly understands the danger she is courting. Rila argues that the danger is precisely why she, his daughter, must go. The king's eyes widen, stunned by his daughter's unshakable resolve. Rila's gaze is firm and unwavering, a princess who has become a queen. She clasps her hands before her, her posture radiating quiet determination. King Goldo looks on, his expression one of pained acceptance. He closes his eyes and sighs, finally yielding to his daughter's will. He orders his knight Goldo to flee with the princess if danger arises. Rila touches a wall, her resolve hardening for the trial ahead. With hands clasped, she quietly thanks her father for his consent. Goldo asks Right if he is still able to produce his powerful level 2 potions. Right smirks, promising to prepare equipment even more useful than simple potions. In a flashback, Lars watches Right from a distance, a sense of failure growing. Right's voice echoes in his mind, asking him why. Lars despairs, feeling that his training is never enough to succeed. He laments his weakness, his voice trailing off in frustration. The knight screams his own name in a fit of pure, unadulterated rage. In the present, the battle rages as Knight defends against Steen's magic. King Goldo confronts a shadowy foe, his own magic flaring to life. Steen unleashes a swirling vortex of wind against Knight's magical shield. Rila desperately tries to douse a fire consuming a beloved stuffed animal. She kneels beside the grievously wounded Lars, telling him not to worry about her. Lars urges her to escape with the king while she still has the chance. Rila leans over him, her expression grim as she tells him to be quiet. She knows that Right will surely do something to turn the tide. Lars weeps in the rain, crying that he has once again shamed his kingdom. Rila furiously grabs his collar, screaming that she told him to be quiet. Steen appears, coolly stating that their desperate struggles are utterly pathetic. Rila gasps, her eyes wide with shock and terror at his sudden arrival. King Goldo screams his daughter's name, seeing the new threat before her. The king prepares to fight, a swirl of fire gathering in his hand. He and Knight charge forward to intercept the divinely powered enemy. Stin laughs maniacally, telling the former king that he should run away. Goldo and Knight roar in unison that it is Steen who should retreat. Stin watches impassively as his magic effortlessly blasts the Knight's back. He looks down at Rilla, wondering why the gap between them grew so large. Rilla looks up at him, questioning what he means by his strange words. Lars lies defeated in the rubble, his face a mask of utter despair. Stin offers a hand, telling Lars he should be one of the chosen ones. He tempts the fallen knight with power, urging him to abandon his king. Lars weakly questions if the king and princess are truly holding him back. He clenches a mutated fist, the desire for power echoing in his thoughts. Far in the distance, a series of massive explosions rocks the royal palace. A barrage of missiles rains down upon the palace's defensive barrier. Satorx recognizes the attack as a rare and powerful long-chance spell. From his remote location, Wright calmly says, "Well then." He unveils a massive arcane weapon, asking, "How about this?" A new weapon streaks from the palace, leaving a trail of black smoke. It is a sleek, black hypersonic missile, a marvel of otherworldly technology. Magical glyphs ignite on its boosters as it accelerates to incredible speeds. The missile breaks the sound barrier, a shockwave forming around its frame. Wright explains that this is his specially prepared super magic missile. He knows its power is too great for even a 10-character barrier to stop. Satorx watches the approaching star of death, his face grim. He curses his foe, admitting that this is a troublesome situation. He begins to chant a desperate, powerful defensive spell. A glowing magical sigil forms at his lips as he speaks the words. The sigil expands, forming a complex and powerful magical array. He prays to his god, asking for a mighty shield to protect him. An intricate web of pure, magical energy forms around the throne room. Wright notes the spell's length, beyond what even VLO's best mages could do. A colossal, angelic being of pure light manifests to shield the palace. The missile strikes, and the initial blast vaporizes the surrounding forest. The explosion erupts into a massive, world-shattering dome of white energy. The shockwave flattens the landscape for miles in every direction. The palace walls crumble, great chunks of stone falling into the sea. A single massive pillar collapses amidst the smoldering ruins. Satorx stands alone in the crater, as Wright calls him a monster. A confident, knowing smile plays across Wright's lips. He activates a flaming ring, thinking he never expected to use this power. Rilla and Lars watch the distant explosion light up the night sky. Stin offers Lars strength if he abandons his duty to the royal family. He extends his hand, calling for Lars to join him and embrace true power. Lars slaps the hand away, telling his former friend not to mock him. He declares that his pride as a royal knight is not for sale. Stin's eye widens in pure shock and rage at the defiant rejection. He laments that he mistakenly thought Lars was a man who aimed higher. Bada taunts them, saying they are no different from the puppets she controls. She commands them to become cornerstones for the glory of her new god. Rilla stands defiantly, asking if she means the manipulated citizens. Bada confirms her horrific assumption, calling the people her puppets. Lars, wounded but resolute, warns the princess not to approach the enemy. Stin lies defeated on the ground, groaning in agony from his wounds. Rilla confronts him, demanding to know what he gained from such destruction. Her mind flashes back to a blur of motion, a moment of hesitation. She recalls Wright's overwhelming power, a force that had frozen her in place. His intense, focused eye is burned into her memory. She remembers the faint glow of the ring on his hand, a symbol of power. Rilla bows her head, wondering why she failed to deliver the killing blow. She questions why she faltered the instant their eyes met. His determined face fills her thoughts, a memory of his sheer presence. She cannot understand why his small body seems so impossibly large. Her hand trembles at her side, a physical sign of her inner turmoil. It hangs limply, a reminder of her moment of weakness. She clenches her fist in frustration, angry at her own hesitation. A wounded knight weakly calls out to his princess. Rilla unleashes a blast of magic, sending a knight flying through the air. She screams for her father as the chaos escalates around her. Goldo warns the others to fall back, sensing a dreadful power from Steen. Wright's voice cuts in, impatiently telling them to just finish the fight. He offers a sarcastic apology for getting carried away in the heat of battle. Stin's body convulses, erupting in a wave of dark, menacing energy. Wright is shocked, realizing the creature is Stein, yet something more. The monstrous Stein mocks Wright, asking if he has lost his composure. It taunts him, claiming his faith in their dark lord is wavering. The voice of Satorx emerges, telling his minion that he has heard enough. He dismisses them all for being rattled by the words of a mere puppet. Saturx declares them all to be nothing but trash from the Mises kingdom. The heroes can only stare, their faces a mixture of shock and rage. Stin feels a new sensation, recognizing the overwhelming power of his master. He screams in terror, realizing their lives are being burned as magical fuel. The composite magic spiral Requiem manifests, a vortex of pure destruction. Lars watches in horror, a strange timer-like object lying on the ground. The apostle mocks their life-risking effort, calling them pathetic trash. The other apostle, Bata, collapses to the ground, her power extinguished. Lars cries out in agony, overwhelmed by the enemy's immense power. His eyes widen in despair. This was not how things were supposed to end. A memory surfaces, a young Lars helping a beaten Steen in a dark alley. He recalls them joining the Knights, wondering if they had made a mistake. A shadowy Satorx appears, offering a young Stein a new darker path. The Spiral Requiem descends upon them with overwhelming, crushing force. Knight erects a magical barrier, bracing himself for the cataclysmic impact. One of the men screams for Goldo to flee, as he cannot hold it for long. Goldo defiantly refuses to run, but the Knight insists it is their only hope. Knight orders Rila to pull Lars back from the front lines to safety. Rila looks down at her father, her expression now one of grim determination. Goldo and Knight face the threat, the king and his two most loyal guards. Rila thinks back on the fulfilling days she has spent with her protectors. She clutches Maki-chan, her resolve hardening as she promises to protect it. The vortex slams into the shield, erupting in a massive explosion of energy. Goldo curses Satorx's cruelty for sacrificing his own men so callously. Rila, holding her familiar, lets out a fierce, determined battle cry. Reed's voice explains that one big shot is all they need to win. A small, powerful object activates, releasing a brilliant flash of energy. Lars grips the weapon Wright gave him, his comrades standing behind him. He tells Goldo that their current predicament is entirely his own fault. He vows to die, but only after he has taken the enemy down with him. Wright's voice explains the weapon needs fire to activate its true power. Lars puts his trust in Wright, activating the weapon as the number 4 glows. He screams at the monstrous Stein to burn to a crisp. A massive pillar of holy fire erupts from the staff, engulfing the enemy. The royal party can only watch in utter shock at the incredible explosion. The chaos subsides and a gentle rain begins to fall upon a single leaf. The inn is consumed in a fiery, mushroom-shaped cloud of pure energy. Rain falls on the smoldering, skeletal ruins of the once bustling inn. A flash of steel cuts through the rain as Lars strikes at his foe. A new, powerful silhouette emerges from the smoke and falling rain. Lars stands amidst the ruins, wreathed in a powerful, fiery aura. He now wields a new weapon, a spear of pure light, its power immense. He wonders at this strange sword, its properties flowing directly into his mind. King Goldo and the others stare in awe at the power of the new weapon. Lars recognizes the power, a glowing number 4 now visible on his hand. With this newfound power, he declares with absolute certainty that he can win. He unleashes a devastating volley of light spears at the remaining apostles. The apostles are thrown back, overwhelmed by the sudden, powerful assault. The ground erupts, and a knight cries out a warning to the princess. Goldo shields Rila, ordering his men to focus on the enemies before them. The last apostle roars, his voice a torrent of rage and raw power. He unleashes his ultimate attack, the extreme composite magic Spiral Requiem. Rila calls out to Goldo, who answers with a determined shout. She then calls to Knight, who also responds, ready for the final battle. Goldo tells Lars to release his old comrade from his terrible suffering. A close-up reveals the grim determination in Lars's tear-filled eyes. Lars agrees, his voice firm, as he vows to go and end this fight. He leaps into the sky, a streak of pure light against the dark vortex. He plunges directly into the swirling, chaotic heart of the Spiral Requiem. A memory flashes, a young Stain and Lars sitting together in a quiet alley. Lars unleashes a powerful circular attack of pure, destructive energy. Another memory, a young, defiant Stin holds up a stolen bag of goods. A blinding flash of light fills the world as his power meets the vortex. A memory, the two boys receive their first swords as new squires. The great owl-like face of the vortex cracks and shatters from within. Another memory, the boys spar together in the castle courtyard. A memory, Stin looks away as Lars is harshly reprimanded by a knight. A massive explosion of light erupts from the heart of the dark spell. The Spiral Requiem implodes in a spectacular display of overwhelming power. A memory, the boys practice magic, Stin struggling while his friend succeeds. Another memory, they practiced together under a tree, their bond strong. Lars roars, unleashing his final, devastating attack against his old friend. A final, peaceful memory of the two boys resting together, friends forever. Lars, now a being of pure energy, unleashes a final volley of spears. He strikes the final blow, his power absolute, his victory bittersweet. Stin's eyes burn with divine fury, his power reaching its zenith. A faint sound echoes in the silence of a dusty courtyard. A young woman with dark hair pauses her training, a memory stirring. She recalls the familiar insignia on the shoulder of her training partner. The young man turns to her, a confused look on his face. Her memory shatters as the present explodes with a roar of power. In a flashback, a young Lars trains with relentless, destructive fury. The woman watches him from the sidelines, her expression troubled. Her face is a mask of quiet sorrow for her friend. Her voice echoes, asking why it came to this when they were peers. Lars, wreathed in flame, laments that if he'd noticed then, things would be different. A younger, sweat-drenched Lars stares back, his resolve hardened by training. He unleashes the ultimate technique of the Mises Kingdom Court sword style. The attack manifests as a celestial bird of fire, its talons rending reality. This is the blazing star formation, a torrent of pure, destructive energy. In his final moments, Stin sees a vision of a desolate, ruined world. A lone figure stands under a pillar of heavenly light. He asks his old friend Lars when he started walking the wrong path. Lars stands silent, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. He answers that they shared a goal, but their beliefs tragically diverged. Consumed by the light, Stin whispers a final, heartbreaking apology. Lars clutches his chest, the immense power leaving him. King Goldo, surveying the carnage, wearily asks if it is finally over. His advisor notes that Wright's magic tools are simply beyond comprehension. Rilla shields her eyes, her thoughts filled with worry for Wright. Goldo spots the princess and her companions emerging from the rubble. A panicked voice screams a warning, telling Rilla to look behind her. Rilla's eyes widen in shock as a syringe pierces her shoulder. Knight, still burning with power, can only watch in stunned silence. The tiny familiar, Maki-chan, holds the now empty life-saving syringe. Goldo stares in disbelief at Knight, who is somehow still standing. The last vestiges of divine power burn away from Knight's exhausted body. Rilla looks down, confused, as her father and Knight cry out her name. The men are utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. A comical flashback reveals Rilla had accidentally crushed the familiar in her sleep. Maki-chan, now a high-tech medic, deploys its emergency equipment. The tiny familiar holds up a sign, telling them not to underestimate it. It fires a capsule from a canister labeled with a skull. The capsule bursts, releasing a cloud of life-saving nanites. A second familiar stands ready amidst the chaos. A third, smaller familiar pulls a pin, preparing another device. The second familiar is comically doused with a flower-shaped spray. The medical team of familiars gives a synchronized thumbs up. A ghostly image of the curse is overwhelmed by their combined efforts. Goldo and Knight cry out to the princess, their voices filled with relief. Rilla assures them she is fine, thanks to Maki-chan's internal item box. Goldo looks to Knight, wondering about the state of his body. Knight looks down at his hand, the last of the power fading. The magic weapon Wright gave him shatters into dust. The flames die, leaving Knight shirtless, exhausted but alive. He looks at the weapon's hilt, realizing its time is up. He offers a grudging thanks to Wright, who appears as a shadow behind him. Knight becomes flustered, while Wright's analytical eyes watch him. He shouts that he doesn't acknowledge Wright, telling everyone to hurry up. King Goldo watches his hot-headed Knight with a weary sigh. He curses Satorx for twisting his own people into such monsters. He orders his party to move before the chaos attracts a crowd. Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of light erupts from the distant royal palace. Knight wonders if that light is Wright's doing. Rilla, clutching her familiar, whispers Wright's name with deep concern. The scene splits, showing Satorx and Wright locked in a long-distance duel. A flashback begins, showing the palace erupting in a massive explosion. Wright's army of familiars burrow deep beneath the palace walls. They race through the underground tunnels, a silent, furry tide of infiltration. From his hidden command center, Wright orchestrated the grand assault. A fleet of his mechanical birds soared towards the palace. Their missiles rained down, shattering the castle's magical defenses. Satorx, arrogant and unconcerned, raised a hand to defend himself. He unleashed a volley of dark energy bolts from his fingertips. A single bolt found its mark, striking one of Wright's drones. The drone exploded in a shower of sparks and metal. Satorx taunted his unseen foe, demanding they show their face. He unleashed his mana chase spell, a swarm of homing projectiles. Wright, watching from afar, deemed it too early for a direct confrontation. The homing bolts effortlessly destroyed another of his drones. Sadork stood within his barrier, dismissing Rait's struggles as useless. He proclaimed his holy mission to fulfill the wish of Masur Azuel. Ret's remaining drones pressed their relentless, probing attack. Another drone was blasted from the sky by Sator's magic. Right confirmed the enemy god's true name was Masur Azuel, not Rurith Mars. The assassin's eyes narrowed, his final strategy clicking into place. Sadorx sat calmly, confident in his inevitable victory. He sensed the massive composite spell his followers had unleashed. He knew its power was enough to finally kill the king. With the king dead, he thought, the next step could begin. He would offer the entire country as a sacrifice to his god. He smirked, certain that this grand gesture would please Masur Azul. Suddenly, a strange feeling made him cry out in alarm. A hole ripped open in the sky, and his followers' magic vanished. He wondered what happened, as Wright watched his confusion on a monitor. Wright, seeing his opening, knew the time to strike was now. Satorx was suddenly slammed by an unseen, overwhelming force. He found himself trapped within an intricate, inescapable magical seal. A colossal, shadowy power loomed over his crumbling throne room. He cursed his opponent, calling him an unteachable fool. He realized with dawning horror that all his efforts were useless. A strange, grid-like pattern overlaid his vision. He stared at his hand in terror, recognizing the signs of a soul ritual. Wright revealed his ultimate trump card, an evil magic to kill any mage. He unleashed the spirit soul destruction, a spell of absolute finality. Satorx grits his teeth, spitting blood while enduring an unseen, agonizing assault. He offers his very body to his god, Masur Azuel, for divine protection. His thoughts reveal a forbidden and terrifying magic that destroys the soul itself. This soul-crushing magic is unstoppable, as no defense for it even exists. He begs his dark god for a moment's protection as his reward. With a final, desperate roar, he tells his unseen foe to take this. A colossal beam of darkness, the spirit-soul destruction, descends from the heavens. The pillar of pure annihilation strikes the palace tower under the pouring rain. The palace walls crumble to dust under the force of the devastating attack. Satorx pants heavily, having somehow survived the impossible direct hit. A spectral wolf looms over him as he vows his foe will not underestimate him. His body is wreathed in dark, crackling energy as his true power surges. Wright finally understands the meaning of the chant and this strange, borrowed power. Satorx sacrificed his own arms and eyes for this divine, soul-protecting ritual. Wright recognizes this as a terrifying form of magic that never existed in VLO. A massive ring of dark power forms in the sky above the kingdom. The energy gathers and swells, forming a mountain of pure, malevolent power. It coalesces into a monstrous, tree-like structure of shadow and malice. Wright stares, shocked by the sheer scale of this new divine magic. The terrifying, shadowy face of the evil god Masur Azul finally appears. A chilling voice echoes across the plains, declaring that it has found him. Miles away, the royal party flees through the rain-soaked city streets. Night leads the desperate escape, urging the king and princess to hurry. King Goldo curses Satorx for placing ambush troops even in this location. They are pursued by a horde of citizens, their minds enslaved by evil. Goldo tells a panting Rila not to look back, to just keep running. Their desperate flight is halted as they reach a dead end at a cliff. The royal guards turn, preparing to make a desperate and final stand. The cursed horde of citizens swarms towards them, a seemingly unstoppable tide. Rayla looks on in terror, believing this to be their final, tragic moment. Suddenly, the entire crowd stops, their frenzied advance halted by confusion. A single unified command to gather echoes eerily from the horde. The citizens' bodies dissolve into light, their life force pulled into the sky. The royal guards can only watch, stunned by this bizarre turn of events. King Goldo feels as if something vital has been extracted from them all. Lars confirms the mental control is broken, but Rayla senses something more. Goldo realizes Satorx has distributed his power among all the citizens. He fears the worst, unable to be certain of what will happen next. Lars looks up at the sky, asking what the massive gathering of energy is. Goldo can only guess at the terrible looming truth of Satorx's final act. A colossal, monstrous form takes shape in the stormy sky above the city. Goldo realizes Satorx's own mana is amplifying the creature's immense power. From a clifftop, Wright observes that its scale is beyond mere magic. He recognizes this as the domain of a god, a true and divine threat. The massive golem, formed from stolen souls, roars its terrible power. Its voice screams a single terrifying command to the world: "Destroy!" The divine monster charges forward, intent on the complete annihilation of the city. Wright analyzes the threat, a dense mass of pure, unstoppable killing intent. He knows he cannot dodge or block it. His only option is to kill it. His mind calculates every variable: distance, speed, remaining mana, and time. His eyes narrow with absolute focus. He has only 1 minute to act. "All right," he shouts, a timer appearing as he prepares his countermeasure. He deploys his ultimate production items from his extra-dimensional storage. A complex magical circle glows on the ground, ready for its activation. He slams his fist down, activating the complex and powerful magical machinery. The golem senses the danger, knowing this foe threatens its dark master. As the timer hits 50 seconds, massive structures rise from the ground. The 3-ape puppet soldiers, his creations, are summoned to the battlefield. The dark golem stomps forward, undeterred by the arrival of new foes. It screams its devotion to the heavens, declaring glory to Masura Zuel. Wright's puppets meet its charge head-on, their fists wreathed in holy fire. With 20 seconds left, Wright roars for the monstrous entity to disappear. The dark golem's power is immense, overwhelming one of the brave puppets. It screams in rage, demanding its foes be exposed to a horrible death. With 15 seconds remaining, Wright prepares his final, decisive move. The puppets are battered and broken, but they heroically continue to fight. At 9 seconds, a puppet unleashes a massive, self-destructing blast. The puppet's arms shatter as it gives its all in the final attack. The explosion engulfs the dark golem's core with only 4 seconds left. The golem stumbles back, wounded and reeling from the sacrificial blast. At 2 seconds, Wright stands alone before the wounded, monstrous god. The timer counts down the final second as Wright's display locks on. A flash of brilliant light marks the end of the climactic countdown. Wright stands with arms raised as a wave of pure purification erupts. The cleansing light washes over the entire battlefield, erasing all chaos. The forest and castle are restored, the damage undone by powerful magic. In the aftermath, only shattered stones remain where Satorx finally fell. Satorx's body's reflection fades from a puddle in the cleansing rain. A single ornate needle lies amidst the rubble, glinting faintly. The needle hums with a faint power, a remnant of a fallen god. One of Wright's familiars, hidden nearby, chirps to confirm the kill. In a void of pure thought, Wright sheathes his dagger. His mission is complete. The familiar in Rila's hands pings, establishing a communication link. Wright's calm voice asks if the royal party is safe and unharmed. Rila joyfully confirms the target is dead and the mission is a success. The party erupts in celebration as Goldo vows he will repay this debt. Wright asks if he can now leave the rest of the cleanup to them. Goldo agrees, saying the flashy display makes it easier for him to act. Wright tells him to get in touch once the situation has finally calmed down. He deactivates the communication link with a soft, final click. He reflects that it has only been 6 days since his arrival here. A schematic reveals his true weapon, a needle with an incurable poison. He admits the flashy attacks were a distraction for his true secret weapon. He looks at his hand, a soft light glowing on his powerful ring. He recalls his earlier taunt to Satorx about strengthening his magic. He declares that even a 1,000-fold enhancement is not enough to reach him. He looks over the kingdom he saved, his first major mission complete. He thinks back to the first assassination target he encountered in this world. A young girl is embraced by her mother, his first target now safe. He acknowledges that the magic user Satorx was, in fact, ridiculously strong. Her eyes widened with pure wonder as she held the tiny mechanical familiar. He recalled Satorx, a magic user unlike any foe he had ever faced in VLO. The small familiar sat in his palm, a silent witness to the brutal, desperate fight. He remembered the critical moment, the final gambit that had decided the battle's outcome. Had his foe dodged that final poison needle, Wright knew he would have been killed. Yet he smiled, realizing that without the goddess Mises, he'd never had such fun. He felt a strange gratitude for being sent to this fascinating and dangerous new world. Several days later, the time for his official summons from the kingdom had finally arrived. The young knight Lars awaited him, his expression a mask of grim determination. Wright met his gaze, his own eyes revealing nothing of the thoughts hidden within. A royal messenger informed him that his reward would be formally given at the palace. Before Wright could depart, Lars stopped him, stating that his next words were his own. The proud knight bowed deeply, apologizing for his past rudeness and offering his thanks. Wright was momentarily taken aback by the sudden and profound display of humility. Lars straightened up, his royal insignia glinting, his personal duty now fulfilled. As the knight prepared to return to the capital, Wright called out for him to wait. He presented Lars with a newly forged sword, which the knight drew with surprise. Wright explained he had repaired the blade, using the exact same materials as before. He added that the familiar, Maki-chan, had gathered the pieces as a gesture of thanks. Lars examined the small pouch tied to the hilt, a gesture he did not expect. Inside were the shattered fragments of his old sword, proof of Wright's incredible skill. The young knight was left speechless, his mind struggling to process the generous gift. Overwhelmed and deeply embarrassed, Lars looked away, unsure of how to properly react. He could only stammer out a flustered thank you, his composure completely shattered. Wright then presented him with 4 mattresses, a gift for having used them once. The knight's face contorted in horror at the sheer absurdity of the entire situation. Pushing the cart, Lars yelled back that he still couldn't bring himself to like him. Yet as he ran, he glanced at the pouch, a silent acknowledgement of his debt. Wright watched the knight disappear down the path, a rare, knowing smile on his face. He then turned to his workshop, his mind already focused on his true ultimate mission. His destination was the royal palace, the heart of the Mises kingdom's power. Inside, a servant informed him that His Majesty the King would see him shortly. Wright was slightly annoyed, as he had only come for an appointment with the king. He waited for his audience, looking out a high window at the city spread below. He mused that the view of the kingdom was quite different from inside the palace. His eyes fell upon the site of his recent mission, now a field of ruins. He stared at the devastation, a silent monument to his destructive power and success. He entered the meeting room, noting the fine furniture, though the craftsmanship was crude. King Goldo Mises stood to greet him, his imposing presence filling the private chamber. The king was flanked by his personal guard, their expressions stern and ever watchful. Wright casually asked if it was all right that he had arrived without any prior notice. King Goldo was silent for a moment, his gaze analytical and impossibly piercing. The king's eyes narrowed slightly, weighing the man who had saved his entire kingdom. He then dismissed his entire retinue, ordering them to leave so he could speak alone. The guards were shocked, protesting that such a breach of protocol was too risky. But they obeyed, understanding that if Goldo-sama commanded it, they had no choice. The heavy doors slammed shut, leaving the 2 most powerful men in the kingdom alone. The king then gestured, activating a magical device that stood on a nearby pedestal. Wright recognized the spell immediately. It was soundproofing magic, ensuring their privacy. Goldo explained it would be troublesome if his guards heard Wright's informal speech. Wright listened patiently, understanding the political necessity of the king's actions. The king declared that not searching Wright was a true and profound sign of trust. With the preamble over, Goldo moved on to the matter of Wright's official compensation. The contract was displayed: assassinate Satorks for land, secrecy, and a cooperative relationship. First, the king began, "Let's discuss the matter of the land you are now owed." He presented a deed, explaining a prime estate with a mansion had just become available. Wright noted the details: a huge property on the main street with 13 rooms. He pointed to the portrait of the former owner, asking who had disposed of him. Goldo explained it was Baron Golaf, a traitor who had lavishly funded Satorks' coup. The Baron was too wealthy, but his greed, amplified by magic, went completely unnoticed. Wright noted that the king had been thorough in rooting out Satorks' many collaborators. He suspected, however, that there might still be other masterminds lurking in the shadows. The king told Wright to be thorough and demolish the traitor's house completely. Goldo was surprised, asking if Wright truly had no need for the existing building. Wright dismissed the mansion, stating it was not to his taste or suited for a workshop. He then slammed his fist on the table, declaring there was a point in destroying it. The king understood immediately. The destruction was meant to be a public example. It would be a powerful message to any other potential traitors among the nobility. The symbol of corruption would be wiped from the face of the newly restored capital. Wright affirmed that this was precisely his intention in destroying the lavish estate. A small familiar on Wright's shoulder chirped in agreement with its master's ruthless plan. The king roared with laughter, delighted by Wright's pragmatism, and agreed to the orders. Goldo offered to arrange for architects and cover all costs, as he was indebted. Wright refused, stating he would build it himself and only needed wood, iron, and stone. The king was skeptical, noting that it was a very large plot of land to build on. But he then remembered the impossible house Wright had built alone in the forest. Sighing, he agreed to provide as much high-quality material as he could procure. Wright mentally checked off his first reward: new land for his future workshop. Goldo then moved on to the next item, the matter of their cooperative relationship. He confirmed if Wright still wished to form an equal partnership with the Mises nation. He then made a surprising counter-proposal: an equal relationship not with the kingdom, but with him. Rhett clarified if he meant an alliance with King Goldo, and the king confirmed it. The king explained that a formal treaty with a nation would be a diplomatic headache. Ultimately, any deal with the kingdom would come through him, making direct talks easier. Wright, however, noted one problem. What if the king was replaced in a coup? The king was surprised, asking what problem there would be as long as he lived. Wright gave the king an unimpressed look, his silence speaking volumes of his doubt. Goldo insisted he took care of his health, though his habits suggested otherwise. Wright then reminded him of the recent attempt on his life via teleportation magic. The king's expression turned serious, revealing his true motive for their personal pact. Wright sipped his tea, realizing he was being asked to be the king's personal guardian. He agreed, but stated the palace security was a joke and needed a complete overhaul. The king sighed, admitting he had been expecting Wright to say exactly that. He decided to put Princess Rurumia in charge of the palace reforms, as he had other matters. With the terms now set, Wright extended his hand to seal their new agreement. The king accepted, entrusting his safety and the kingdom's future to the assassin. They shook hands, forging a new, powerful alliance between the king and the assassin. With their business concluded, Goldo revealed he had one more request for him. Later, Wright walked through the palace halls, now accompanied by the imposing Knight. Knight explained that the princess was struggling with her new duties and needed help. Wright asks what has happened, but the flustered Knight tells him to ask the princess. King Goldo appears, playfully asking if they have finished their lunch yet. Knight proudly reveals his new acquisition, a delicious, steaming hot meat bun. He explains it is a shame there is not more, but includes a portion for Maki-chan. A quiet moment of transition passes within the grand halls of the royal palace. Wright approaches the princess's chambers, where two stoic guards stand sentinel at the doors. Inside, a startled Princess Rila looks up from a mountain of paperwork. She panics, quickly trying to fix her hair as Wright observes from the doorway. Wright and Knight watch as the princess fusses over her appearance, caught completely off guard. Rila, overwhelmed with embarrassment, sinks down behind her desk to compose herself. Knight announces they have arrived to discuss the ongoing palace renovations. Wright notices her weary expression and asks if something troublesome has occurred. Rila explains her difficulty in persuading the nobles to approve her security plans. Wright examines her list of opponents, considering that some action might be necessary. Knight offers to accompany them to the next meeting, though Rila seems doubtful. Wright holds the plans, stating that his involvement depends entirely on the situation. In the Grand Council chamber, the kingdom's nobles gather for the pivotal meeting. Rila finishes presenting her revised plan, asking if anyone has any opinions. A hand is raised from across the long table, requesting permission to speak. The nobleman, a sharp-featured man named Rilgaman, is granted the floor. Rilgaman begins by pointing out that the revised plan seems to be Wright's work. He confirms that Wright was indeed appointed to this task by His Majesty the King. He recalls hearing that the usurper Satorx was defeated with a new security system. He then insinuates that Wright could have hidden a new threat within the walls. Rila is shocked, asking if he is accusing Wright of planning to betray them. Rilgaman coolly twists his mustache, replying that he only speaks of possibilities. He turns his pointed question to the princess, asking why she trusts a stranger. Rila states her trust is absolute, as Wright could have easily killed them long ago. A stunned Rilgaman demands to know the meaning behind her shocking words. She looks back at him, her gaze cold, and confirms she meant it literally. She declares that if Wright wished it, she and her father would already be dead. The nobleman is completely floored by the princess's chilling and absolute conviction. Wright observes the exchange, a subtle, knowing smile touching his lips. Rilgaman argues that if her story is true, Wright could easily plant listening devices. Wright reflects on Rila's trust, deciding arguments with these nobles are a waste of time. He concludes that a more forceful approach is needed to make his point. Wright calmly speaks, acknowledging that he understands all of their concerns. He concedes that in these uncertain times, trusting him must be very difficult. He then declares that actions are superior to words and asks to prove himself. Rila leans in, nervously asking Wright what he means by this demonstration. Wright announces he will prove he can assassinate them all by the next meeting. He challenges the nobles to secure their homes and await his assassination attempt. The council erupts in a cacophony of outrage, calling his proposal blasphemous. Wright calmly holds up a hand, reassuring them that it is merely a test. A bewigged nobleman named Razel scoffs at the idea of one man succeeding. The other nobles murmur in agreement, confident in their own formidable defenses. Rilgaman glares, wondering what this upstart's true motive is for such a mad boast. He mentally lists his perfect defenses, from food tasters to locked chambers. The nobles tremble with a mixture of fear and bravado as Wright looks on. Rilgaman adjusts his monocle, accepting the challenge and telling Wright to proceed. Wright offers a slight, confident smile, thanking them for their cooperation. He bids them farewell, promising them a fun night and a reunion in the morning. The following day, a dark and oppressive gloom hangs over the council chamber. One nobleman slams his fist on the table, muttering how it could have happened. Rilgaman reveals a poisoned needle was found in his shoe, which he never removed. Another noble slumps in his chair, utterly defeated and his soul seemingly drained. He clutches his head, realizing the assassin's methods are beyond his comprehension. Razel recalls finding a hidden ledger detailing his crimes, a clear blackmail threat. Rilla approaches the panicked Razel, asking if he is unwell. Razel puts on a bizarre, multi-faced facade, insisting that everything is fine. Wright cracks his knuckles, prepared to reveal the truth behind his demonstration. One of the nobles, sweating profusely, eagerly suggests they approve the renovations. Wright presents a small, tablet-like device, its screen dark and mysterious. The noble enthusiastically agrees, declaring Wright the best assassin they could have. Wright calmly lets the device float from his hand, his point having been made. Razel is smacked on the back of his wig by another noble for his cowardice. Wright allows Rilgaman to ask him one final question about his methods. Rilgaman demands to know how Wright breached his perfect defenses and planted the note. Wright dismisses a locked room as a trivial obstacle and tells him to watch. With a snap of his fingers, he shatters a magical ward with a burst of energy. Rilgaman is startled as small, paper-like magic tools activate on his desk. Another noble watches in horror as the devices unfold from his documents. Razel is swarmed by the tiny magic tools appearing from his wig and clothes. The entire council erupts in panic, wondering what these strange magic tools are. Princess Rilla peeks under the table with a look of innocent curiosity. She sees one of Wright's hamster-like familiars planting the tiny devices. A close-up shows one of the devices unfolding, its sharp needle vibrating. Razel is surrounded by the tiny weapons, all aimed at his vital points. A massive, spiky spore bomb materializes in the room, shocking the nobles. Chibi Wright explains the devices have little power, but can still get the job done. He adds that they possess sight and hearing, which are essential for his control. Rilgaman, sweating and defeated, finally understands the truth in the princess's words. Wright asks if this demonstration is enough to finally earn their trust. The nobleman can only offer a single, quiet word of affirmation in response. The nobles agree that making an enemy of Wright would surely doom their country. Rilla looks at Wright, a new level of understanding and respect in her eyes. She calls for a vote on Wright's proposal, asking for a show of hands. Hands immediately shoot up across the council chamber in a wave of agreement. More hands join the vote, a sign of the nobles' complete and total capitulation. The proposal for the palace renovations is adopted by a unanimous vote. Wright reflects that his forceful tactics have earned him the trust to proceed. A few days after the meeting, two burly men roar with exertion. They strain under the weight of a massive, ornate cabinet, carrying it down a hall. Wright directs them to place the heavy object against the wall in the throne room. The cabinet is set down with a heavy thud, its mysterious contents shifting inside. Wright consults his notes, confirming that the placement is good enough for his plan. One of the movers asks King Goldo what is inside the impossibly heavy cabinet. Wright explains it is a counter-assassination tool that can kill 5,000 people. The movers are utterly shocked by the cabinet's terrifying and immense killing power. Wright stands on a balcony, observing the nearly completed palace renovations below. Wright watches intently as Princess Rilla inspects his latest handiwork. Rilla curiously examines the new security cabinet, wondering what it could be. Wright tells the guards it won't open, as Rilla recalls seeing a similar cabinet. An official asks if her meeting is done. She laments the mountain of paperwork. Rilla explains to the official that she came to see the construction site. She is stunned that the renovations are already finished, which Wright calmly confirms. Wright explains the massive internal overhaul, leaving the guards completely baffled by his methods. He consults his slate, noting there's still room for upgrades, to Rilla's shock. Rilla remembers the royal architect Carl, guaranteeing the project would take at least a year. Knight supports the fainting architect, recalling Carl's claim Wright would need a week. Wright thinks to himself that only the final cleanup and adjustments are left. He offers to explain the new systems to Princess Rurumia for her final approval. He demonstrates a powerful, fire-breathing mechanical dragon head to the astonished guards. Next, he showcases a poison gas system, forcing the guards to don masks. He explains a system that randomizes guard patrols to prevent infiltration. Rilla follows his detailed briefing on a clipboard, her expression one of deep concentration. A panoramic view shows the Grand Palace set against a vast, mountainous landscape. Wright, looking slightly weary, concludes that the main defense system is now complete. Exhausted from her duties, Princess Rila has fallen asleep against a cool stone pillar. Right approaches, thinking her palace work must have left her completely drained. Gently touching her shoulder, he warns that she might catch a cold sleeping there. Rilla's eyes flutter open, startled from her light slumber by his touch. She apologizes for dozing off, but Rate tells her she should rest soon. He insists that it is truly fine, but that her rest is important. Wright bids her farewell and turns to leave the corridor. Rilla's hand suddenly darts out, grabbing his cloak as she tells him to wait. Losing her balance, she stumbles forward, pulling him back with her. Her face is a mask of determination as she looks up at him. In her opulent chambers, she tells Wright, now seated on her bed, that they must talk. A button-eyed teddy bear sits silently on the bed beside the assassin. Wright waits with a calm, neutral expression for the princess to explain herself. The camera pans over her vanity, showing perfumes, cosmetics, and a silver brush. With a decisive click, Rila locks the heavy wooden door to her room. She turns back to Wright, her expression serious, and asks for his thoughts. Clutching her chest, she intensely asks if he can feel anything strange. Wright, utterly confused by her question, asks what she is talking about. A single tear traces a path down her cheek as she looks on in anguish. In a sudden, desperate movement, she throws herself forward, pushing him backward. They tumble onto the bed, Rila landing on top of a stunned Wright. Leaning close, her eyes glistening, she asks if he feels anything now. Wright can only stare up at her, his mind completely blank with surprise. A nearby clock ticks loudly, marking the seconds in the charged silence. Rilla's heavy breathing is audible as she leans over his still form. Her heart pounds rapidly, the frantic rhythm felt through their clothes. The sound of her thumping heart fills the room as she holds her breath. The powerful, audible beat of her heart continues against his chest. A bead of sweat drips from her chin onto the bow of her collar. The drop of sweat falls onto the pristine bedsheet, creating a tiny ripple. Wright's hand begins to glow as he prepares a diagnostic magic spell. His sharp, analytical eyes focus as he prepares to assess the situation. He gently places his gloved hand on her shoulder to apply the spell. Rilla looks down as a wave of soothing, magical energy flows into her. The spell dissipates with a soft hiss, its work complete in an instant. She touches her neck, a look of profound confusion on her face. Her eyes snap wide open as a shocking realization dawns on her. She exclaims that the neck pain she's had all morning is completely gone. Wright explains he used a muscle relaxant, but she should avoid strenuous activity. He says this misunderstanding could have been avoided if he just asked to check the bed. Rilla, her face flushing a deep red, stammers, asking what misunderstanding he means. A chibi version of the princess sweats, mortified by her own forward actions. She wonders if he saw her ruined mattress when he came into her room. Wright recalls observing her symptoms for days, the stiffness, fatigue, and sharp gaze. He looks down at the bed, his expression now serious and focused. He reveals the cause of her ailment, holding up a small, flattened object. Rilla recognizes the crushed form of his familiar, crying out its name, Maki-chan? Wright explains he wondered why the familiar he'd given her had lost contact. He likens her to the princess on the pea, as only he could feel the familiar's magic. Rilla tearfully asks if Maki-chan will be okay. Wright assures her it's an easy fix. With a soft glow, Wright begins channeling restorative magic into the familiar. In a puff of magical energy, Maki-chan pops back into its original fluffy shape. Rilla is overjoyed, but the restored familiar looks around in a daze. The princess waves happily at the small, confused creature in Wright's hand. A close-up reveals the familiar's blank expression and antenna-like sensor. Rilla asks what's wrong, but the familiar doesn't seem to recognize her. Wright states the familiar's memory is corrupted and he must check its recordings. He activates the familiar, which projects a hologram of Rilla's bedroom, shocking her. Wright says this will show what happened the night he lost contact. The projection shows Rilla bursting into her room, excited to see her new mattress. A diagram shows Rilla's happy and surprised emotions, while the familiar sleeps. In a moment of pure glee, Rilla takes a massive leap onto the bed. The familiar, Maki-chan, is shown completely flattened by the princess's landing. The recording continues, showing Rilla blissfully sleeping, rolling over her tiny guardian. She stretches happily in her sleep, completely unaware of the familiar beneath her. She curls up contentedly, still resting on the poor, crushed familiar. With a blissful smile, she hugs her pillow, lost in a peaceful slumber. Mortified, Rilla apologizes profusely, saying she never knew Maki-chan was there. A sudden panicked thought strikes the princess as she realizes the implications. She rushes to her door, desperate to lock it before Wright sees anything else. Her hand fumbles with the key, locking the door with a loud click. She declares victory, but Wright dryly wonders if she is always so careless. Her attendant, witnessing the scene, is dizzy with secondhand embarrassment. She tries to shield Wright's eyes, screaming that he can't look anymore. In her frantic state, the attendant trips and comically rolls across the floor. The attendant crashes into the wall with a loud thud, dazed. Distracted by the chaos, Rila trips over her own feet and falls backward. Wright moves instantly, catching her just before she hits the ground. Rila looks up into his eyes, her own sparkling with a newfound emotion. Her expression softens, a gentle blush spreading across her cheeks. She continues to gaze up at him, her lips slightly parted in wonder. The princess closes her eyes, a soft, contented smile on her face. Princess Rila blinks in flustered confusion, her cheeks blushing as she softly asks, "Yes?" The scene transitions, a brief moment of stark black and white. Wright takes her hand, asking her to be his guide through the city. Rila looks up at him, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and hope. She lowers her gaze, a thoughtful and slightly melancholy expression crossing her face. She thanks Wright for the invitation, admitting that the offer makes her very happy. She explains that her father's work keeps her confined to the palace. Wright gently places a gloved hand on her head, beginning to offer a solution. He tells her not to worry. If she wishes it, not even the king can stop him. Rila looks up, her eyes sparkling, completely captivated by his confident words. He promises to meet her in the palace garden the next morning, and she agrees. With a touch, his finger traces a glowing pattern, magically sealing her door. He bids her farewell until tomorrow, leaving her to watch him go. Rila whispers his words back, "See you tomorrow," her face flushed with emotion. She is left in a state of giddy excitement, her hands fluttering to her face. On her bed, the tiny, familiar Maki-chan looks up at her with adoring eyes. Overcome with embarrassment, Rila dives face first into her pillow in a comical display. From a high palace tower, the familiar lets out a tearful wail into the night. Far away, a moonlit cavern serves as a graveyard for 1,000 broken swords. A gloved hand lets fall shattered crystals, a voice chiding Satorx for his arrogance. The silhouette of Satorx sits on a throne of steel, lamenting his meaningless death. He reflects that his opponent, who saw through his final attack, is a formidable foe. He clenches his fist in rage, desperate to know who his enemy is and fight them. He calms himself, deciding against such a reckless course of action for the moment. He recalls his opponent's secret technique, a gruesome end he does not wish for himself. He screams in frustration at not being able to fight such a worthy adversary. A dark, determined look crosses his shadowy face as he considers his next move. He accepts his fate for now, certain that their paths will cross again in the future. Wright, in his infiltration gear, holds a small device, his eyes sharp, asking, "What is it?" In the cavern, glowing magical chains materialize, binding the countless broken swords. He declares that they possess something that can never be lost. He vows that he, the demon swordsman Lias, will kill his insignificant foe. The next day, the scene shifts to the bustling, sunlit streets of the capital city. Rila, with a tiny familiar on her head, joyfully points out Misa's castle in the distance. She leaps into the air with pure glee, ecstatic to finally be outside the palace. She stops suddenly, her eyes wide as if she has just remembered something important. She takes a few tentative, slightly sheepish steps forward. She glances back at Wright over her shoulder with a shy, playful look. She skips ahead happily as the stoic Wright follows her down the path. Rila leans in close, curiously asking what trick he used to get her father's permission. Wright explains that for today, he is her royal guard, the knight Wright. Rila becomes flustered, apologizing for her informal address. "Sorry, Wright." She gestures awkwardly, trying to correct herself and speak more formally. She finally manages to add the respectful suffix, "san," her hands clasped nervously. She asks again why her father would grant her permission to go out. Her imagination comically depicts Wright fighting her father for her hand in marriage. Wright's simple explanation of a quarrel shatters her fantasy. She whispers, "A lie." She puffs her cheeks in a cute, pouty expression, annoyed at his teasing. She stomps ahead playfully as they continue their walk towards the city proper. As they enter the city streets, a figure in the crowd notices them. A friendly baker, Mira, recognizes the princess with a joyful cry of her name. Mira happily ruffles Rila's hair, glad to see her looking so well again. Other townspeople recall seeing the princess when she was just a small child. A crowd gathers, some in disbelief that it is truly Princess Rurumia among them. The people press in, anxiously asking about the palace and the kingdom's future. Mira swiftly whacks a concerned citizen on the head with a fresh baguette. She tells the men to calm down and stop frightening the princess. Mira tells the newcomer Right to protect the princess from the chaotic world. Rila steps onto a crate, preparing to address the assembled and worried crowd. She explains that the kingdom has overcome the recent crisis and peace is restored. With a bright, reassuring smile, she tells them they no longer have to worry. The crowd is overcome with emotion, many moved to tears of relief by her words. One man still worries, wondering if it's too dangerous for her with only one guard. King Goldo's voice booms, stating he'd never let her out if it wasn't perfectly safe. The crowd cheers, and Rate reflects on the king's masterful political theater. He notes the strategy is working perfectly, cementing Rila's kind and gentle image. Rela looks with wonder at a large dark fruit offered by a child. She excitedly calls for Right to come and see what she's been given. She holds up the fruit, which has a cute face carved on it, exclaiming how big it is. Rate recognizes this simple act as a politically meaningful and calculated performance. Rilla takes a bite, savoring the sweet taste, having gotten the king's permission. Elsewhere, King Goldo frets over his daughter, worried she'll never want to be independent. A montage shows Rate and Rila enjoying their day exploring the city together. The faces of the townspeople are shown, their expressions now calm and hopeful. Another montage shows them shopping, with Rate holding a potion marked with a skull. They arrive before a grand, columned building, which Rate identifies as the Mises Church. Rilla asks why he wanted to come here. He replies that it's a long story. Rhett stands on a balcony, looking down at the city from a high vantage point. He reflects that the capital's church is much more plain than he had expected. His face is cast in shadow as he begins to explain the true situation. He recalls King Goldo asking him to accept a new assassination request. The king had asked him if he was familiar with a nobleman named Duke Grazil. Rate had heard the name and asked if the duke was part of the royal family. The king explained that Grazil was the one who sent the sorcerer Saturx to the palace. He believed there was a mastermind behind Satorx, who was Prince Kosis's guard. Wright confirms his understanding that Duke Grazil is the suspected mastermind. He then asks the king if he has any evidence to support this grave suspicion. The king's eyes narrow, his expression becoming grim and utterly determined. He states his conviction that the Duke is the culprit and asks if Wright will take the job. Rhett's eye is shown in a sharp close-up, his expression cold and unreadable. Wright explains that the client's morality, whether just or evil, is irrelevant to him. He holds a delicate leaf, musing on the Duke's potential motivations for his actions. He sets the leaf ablaze, wondering if arson after the kill would be a clear message. The flaming leaf burns away, the king's determined face visible in the background. Wright states that while he is indifferent to good or evil, Mises is important to him. He crushes the flame, thinking he must confirm the truth for himself. He asks if the king wants to confirm Grazil's guilt. The king asks if it is possible. Wright states that finding evidence during an assassination is a simple enough task. He smirks, suggesting that finding evidence was the real reason for the request. The final panel is a close-up of his confident, knowing smirk. With a hearty laugh, King Goldo Mises strides forward, declaring he knew he couldn't hide things from Wright. He tasks Wright with finding a dangerous item, so illicit that mere possession warrants death. A vision of a divine flaming scepter appears as Goldo names the target of the search. Wright repeats the name National Guardian Staff, clearly having never heard of it before. Goldo confirms with a grave expression that this is indeed the artifact he seeks. The king pauses, a brief moment of confusion passing over his face as he considers Wright's knowledge. He realizes Wright wouldn't know of the incident, recalling that he lived isolated in the mountains. Goldo recounts a dark chapter in history. The staff was stolen, and 8 priests were mysteriously murdered. Wright connects the dots, realizing the poison specialist Grazil family are the prime suspects. Cutting to the heart of the matter, Wright asks what effect the holy relic has. The king reveals its staggering power, a 20% ability boost for every citizen in the kingdom. Wright is visibly shocked, unable to comprehend a power that can affect an entire nation. He remembers that even the rarest artifacts in his old world, VLO, were far more limited. Compared to VLO's minor buffs, a nationwide 20% boost is a reality-breaking power. Wright asks if such effects are normal, but Goldo quickly confirms that they are not. The king explains that among all holy relics, the staff is the most powerful in existence. Goldo theorizes that the usurper Satorx only made his move because he feared the staff's power. "I see," Wright says, the disparate pieces of the conspiracy beginning to form a clear picture. Wright acknowledges that with this new context, Satorx's cautious actions now make perfect sense. The king concludes that the staff's theft was no mere coincidence, but a part of the larger plot. Wright realizes the truth must lie with Duke Grazil, the mastermind behind the Church of Mises' loss. "Leave it to me," Wright says, accepting the mission, which surprises the king with its swiftness. Wright confirms his interest, stating that Duke Grazil and the staff are certainly worth investigating. The investigation begins as Wright and Princess Rila walk through the Grand Mises Church. Rila gestures to a large veiled monument, identifying it as a statue of the goddess Mises. The statue is revealed as a beautiful, serene woman whose presence Rila says is calming. Wright's gaze drifts from the statue's form to a specific detail. He recognizes the ornate object in the statue's hand as a replica of the stolen staff. Princess Rila calls out his name, pulling him from his thoughts. Seeing others in prayer, she suggests that Wright should try offering one as well. Deciding to follow the local custom, Wright kneels beside Rila to pray. He clasps his hands, closes his eyes, and attempts to connect with the divine. A voice suddenly rings in his mind, exclaiming that a connection has finally been established. From a bizarre throne of scrap electronics, Goddess Mises thanks him for defeating Satorx. Wright is stunned, realizing the voice is his client, the goddess Mises. He deduces that praying within her church is the key to communicating with her. The goddess appears in a more elegant, ethereal form. She chides Wright, asking why he didn't tell her about Satorx so she could have helped. She claims she intended to support him, not abandon him in a monster-infested forest. The goddess's form seems to weep, dissolving into a shower of pathetic raindrops. As a tiny, helpless figure, she begs Wright not to abandon her mission. Wright is swayed by a mental image of a box of sad, abandoned puppies. He agrees to continue, admitting that she did send him to an interesting world. The imaginary puppies erupt in joyous celebration at his decision. Wright's expression is one of complete and utter exhaustion. He asks if their communication link is unstable. The goddess apologizes, explaining her lack of power is due to a lack of faith from believers. Wright decides to press on with his questions before the connection fails completely. He asks her to confirm that the staff is hidden in Duke Grazil's mansion. The goddess explodes in rage, confirming Grazil is the thief and demanding he be punished. A single bead of nervous sweat drips down the goddess's cheek. She explains through visions that she was once the most powerful god, creating the staff at her peak. She believes the staff's power is the only reason she survived Masura Zuel's godly purge. A chibi version of Wright prepares to cut through her long-winded explanation. He bluntly asks if the world was conquered while she was preoccupied with her craft project. Wright fumes, thinking that, as a powerful goddess, she had better options than simply making a staff. He understands that to restore her power, he must first retrieve the stolen staff. The communication link finally breaks, fizzling out into static. Slumping over, Wright is satisfied that he obtained the crucial information he needed. As they leave the church, a family of worshippers waves a friendly goodbye. The sun sets as Wright and Rila walk through the city streets. Wright's gaze is fixed ahead, his expression serious and thoughtful. Princess Rila glances over at him, a soft and curious smile on her face. She asks what he was praying about, guessing he was consulting the goddess for a solution. A light bulb appears over Rila's head as she comes to a sudden conclusion. She playfully bumps him with her hip, accusing him of making fun of her again. Rila's playful demeanor gives way to a look of sincere seriousness. A small, genuine smile graces her lips. She tells him that she understands him now. Rila declares with confidence that he helps them simply because he is a kind person. Wright's gloved fist clenches, a wisp of smoke-like energy escaping his grip. He tells the princess that an assassin is not a good person, he is merely doing his job. His stark words leave Rila completely speechless. As he walks away, his declaration hangs in the air between them. He stands on a precipice overlooking the city, his purpose reaffirmed. The determined face of the princess is reflected in his sharp, analytical eyes. Wright turns and offers Rila a dark round fruit. Rila accepts it with a beaming smile, thanking him for helping her relax. She walks ahead of him down the path, her mood lightened. Rila's eyes, seen in profile, hold a new depth and wisdom. She confesses that before the recent crisis, she never considered that this peaceful life could end. She now understands the sheer scale of the enemy they must fight to protect their kingdom. She pauses, gathering her thoughts for a final, powerful declaration. To protect the people, she says a hero is needed, and it doesn't matter if they are a villain. Wright looks up toward the sky, his face unreadable as he absorbs her profound words. A vision of a massive, monstrous eye seems to watch over the oblivious princess. Rila flushes with embarrassment, panicking over what she just said and hoping Wright doesn't think her strange. She takes a large bite of the fruit Wright gave her. Her eyes widen with surprise, noting that the fruit was not as sweet as she had expected. Rate tells the princess that should she have any requests, he will keep a priority slot open for her. Rilla's eyes sparkle with pure delight, her heart soaring at his offer. As they depart, she daydreams about her new priority status, only for Wright to add there's no discount. A covered wagon rumbles past a crossed-out sign, marking the border of the former Guelph barony. Inside, the exhausted figures of Knight and Lars steer the horses. Princess Rilla peeks out from the back, amazed to see a bustling marketplace for the first time. Knight frantically orders the princess to hide her face, his voice echoing from the wagon. Rilla apologizes, worrying about the danger if her presence were to be discovered. Lars asks if she only just met Wright, but she corrects him, saying it's been a week. Knight promises to return after the delivery, and Rilla gives a cheerful, chibi-faced reply. Knight glances back, completely bewildered by the princess's unusually happy demeanor. Beneath a starry sky, a grand mansion rests in a valley as a carriage approaches. A new sign hangs on the estate wall, marking it as Wright's Alchemy Workshop. Princess Rilla peeks out of the carriage, asking if this is Wright's new workshop. Rilla is amazed it was built in a week. Goldo reveals it was an empty lot days ago. King Goldo reads the sign, noting the facility's multiple functions for crafting. Inside the vast courtyard, Goldo observes warehouses for materials and finished products. The royal architect panics at the impossible scale of the construction. Suddenly, Princess Rilla gasps, her attention caught by an unexpected arrival. A fluffy, chinchilla-like creature introduces itself as support type Nezumi magic tool number 9. Rilla is momentarily startled, but Lars calmly explains it's another of Wright's magic tools. The tiny majordomo briefs them, but Rilla is completely captivated by its cuteness. The familiar bonks the dazed princess on the head with a sign, shocking her. Elsewhere in the kingdom, a city street bustles with the activity of its citizens. In a new disguise, Raid is told that the necessary intel on Duke Grazil is ready. The royal agent confirms they have a map of the Duke's estate area. The agent explains he is ready to act but doesn't currently possess the map. He hands Raid a sealed letter, directing him to the Royal Secret Service. Raid finds this tedious, as the agent asks him not to be so distant. The agent insists his subordinates are trustworthy and could be useful for the mission. He maintains a serious, determined expression as he makes his case. Waving farewell, the agent wishes Wright success on his dangerous mission. Wright walks down a quiet alley, identifying the tea house he was sent to find. He pauses before the unassuming entrance, contemplating what lies within. His sharp, analytical eyes scan the area, assessing every detail. Deciding he might as well meet them, he reaches for the door. The door clicks open, and his sharp gaze sweeps across the interior. From a landing, he looks down into the quiet tea house where two men wait. The two agents at the bar turn and formally welcome him by name. He calmly descends the wooden stairs to meet with the waiting operatives. He takes a seat at a table as the door closes with a soft click. The two men stand and bow deeply, offering sincere apologies for past troubles. Wright cuts to the chase, asking if this meeting concerns the Satorx incident. The agents confirm his suspicion with a single affirmative word. They confess their failure to stop Satorx, leaving the aftermath in Wright's hands. Wright dismisses their apology, but they insist on helping to restore their honor. Wright clarifies he only came for the map, intending to conduct the mission alone. The agents promise to provide their maximum cooperation should Wright require it. He understands their concern about a solo mission, but insists a map is enough. The agent politely asks for the reason he insists on working by himself. Wright explains this mission requires a small team and is about intel, not just killing. The agent offers their two best men, forming a three-man team with himself. Wright considers the offer of three agents, a slight smirk on his lips. The agent waits expectantly, asking for Wright's decision on their proposal. Wright bluntly refuses, stating he has no intention of entrusting his life to them. The two agents stare back, their expressions a mixture of shock and offense. The agent offers a magic contract, but Wright clarifies that trust is not the issue. He slams his gloved hand down on the table with a powerful, echoing impact. A third hidden agent is suddenly revealed, paralyzed and sweating in shock. The other two agents look on, their faces contorted with utter horror. The bespectacled agent gasps, astounded that his subordinate's concealment was pierced. The agent asks when he was noticed. Wright replies it was before he even entered. Wright looks over his shoulder, a hint of condescension in his posture. The powerful afro-wearing agent asks Wright to guide his own combat skills. In a flash of motion, the confrontation begins and ends in an instant. The agent is left sweating, instantly defeated by Wright's superior ability. He stands frozen, knife raised, wondering why his body will not obey him. He grits his teeth in frustration, realizing his body has suddenly stopped responding. His knife slips from his nerveless grasp, clattering loudly onto the wooden floor. Reed stands calmly with his eyes closed, completely unimpressed by their skills. He calmly instructs the three stunned agents to look up toward the ceiling. The three agents glance upward, wondering if they are about to spring a trap. Wright clarifies it is not a trap and tells them simply to look. A bright light flashes from the ceiling, drawing their complete attention. A complex spider-like drone descends from the rafters with a mechanical whir. Red explains it's an assassination tool he placed upon entering the room. He casually holds up a small, spherical object between his gloved fingers. The drone on the ceiling fires a tiny, almost invisible projectile. The needle strikes the floor with a sharp thud, embedding itself in the wood. The three agents stare at the smoking projectile, stunned into silence. The goggled agent cannot believe he never noticed the device being installed. The afro-wearing agent realizes with dread what would have happened if Wright were their enemy. His partner concludes that the outcome of any fight was decided from the start. Wright asks if they understand, telling them to properly defend their own base. He extends his hand, stating that if they understand, they should give him the map. The agent lifts the tabletop, revealing a secret compartment hidden beneath it. He presents a folder detailing Grazel's plan to obtain the National Guardian staff. Wright takes the intel, as the agent stresses that this is their last chance to act. Wright says he understands and that he will handle the rest of the mission. The goggled agent calls out, asking Wright one final question before he leaves. He asks how Wright found him when his magic tool concealed even his breathing. Wright's sharp, knowing eyes hold the answer to the agent's question. Wright points to a pot on the landing, asking if it was some kind of joke. He explains the pot is actually an explosive trap meant for intruders. A magic tool, Wright explains, must have its magical power concealed as well. A trap that gives off a magical reaction outside a shop is utterly meaningless. He points to the agent's cloak, revealing he used it for his own concealment. He explains that a trap, just like an assassin, must be perfectly hidden. The agent asks about his methods, but Wright says he can tell just by looking. Wright realizes that detecting magic tools by their mana is not common in this world. Finally, Wright tosses a small, complex device to them as a homework assignment. The three agents stare at the strange, spiked magic tool in their hands. He tells them to study the device to learn. It will make them stronger. The agents question if this is wise, as Wright may not always be an ally. But they resolve that next time, they will be able to stand as his equal. Wright smiles, looking forward to the day they are strong enough to challenge him. Wright leaves the tea house, stepping out into the bright light of the city. He hopes that the next time they meet, they will have improved their skills. Back inside, the agents furiously begin to disassemble the complex magic tool. All three are fired up, determined to prove their worth and meet his expectations. The afro-wearing agent admits, however, that the magic tool is truly a mystery. An agent recalled the unsettling feeling of Wright's thread magic. He wondered if Wright was as powerful a magic user as Satorx. At Wright's new mansion, an eerie mist swirled in the night. A strange timed candle burned with a steady, unnatural flame. King Goldo told a bored Princess Rila they would leave when it burned out. Patrolling the halls, Lars wondered about the many strange candles. He noted the room was not particularly bright, despite the flames. Rila pointed out the wick was actually a thread, annoying Lars. He recalled Wright's cold warning not to touch his research subjects. Wright returned in a new outfit as Rila greeted him warmly. Lars, agitated, demanded to know what an assassin was researching. Wright calmly explained his methods required developing custom tools. Outside, Wright wondered why the king worried about the princess. Rila cheerfully announced she was delivering a reward for her father. Wright was confused, having already received the land and materials. A flashback showed Satorx's men preparing supplies for a temple. Goldo clarified this was a different reward, urging Wright to look. Wright and his familiar peered into the crate as its lid opened. It was filled with large, magnificent magic stones, glittering brightly. Goldo explained it was thanks for the extra gear Wright provided. A memory surfaced of Wright saving a fallen Lars with a potion. Wright assessed a stone, judging it useful for his new workshop. He accepted the valuable gift, knowing he would need many tools. He asked Goldo to send his thanks to the king. As Goldo announced their departure, the princess was visibly dismayed. Rila comically despaired, not wanting to return to the palace yet. She stood alone in the courtyard, surrounded by the magical lights. Her eyes were serious as she watched the strange flames flicker. Red approached her quietly as she stared into the darkness. Rila asked with concern if he had taken on another dangerous job. Wright, in chibi form, asked why she would think such a thing. Blushing, she admitted it was simply a feeling she had. Her expression became deeply serious and worried for a moment. She then smiled brightly, bidding him farewell and to take care. Red simply nodded, watching her go with a calm expression. He waved as her carriage disappeared down the dark, wooded road. He walked back to his mansion, a solitary figure in the night. Entering a vast hall, a voice asked for the final test results. A platform rose from the floor as Wright ordered the next phase. He descended into his lab, thinking of the current request. Deep below, he activated a series of glowing magical sigils. A massive, high-tech laboratory with robotic arms was revealed. A huge tank held a swirling, dark mass of organic material. Wright confirmed to himself that all necessary tools were ready. For a moment, he recalled Rila's smiling farewell wave. He asked his majordomo familiar for the material processing time. The familiar signaled one more day, which Wright acknowledged. Tipping his cap, he resolved to face Duke Grazil tomorrow night. From a cliff top, the apostle Lias observed Duke Grazil's estate. He chided the Duke for needing an escort even to the toilet. Duke Grazil screamed in panic, terrified of Satorx's killer. He nervously resolved to flee the country the very next day. He reasoned he could return later, after fulfilling his mission. Suddenly, a massive blast of energy erupted from the ground. The explosion tore a violent gash up the side of the mansion. A disheveled Grazil stumbled from the rubble, utterly bewildered. Lias calmly asked when Grazil had gained authority over him. As guards rushed forward, the Duke frantically waved them away. He held up a hand, insisting he was fine and they should retreat. He apologized profusely to Lias, blaming his fear for his outburst. Lias watched the pathetic display with cold, silent contempt. He finally sighed, dismissing the Duke's apology with a wave. Lias reminded him to be careful, as he was needed to retake the kingdom. He promised to guarantee Grazil's safety from the clever assassin. Grazil smiled weakly, sweating with pathetic relief. Lias suggested he increase his guard if he was truly that scared. The Duke worried a new assassin could be hired among them. He trusted his magic tools to make infiltration impossible. Lias listened, sarcastically agreeing his plan was perfect. He privately scoffed, knowing Satorx's defenses had been superior. Grazil's disembodied head worried about the Guardian's staff. Lias grew annoyed, asking if Grazil didn't trust his protection. A narrow panel focused on Lias's cold, piercing gaze. He thought the vault had Satorx's best magic. He'd like to see it broken. The scene rewound, moving 10 kilometers away from the estate. Wright rose from the cold sea, clad in a black infiltration suit. He crouched behind rocks, observing the distant clifftop mansion. He remarked on the grand welcome they had prepared for him. His sensors revealed a dense defense network of magical sea mines. He made a mental note to scold the intelligence division later. He handed a complex device to his familiar, ordering its delivery. He pulled on a dark, high-collared tactical coat over his suit. With a familiar on his head, he made a final check before moving in. He reviewed his dual objectives on a holographic screen. He regretted spending the day on recon, with no time for an interior check. Knowing Grazil would flee, he concluded he had to act now. At a console, he analyzed the data on the surrounding area. His tactical map showed the estate's highly defensible position. The sheer cliffs and coastal defenses made a normal assault impossible. He then checked the status of the ground patrols on his display. A small robotic frog drone clung to a branch in the forest. Its feed showed armored guards patrolling a dimly lit path. The map updated, showing a large guard force of 600 men. Wright noted the strict security, determined to avoid a direct fight. At a cave mouth, he decided to set a quick trap this time. He spotted 2 guards standing on the cliff high above him. The guards were startled by a sound coming from the mansion. Wright, watching them through his eyepiece, confirmed his suspicions. His analysis revealed a massive, powerful magic sigil over the estate. He murmured the crucial word that confirmed the king's fears. Apostles? King Goldo explains that humans blessed by a god, like Satorx, are called apostles. Sipping his tea, Goldo admits the true nature of these apostles remains a mystery. Wright wonders why Goddess Mises never mentioned such a critical piece of intelligence. Goldo speculates that creating an apostle requires a god of immense, unimaginable power. He doubts the Rurath Mars cult has such power, sensing a deeper, more dangerous secret. On a desolate cliff, Wright's holographic map locates the second apostle's powerful magic. He determines that a direct assault on the monster in its lair is impossible. A glint of inspiration appears in his eye. He has formulated an alternative plan. His wireframe map highlights a dark, ominous cave entrance in the cliffside. A familiar peeks from his coat as he discovers a secret door within the cave. He activates his magical instrument, sending a scanning pulse deep into the rock. The scan reveals Duke Grazil's hidden dock, a secret and heavily armed escape route. Knowing this door is certainly a trap, Wright decides to turn it against his foe. He plants a present for the Duke, a series of his own deadly magic tools. Wright scales the cliffs as his devices activate, preparing his assault on the mansion. The Grazil security headquarters radios out, demanding status reports from all sectors. A guard in the woods reports that Southwest Area 1 is clear of any abnormalities. A commander dismisses a strange noise, ordering his men to continue their patrols. The guard's reply is sluggish and delayed, his mind already clouded. The mustached guard repeats his report, his voice droning, "Southwest Area 1, nothing abnormal." Another guard reports Area 2 is clear, oblivious to the drone watching from above. A close-up reveals one of Wright's high-tech, goggle-wearing frog drones on a branch. The drone silently observes the two guards patrolling below, completely unaware. A tiny worm-like drone flies right over a guard's head, entirely undetected. The frog drone continues its surveillance as the guards mindlessly walk their beat. Hidden in the foliage, Wright confirms that his plan is proceeding smoothly. A diagram explains his insidious weapon. Magic fiber, experimental body 747, a neurotoxin. This poison spreads silently through the air, perfect for a stealthy infiltration. Wright notes the poison's main advantage. It keeps the guards reporting, maintaining normalcy. He activates another device, initiating the next phase of his psychological attack. A guard sees a fleeting vision of Wright in a gas mask, but quickly dismisses it. His compromised mind assures him that no such powerful enemy could possibly be there. From a branch, the frog drone watches a guard, disguised by Wright, walk below. The drone confirms its target is in position and readies a small, explosive device. Wright, in his guard disguise, holds a large, ornate bomb, ready for placement. He plants the bomb in a clearing, the final piece of his explosive puzzle. Back in his own gear, Wright prepares for the main assault on the estate. He observes the brightly lit mansion from afar, knowing the time is almost right. A flock of his mechanical bird drones takes to the sky, soaring toward the target. A drone reports that the final, innermost defense line consists of only 15 guards. These elite guards are too familiar with each other for a simple disguise to work. Wright's eyes narrow as he decides on a much more direct approach. In that case, a massive explosion suddenly rips through the mansion's pristine stone courtyard. The commander of the guard watches in stunned horror as his men are blown away. The force of the blast sends bodies tumbling like dolls across the courtyard. He sees his men's forms dissolve into motes of light, simply vanishing. "Hey, what happened?" he screams, demanding to know why his men have fallen. A dazed survivor clutches his head, unable to comprehend what just happened. The guard's eyes widen in terror as he finally spots the cause of the attack. He points to his fallen comrade, revealing a tiny, glistening arrow in his neck. The commander bellows in alarm, warning of a sniper attack from outside the perimeter. He frantically reports the attack to the security headquarters, his voice cracking. He orders an immediate search for the sniper's nest, desperate to find the attacker. He tries to raise the compromised Southwest Area 1, but is met with deafening silence. Another explosion rips a massive hole in the mansion, revealing Lars in the breach. Rhett has successfully infiltrated the mansion, disguised as the Knight Lars. He sprints through the ruined halls, following the magical pulse of the staff. A map confirms his destination is deep underground as he descends a staircase. He approaches two guards standing watch in a stone archway, their final post. One guard calls out to him, then realizes with a jolt that it's an imposter. The guard screams in alarm, trying to warn his comrades of the intruder. Rhett's familiar spits 2 needles, and the guards collapse without making another sound. The 2 guards fall limply to the stone floor, their watch permanently ended. Wright calmly steps over the unconscious bodies, moving deeper into the fortress. He enters a vast chamber, finally laying eyes on the stolen National Guardian staff. He stands before the vault, its defenses augmented by floating, enchanted swords. He identifies the formidable defense as a level 4 magic lock. He knows a simple physical key is useless against such a high-level magical ward. A schematic shows the Duke's Apostle is stationary, confident in the vault's security. Wright, however, is unconcerned, knowing he still has plenty of time to work. A diagram reveals the vault is constructed from 1-meter-thick magic metal. The true problem is the dual-layered defense, a physical lock and a magical one. To break it, he must destroy the key and dispel the magic at the exact same time. A diagram shows the 2 separate components that must be overcome, magic and physical. He visualizes the difficulty of pinpointing the lock's weak points to dispel it. The key itself is surrounded by orichalcum, a nearly indestructible mythical metal. The orichalcum hides the key's only weakness, making it immune to even transform. This is why the Duke believed his orichalcum key was absolutely trustworthy. Wright smirks, recognizing the same arrogant thinking that doomed Satorks. A shadowy version of himself muses that only a fool could create such a safe. Wright unleashes his true power, a fusion of all his master-level production skills. He invokes his ultimate technique, his hands glowing with runic power. Transform Shin. A massive drill-like key of pure, destructive energy materializes before him. He launches the key, his hand glowing with the light of a complex magical seal. The energy drill streaks like a meteor across the chamber toward the vault. The key strikes with catastrophic force, shattering the very ground beneath the vault. The dual lock system shatters instantly under the immense, overwhelming power. The legendary orichalcum breaks into fragments, its durability rendered meaningless. Wright stands amidst a circle of dispelled magic, his power having unraveled reality. Massive blocks from the vault wall crumble and fall away into the abyss. The entire vault is annihilated in a swirling vortex of destructive energy. Wright stands silhouetted against the blinding light of his own creation. He is alone on a ledge of shattered stone, surrounded by smoke and ruin. From the center of the devastation, the National Guardian's staff shines brightly. "This is the National Guardian's staff," he declares, his objective in sight. He stands before the floating artifact, its divine light bathing the ruined chamber. His scouter analyzes the staff, confirming its identity and immense magical power. He recognizes it as a divine instrument, created by the goddess Meetsis herself. The staff's raw power is so intense, it threatens to knock him unconscious. His gloved hand closes firmly around the shaft, claiming the legendary artifact. Wright, in a simplified form, holds the glowing staff, looking at it with silent contemplation. A large question mark illustrates his confusion as he tries to understand the artifact. He realizes the staff has perfectly attuned its magical balance to match his own power. A close-up reveals the staff's core. He understands this is the goddess's cooperation. With the staff acquired, Wright activates his magic scanner, his primary mission complete. A holographic wireframe of the fortress appears, flashing a warning as it locks on a target. His analysis confirms the Duke is near. It is time to proceed with Plan B. A guard on the rampart yells that their search was fruitless. The intruder is still close. Duke Grazil strides past a terrified man, announcing he will meet the intruder personally. The Duke scoffs at his guards, believing this is all a decoy to lure him out. He laughs madly, sure his vault's magic is too strong for any common thief. For a moment, a sliver of doubt crosses his mind regarding the intruder's magic tools. He realizes with a jolt that the warning isn't for a mere tool, but something else. His subordinates are confused, asking what he means if not for barrier magic. The Duke's eyes widen in terror as he understands the intruder is already present. He leaps into the fray, telling his men it's his turn to fight the staff wielder. He unleashes a colossal horizontal wave of destructive energy across the ground. The powerful blast tears through the landscape, a testament to his immense strength. Wright faces the Duke's army, who demand to know how he bypassed the vault's security. He states that thinking is for later. First, he will capture them, perhaps lethally. The Duke, now revealed as Lias, smirks confidently, anticipating the coming battle. An arrow flies towards Wright, who identifies the powerful magic swordsman as his target. With his business concluded, he tells his opponent that it is time to leave the stage. A flash bomb detonates, blinding the guards who cry out in pain and confusion. The intense light overwhelms the soldiers, leaving them disoriented and helpless. The guards collapse in heaps, their senses overloaded and their formations shattered. From above, Lias warns his men not to look directly at the blinding light. He coolly analyzes the attack, deducing it was a living creature firing a poison dart. Lias lands with a ground-shattering impact, a pillar of light marking his arrival. He acknowledges Wright's power, asking what other hidden tricks he has prepared. Lias charges forward, his body crackling with lightning as he rushes into battle. Wright is impressed, noting his opponent's footwork might even surpass Lars's speed. With the guards gone, Wright draws his dagger, a glowing sigil forming around it. A flock of Wright's mechanical birds descends from the sky, targeting the fortress. The guards on the rampart cry out in alarm, confused by the avian assault. An arrow strikes one of the birds, causing it to explode in a shower of metal. Lias watches the attack fail, chiding Wright for his carelessness from a distance. He casually raises a hand, effortlessly disintegrating the falling drone debris. From the mouth of a dark cave, Wright watches the stunning display of raw power. He realizes Lias shot down his supersonic drones with a simple, bare-handed throw. A single piece of shrapnel falls past Wright's face, a reminder of the close call. His tactical display analyzes Lias, who stands crackling with overwhelming energy. The holographic lens confirms the target's identity, the intruder he must face. Lias materializes a colossal greatsword, demanding to know how Wright got the staff. Wright draws his own sword, recognizing this magic swordsman is on another level. Lias taunts him, asking if he plans to simply retreat now that his path is blocked. Wright's tactical display races through calculations, analyzing this troublesome foe. A grid map shows their positions, noting Lias's mana is 1,000 times his own. Lias watches his opponent carefully, wondering what the assassin is plotting. Wright coolly retorts that the question is his to ask, a small familiar at his side. The cute, rodent-like familiar calmly blows a bubble, an absurd sight in the tension. A massive explosion of white energy erupts from Lias, devastating the landscape. He swings his massive blade, unleashing a horizontal wave of pure, destructive force. He moves with incredible speed, his body a blur of motion and untamed power. The very ground shatters and cracks under the sheer force of Lias's mighty assault. Wright knows he cannot win a direct fight, which is why he lured his foe here. Lias's eyes narrow as he dodges, his focus absolute as he navigates the battlefield. A series of brilliant light pillars erupt from the ground, part of Wright's prepared trap. Lias effortlessly weaves through the deadly traps, his movements a graceful dance. Wright throws a spiked shield, a feint that Lias easily deflects with his sword. The shield bursts apart mid-air, transforming into a spinning, unexpected shuriken. A tiny familiar in a top hat and sunglasses fires a projectile from its cigar holder. The surprise attack strikes Lias, stunning him for a fraction of a second. The familiar looks on, confused, as Lias recovers instantly from the shot. Lias charges through the attack, his body crackling with an aura of lightning. His expression is one of grim determination as he closes in on his opponent. A close-up on Lias's focused eye reveals his unwavering and deadly resolve. He leaps over a series of flaming magical traps that Wright has set on the ground. Another close-up on his eyes shows his intense focus amidst the chaotic battle. Wright stands silhouetted against the light, his staff held ready for his final move. He prepares to unleash his ultimate spell upon his formidable, powerful opponent. He activates Spirit Soul Destruction, a sphere of darkness erupting from the earth. Lias, with impossible speed, leaps away just in time, exclaiming it was close. Wright is shocked, wondering how his foe managed to evade the soul-destroying spell. He calculates Lias dodged the half-second attack, perhaps with a special ability. Lias is shaken, wondering about the soul ritual and the power buried in this place. A small, confident smile returns to Lias's lips as he regains his composure. He lets out a hearty laugh, his confidence fully restored after the near miss. He slams his colossal greatsword into the ground with immense, earth-shaking force. He calls a truce, suggesting that they should stop their pointless fighting. Red is suspicious, questioning Lias's motives for suddenly ending their battle. Lias notes Wright's killing intent vanished, suggesting he's an assassin who hesitates. He offers Wright a place by his side, revealing he's been seeking a superior assassin. Wright suggests that if he is being recruited, they should at least exchange names. The two opponents formally introduce themselves to each other, Lias and Wright. Lias asks what Wright seeks, confirming he is pursuing the god Masurazul. He offers the typical rewards of power: money, women, or perhaps great honor. Wright remains silent, his tactical display still analyzing his enigmatic opponent. His answer is not given in words, but in the swift drawing of his blade. He lunges forward in a blur of motion, his attack sudden and unexpected. He throws his sword, which flies under its own power using a swordsman's skill. Lias catches the flying blade with contemptuous ease, crushing it in his gauntlet. He deems Wright too weak to be a companion, his nerve broken by the first attack. His own sword transforms, growing into a colossal blade of pure, crackling energy. The massive blade descends, its power threatening to annihilate all in its path. The colossal sword strikes the earth, shattering the ground with its immense power. A wave of pure, destructive energy radiates outwards from the point of impact. The very sea is split apart by the sheer force of the incredible blow. From a shattered parapet, the king's agents watch, certain their champion has won. Deep inside, the true Duke Grazil screams, revealing Lias was merely his apostle. Amidst shattered rocks, Wright's mechanical familiars cry out orders to retreat to higher ground. A grand mansion is rocked by a violent tremor as lightning splits the stormy sky. In the panicked city, the knight Lars urgently calls out to his commander, Goldo. Lars tells Goldo he believes this ominous sound must be connected to their ally Wright. From a high balcony, Princess Rila's attendants plead with the frightened citizens to remain calm. Princess Rurumia herself appears, a reassuring presence as the people call out her name. Goldo commands his knights to assemble the royal guard and await the king's further orders. He instructs another knight to protect the citizens, warning that another tremor may be coming. Rilla addresses her knights, declaring that while the situation is unknown, they must act now. The city's security patrol is rallied, urged to assemble and follow their commanders immediately. A royal agent with a thick mustache watches the princess with quiet, deep respect. The agent's face shows admiration for Rilla's composure and leadership in this crisis. Rilla looks out towards the chaos, whispering a quiet prayer for Wright's safety. A brief, colorful interlude marks a pause in the escalating tension of the night. The source of the commotion is a fiery chasm torn through a burning, desolate forest. The apostle Leas appears, remarking that a surprise attack against an assassin is a poor strategy. Leas muses that allowing his foe time to think was a good idea, but the feint was too obvious. Wright materializes, thinking that a smaller, more subtle weapon would have been a better trick. Leas's eye narrows in understanding, acknowledging the lesson he has just been taught. Wright knows his familiar's magic would have detected any small weapon his opponent might use. Leas is impressed by the intricate magic, wondering if it's a product of the Mises kingdom. Leas's expression is one of intense focus as he analyzes this unexpected development. He senses a magical reaction from the palace, questioning if reinforcements are on their way. Leas slams his sword into the earth, wondering when these reinforcements could have been summoned. Bright columns of light erupt from the ground, signaling the arrival of ethereal knights. Cursing, Leas leaps away, suspecting the reinforcements are merely a diversion to distract him. He pauses mid-thought, a sudden doubt crossing his mind as he reconsiders the situation. A tactical map reveals Wright's true strategy. The reinforcements are a decoy for his real plan. Leas rockets into the air, propelled by his own immense power, leaving the ground behind. While airborne, he pulls out a small, glowing communication device, preparing to give orders. The device is a magic tool for communication, a vital link to his distant forces. Wright unleashes a storm of lightning, declaring that he will not allow Leas to interfere. Leas counters with his own power, retorting that those are his words to say. The devastating Earth-Shatterer attack erupts, a towering pillar of destructive energy. Wright stands firm within the cataclysm, weathering the storm of his opponent's power. He declares that his magic tools cannot be broken by such an attack and prepares a counter. A swarm of missile-like magic tools streaks through the sky, homing in on Leas. Leas weaves through the explosive barrage with supernatural speed and grace, untouched by the blasts. Annoyed by the relentless assault, Leas complains that his opponent is far too persistent. His expression remains calm and focused, betraying no sign of distress despite the attack. An apostle questions Leas, asking if he will allow the crow drones to reach the Duke. Leas's focused gaze remains unbroken, his concentration absolute as he continues the fight. Wright summons the National Guardian staff, knowing it will be difficult to retrieve from its pocket dimension. Leas sees the staff and realizes there is no time to hesitate, his power flaring. His gauntlet glows with runes, preparing to unleash the Sword of the Violet Thunder Oath. Wreathed in lightning, Leas declares that the duel has truly begun, ready for the final clash. A massive celestial magic circle appears, the twin stars' radiance shining brighter than the sun. The colossal sphere of cosmic energy descends upon Leas, threatening to annihilate him completely. From the light emerges the Imperial Knight's sortie, a heavenly charge of angelic cavalry. An apostle urges Leas to escape with the Duke, warning that reinforcements are coming. Leas unleashes a storm of butterfly-like energy, tearing open a portal to another dimension. The battlefield is consumed by the floral explosions, trapping Wright within the spell's domain. Wright finds himself in a new dimension, separated from the staff by a great chasm. He tries to access his inventory, realizing with shock that his item box is inoperable. He confirms his worst fear: his extra-dimensional storage has been completely sealed away from him. Leas appears in a monstrous new form, vowing not to repeat Sadorx's mistakes. Wright realizes he has been trapped by a forbidden technique, his magic tools sealed away. Despite this dire situation, a confident, predatory grin spreads across Wright's face. The two combatants face each other across a vast, star-filled void, an arena of gods. Wright identifies the Twin Star Colosseum, a barrier he might break, but Leas will not allow it. Without his item box, Wright knows a direct assault is futile, and he must find another way. Leas taunts him from across the void, asking what he could possibly be thinking now. Leas explains that in this rule-free arena, hidden tools and magic are allowed. Only the strongest will win. Wright silently processes his opponent's words, his expression hidden behind his high-tech visor. In a chibi form, Wright begins his psychological attack, asking if Leas is truly an apostle. He presses further, questioning why Lias isn't using underhanded tactics like his predecessor, Satorx. Lias, in his true monstrous form, dismisses the question as if it were a triviality. He explains that he is not a workaholic like Satorx. He pursues strength for his own ideals. Wright feels a sense of unease, knowing that there is something wrong with Lias's explanation. A holographic display appears over his eye as he realizes the key to victory is hidden here. Lias unleashes a massive, blinding blast of pure energy, filling the void with light. Shrouded in darkness, Lias declares the time for talk is over, vowing Wright won't get the first move. Wright knows he must seize the initiative before his opponent can unleash his full power. "I'll be the one to go first," Wright declares, unleashing a volley of crescent-shaped energy blades. He is shocked as the Colosseum's barrier reflects his own powerful attack back at him. Wright is forced to dodge and weave, narrowly avoiding the deadly blades of his own creation. Wright faces off against one of Lias's shadowy puppets, their powers crackling in the cosmic void. He unleashes the Lightning Wolf Cross, a devastating, electrifying slash that fills the panel. Wright flips through the air, dodging a counterattack as arcs of lightning surround him. Lias's puppet is surprised, questioning how his opponent managed to evade the attack. A massive wave of energy erupts from the ground, a testament to the puppet's power. A storm of energy bolts rains down from the sky, a torrent of pure destruction. Wright slides to a halt, a series of bladed projectiles skidding across the ground before him. A swarm of Lias's shadowy puppets attack from all sides in a relentless assault. One of the puppets is impaled by a beam of light, its form shattering instantly. Wright watches as another puppet dissolves into black flame, his plan unfolding perfectly. He stands ready, facing two more of Lias's puppets, his stance prepared for their attack. Wright catches a puppet's arm, his gloved hand crackling with immense electrical energy. He tightens his grip, channeling the contained power directly into his opponent's body. With a swift movement, he redirects the puppet's own weapon back at its wielder. He unleashes the Thunder Fang, a massive, wolf-like construct of pure, crackling lightning. Lias's true form is shocked by the attack's power, bracing for the devastating impact. His eye widens as he sees a new threat, a fiery serpent with a number 5 sigil. Wreathed in flames, Wright unleashes the Incineration Puppet Kai, a powerful fire-based attack. The fiery assault slams into Lias's puppet, consuming it in a torrent of flame. The National Guardian's staff hangs in the sky, a beacon of power in the dark void. A massive, fiery dragon emerges from the heavens, its maw open in a silent, furious roar. Wright, now a whirlwind of fire and steel, prepares to meet this new draconic threat. Lias commands the fiery beast with an outstretched hand, his power absolute in this domain. Wright stands firm against the inferno, his body glowing with power, ready for the final clash. A tiny, flame-wreathed Wright faces a colossal energy beast of pure, crackling power. The monster's massive fist descends, met by Wright's blade in a blinding clash. The roaring energy creature attacks, its form crackling with immense destructive power. Caught between two summoned beasts, Wright expertly parries their furious, simultaneous assault. A massive sphere of light erupts from the combatants, its force overwhelming the senses. Within the sphere, draconic silhouettes clash amidst a storm of spectral swords. The aftermath leaves a sky of roiling, electrified clouds, the battle's energy lingering. A single scorched fragment of a complex magic tool falls through the turbulent sky. The masked antagonist catches the fragment, his gloved mechanical hand closing around it. He deduces Wright uses enchanted tools, crushing the now useless evidence in his hand. He dismisses the tool, his attention now focused on his true opponent, Wright. He acknowledges Wright's impressive swordsmanship, admitting he's more skilled than he imagined. Wright taunts him, asking if he regrets facing a magic swordsman of such caliber. The masked man raises 3 fingers, preparing to lecture his foe on the rules. First, he declares the Twin Star Coliseum Fair, with ethereal knights as witnesses. Second, he names his technique Knight Royal, claiming the Royal Knight is his partner. Wright scoffs at the lame name, suggesting Satorx is the real partner. The masked man's single eye glares, choosing to ignore the cutting remark. Third, he warns that stalling is useless, as no army will come to Wright's aid. Wright's eyes narrow, his futuristic HUD analyzing his opponent's words. He observes that his opponent finally seems ready to fight in earnest. The masked man agrees to answer Wright's earlier question, seeing him as a guest. He reveals that Satorx is not a friend, but his master who also taught his brother. He fondly recalls his younger brother Lias as a shining new star in his youth. He ominously asks if Wright has ever heard the term forbidden teaching. He recounts a time when the state forbade religion, leaving no gods or apostles. To face a great threat, the kingdom created the failed artificial apostle Elias. Wright utters a single word of understanding, having pieced together the tragic history. The masked man is still haunted by the memory of that long, unforgettable night. He recalls how he and his partner sacrificed themselves to stop the berserk Elias. He begins to declare the arena's name, but is cut off by a sudden tremor. He is startled, turning his head as the very dimension begins to shake violently. A massive explosion erupts in the distance, shattering the landscape of their arena. A mutated beast lies defeated as the masked man can only ask, "What?" Wright apologizes for interrupting, noting the coast is now getting rather noisy. He nonchalantly asks if the Duke is safe, feigning ignorance of the chaos. The masked man realizes Wright's true plan was to lure Duke Grazel to an escape route. He screams in absolute fury, understanding he has been completely outmaneuvered. Wright calmly states that with the Duke dead, there is no longer a reason to fight. His foe rejects this, saying the Duke's unexpected death is a reward he will claim. He unleashes his ultimate attack, a colossal wolf's head made of pure lightning. Wright braces himself, meeting the overwhelming wave of destructive energy head-on. The immense blast slams into him, a horizontal beam of pure, raw power. The impact is staggering, the screen filled with a violent, explosive clash. The sound of the cataclysmic impact echoes throughout the pocket dimension. Wright is sent skidding across the battlefield, leaving a long trail of fire. The masked man looms over him, taunting that he must be exhausted and broken. He reveals the Colosseum is a sealed space, trapping not just them, but the air itself. He explains that oxygen is dwindling, and while he feels it, he can still move. He declares Wright's defeat was sealed the moment he didn't realize breathing was key. He promises Wright's soul will be sacrificed to a sea of tormented spirits, like Elias's. He calls out to his partner as the hands of the damned reach up for him. In the sky above, the celestial symbols of the sun and moon begin to merge. He roars that the time has come for the twin stars to fuse, as Wright rises. The two warriors clash again in a furious, spinning whirlwind of blades and energy. The masked man is shocked, wondering how Wright still possesses so much strength. He dodges a flurry of energy blades, his highly trained instincts screaming at him. He feels a strange, familiar sensation again, trying to understand what it is. He knows he can detect attacks from his blind spots, despite his dulled senses. It is more than just reaction speed, it's an uncanny ability to evade any crisis. He recognizes that this is not the movement of any normal human being. The feeling triggers a past memory, a dawning and terrible realization. He screams the name of a technique as a strange eye symbol appears in the void. Wright's body glitches and deconstructs into a swarm of mechanical puppet parts. Wright's true voice asks if he's finally figured it out, revealing the Tenkan system puppet. The twin stars in the sky continue their slow, inexorable merger, a cosmic clock. The smaller star, representing Wright's power, shines with an intense, steady light. A beam of light lances down from the star, a sign of Wright's true plan. The masked man's single eye stares up at the sky, confused and deeply wary. Wright's voice explains the puppet's difficult development yielded many useful byproducts. The masked man's eye cracks, his face contorting in a snarl of utter rage. A single primal scream of absolute revulsion explodes from him. Disgusting! He rants that his soul has been defiled and that God's power is not for sale. Wright finally understands the source of his unease. The duel was a rigged farce. The Colosseum was just a performance for an evil god, hiding its true sacrificial nature. Wright realizes with grim satisfaction that this insane frenzy has created his opening for victory. The masked man unleashes his final attack, screaming for Wright to be erased from existence. He is shocked as a shimmering crystal suddenly materializes, blocking his path. He wonders where the crystal came from, questioning if it's some form of spatial magic. He sees Wright hasn't moved, wondering if he was hiding a magic tool all along. He screams that it's impossible, that he couldn't have missed his opponent's setup. He looks around frantically, his mind unable to comprehend what is happening. He finds Wright behind him, now without his coat, and demands to know where it is. Wright smirks, his HUD active, stating the phase-shifting paralytic poison is finally working. An infographic explains the poison crystallizes in the body once a lethal threshold is met. Wright notes he used this special poison because his foe is highly resistant to normal gas. The masked man sweats, the horrifying truth of his situation slowly dawning on him. Wright recalls the byproducts from his puppet's development, including a special material. He reveals with chilling satisfaction that the coat was made from that very material. The man panics, realizing if it was gas, Rate should be affected in the same space. Rate calmly puts on a high-tech rebreather, supplying himself with clean oxygen. He tells his opponent to try and remember the events of the battle more clearly. He asks when the gas was released, and more importantly, when he stopped breathing. The masked man can only utter a confused syllable as his mind races to connect the dots. He flashes back, realizing every strange event was part of Rate's disgusting setup. Rate calmly walks over to the paralyzed Knight Royal's spear, which is now inert. He drives a large stake-like device into the ground at the weapon's base. He calls the spear a Trojan horse, explaining it's now being eroded from within. He reveals he just injected a poison 50,000 times more potent than a lethal dose. The man dies in agony, realizing Satorx fell to the same terrifying, otherworldly monster. The apostle screams a final desperate "no" as dark energy crackles around him. Rate stands calmly, prepared to meet the final explosive assault head-on. He states that being struck by a star is like being swallowed by a black hole. The apostle bellows a final prayer, offering glory to his dark god, Masurazuo. With impossible speed, Rate's gloved hand catches the apostle's energy spear. His foe is stunned, unable to believe he caught the blade with his bare hand. Rate smirks, promising to show him one last interesting thing. He invokes a powerful incantation, unleashing a crimson flame of contractual destruction. The apostle's eyes widen in terror as he recognizes the incantation. He screams that it's impossible, realizing that Rate has stolen his own technique. He roars, asking how far Rate will go to insult him and his master. With a final surge of power, the apostle's body erupts in a blast of energy. He declares that heaven and earth are peerless and that there are no gods. A massive dark sun, the corridor of the heavenly demon, opens in the sky. He calls Rate a disgusting heretic, wishing his own god was more like him. The apostle's corrupted form begins to burn away, wreathed in a holy fire. He is transformed into a radiant, angelic being of pure, ethereal flame. He gazes in wonder at his own hands, now pure and unblemished. A blissful, serene smile spreads across his face as the illusion takes hold. His form splits between monster and weeping angel, whispering of the beauty he sees. His body finally collapses, his last word a faint murmur about a star. Rate explains the hallucinogenic Guria frog poison was a final, merciful parting gift. He wonders what beautiful vision his dying enemy witnessed in the end. He admits the fight was a close call, saved only by a heavenly puppet charm. He stands over the apostles' remains as they begin to turn to dust. He notes how the poison weakened his foe, allowing for such a powerful attack. The apostle's body dissolves into nothing, leaving behind a single piece of armor. Rate makes a note to thank Princess Rurumia for praying for his safety. His gloved hand closes around the shaft of the apostle's powerful weapon. He declares that he will hold on to the Royal Knight's staff for the time being. He watches as the last motes of his defeated enemy fade away into nothing. He muses that simply turning his foes to dust isn't always so easy. The recovered National Guardian staff is secured in a high-tech containment cylinder. A swarm of Rate's Nezumi familiars performs a full diagnostic scan on him. Their analysis is complete, declaring their master to be safe after the battle. Rate stands on a cliff, holding the staff and gazing out at the vast sea. A mission completion notice appears as he questions the goddess about the 20% power boost. The royal party makes their way along a high road carved into a seaside cliff. A scout returns presenting a strange, spider-like mechanical device to his superiors. He reports that they have found a great number of these machines on the road. An advisor deduces the simple walking devices were likely crafted by Rate. He wonders why the machines were placed so far away, closer to the palace. Rilla theorizes that the devices could be a form of trap or misdirection. Her advisors listen intently as she examines one of Rate's teapot-like familiars. She recalls that their own party used a great deal of movement magic to escape. She suggests the machines mimic their magic signature, appearing as reinforcements from afar. The king realizes this means Rate can control the timing of the enemy's response. Rilla confidently asserts that she can execute her part of this clever plan. The king's doubtful expression causes Rilla's confidence to momentarily falter. The king's voice booms, berating his men for their repeated failures and insubordination. Goldo prostrates himself on the ground, offering a sincere apology for his carelessness. The king sighs in exasperation at the sight of his groveling royal guards. He turns his attention back to his daughter, his expression softening. He tells Rurumia that the area is dangerous and she doesn't need to stay. Rilla stands firm, refusing to let her father bear his heavy responsibility alone. The king is surprised, asking if Rate said the same thing before he left. An urgent report arrives. A fleet from the Rondal theocracy has been spotted offshore. Through a spyglass, 3 massive warships are seen sailing on the horizon. The king and a concerned Rila watch the approaching ships. The king laughs, declaring it a victory, as the ships are merely an expected escort. He notes, however, that with so many enemies, he cannot afford to lower his guard. He looks at his daughter, contemplating her newfound willingness to share his burden. He wonders if he will be able to let go of his responsibility when the time comes. Wright, in his detective disguise, arrives at a secluded, ivy-covered building. He steps into the dark hall, calling out to see if anyone is there. 3 robed figures emerge, asking if he is the one they were told to expect. The 3 grim-faced elders of the Mises Church stand before him in silence. Wright states he is there by the king's order to deliver a specific item. The elders are taken aback by his sudden appearance and directness. Wright faces them, ready to conduct his important business. He introduces himself, stating he cannot proceed until they give him their names. One elder scolds the others for not recognizing Varnier, the archbishop. Wright finds ignorance, blaming his country origins for not knowing the famous man. He pauses, utterly unimpressed by the man's title. He learns the king kept the elders in the dark to ensure secrecy. Wright silently commends the king for his excellent security awareness. He reveals the glowing staff, asking if they recognize the sacred relic. The elders gasp in utter disbelief, identifying the National Guardian staff. They fall to their knees, overwhelmed at seeing the legendary staff in their lifetime. The archbishop tearfully thanks Wright for retrieving the relic at the king's request. Wright asks where the staff should be placed, and the archbishop offers to lead. They proceed down a long, dark corridor toward the church's inner sanctum. They enter a vast circular chamber, its high ceiling lined with bells. Wright hands the sacred staff to the archbishop, entrusting it to his care. His task complete, Wright turns and walks away as the elders begin their ritual. The archbishop kneels, thanking Goddess Mrs. for the chance to return the staff. He raises the relic, vowing to protect it with his very life this time. A powerful surge of holy energy erupts from the altar as the ritual begins. A great bird of pure light flies from the church, soaring high above the city. A wave of divine energy silently washes over the entire kingdom. A young boy struggling with a heavy crate suddenly feels his muscles surge. He stares in shock as the crate now feels as light as a feather. Across the city, weary laborers are filled with a miraculous, revitalizing energy. Wright tests his own power, conjuring a simple metal cube. In an instant, he transforms the cube into a complex mechanical butterfly. Just as quickly, he morphs it again into an intricate, spider-like drone. He is surprised to find his transform skill is now 20% faster and more precise. Wright's eye narrows in sudden, profound understanding. He looks back at the empowered staff, realizing its true, unbelievable potential. He concludes that the National Guardian staff is an utterly unfair, cheat-level item. 3 priests offer their deepest gratitude for the return of the National Guardian staff. Wright considers his reward, deciding a position in the church is better than gold. He tells the priests he will pray to consider his request, delighting them. Wright kneels before the altar, illuminated by a single holy shaft of light. The 3 priests join him, their hands clasped together in solemn prayer. Closing his eyes, Wright mentally contacts his client, asking if she can hear him. The goddess Mises frantically responds, telling him to wait as she is coming now. Wright's eyes snap open in shock, completely baffled by her sudden announcement. The staff on the altar erupts, unleashing a brilliant, spiraling ribbon of pure magic. The light transforms the church into a vast, celestial cathedral, dwarfing the men below. A beautiful, haloed goddess of impossible proportions descends from the heavens above. From a distance, the 4 men are but tiny specks before the magnificent divine being. Wright is confused. This woman looks nothing like the insectoid goddess he remembers. His gaze narrows, analyzing a particularly prominent feature of her new form. His mind is flooded with questions as he focuses on her impossibly large chest. Wright's face contorts in pure bewilderment, his thoughts a chaotic jumble of question marks. The head priest, however, weeps with joy, certain this is the true goddess Mises. Suddenly, the goddess trips on nothing, her heel catching as she stumbles in midair. She lets out a startled gasp, her graceful descent turning into an undignified fall. The priest and Wright can only stare, dumbfounded by the deity's sudden clumsiness. Wright's familiar quickly projects a glowing disc to catch the falling goddess. The energy shield intercepts Mises, saving her from crashing onto the altar below. Her form briefly shatters on impact, revealing a crude stick figure for a split second. She quickly reforms, landing with a powerful thud as her clothes and hair billow. She strikes a magnificent pose with a bright smile, pretending nothing happened. The force of her landing shatters her form again, the impact echoing through the hall. Finally stable, she floats majestically as the ribbons of magic swirl around her form. The priests are overcome with emotion, their hearts swelling with adoration for their goddess. She greets them, saying it has been a long time, as they cry out her name. They are absolutely certain this is their true goddess without a shadow of a doubt. The priests weep tears of joy, calling her appearance a true and blessed miracle. As the priests continue to pray, Rate watches the scene with a composed, analytical gaze. In a cloudy, ethereal space, Wright tells Mises his image of her was nearly shattered. He identifies the place as a communication space, which she says only works up close. She lounges playfully on a cloud, asking him if her new visual form is good. Wright is unimpressed, wondering who this person is, as she gives him a peace sign. Mrs. panics, realizing she was too relaxed, and begs him not to ruin her divine image. Wright warns that her previous form could lose her followers, making the goddess flinch. She looks down vulnerably, admitting he quickly understood her precarious position. Wright looks on with an unreadable expression as the powerful goddess seems to shrink. Mises asks if he plans to expose her true nature to force her to obey him. She sweats nervously, her eyes wide with a mixture of pleading and genuine fear. She suddenly panics, flailing and insisting that he cannot threaten a god like her. He asks if she is okay. She claims to have lived millennia without being threatened. She then sheepishly admits that her own actions have been far from normal. She acknowledges that abandoning her assassin in a forest after a failed teleport is unusual. Wright presses her, asking why she knew of the apostle Leus but failed to tell him. He looks at her coolly and asks why she withheld that vital information from him. Mises screams in terror, realizing she forgot a crucial detail before their link was cut. She recoils, sweating profusely as Wright's intimidating presence looms over her. Wright calmly reveals he recorded their last conversation, holding up a small magic tool. The goddess blushes furiously, utterly mortified that her words were on tape. She shrinks back, clutching her dress, her confidence completely and utterly shattered. Wright imagines broadcasting her undignified moments, sending her spiraling into a panic. The goddess is reduced to a state of pure, mortified, and humiliated silence. Her hand trembles as she reaches out, now completely at his mercy. She gets on all fours in supplication, telling him she will hear his request. Wright is completely baffled by her submissive pose, his mind filled with question marks. He comically misinterprets her gesture as an offer to become his personal toy. She quickly clarifies it was a joke, as Wright states he needs the church's authority. He tells her to lead the conversation so he can remain inconspicuous. She agrees. Mrs. regains her divine composure, noting it's been a century since she last ascended. The priests apologize profusely, blaming themselves for their own incompetence. The goddess graciously reassures them, saying she has watched them do their best. She reveals Masur Azul is the true enemy, and his apostles are the greatest threat. A beam of light shoots from her earring as she emphasizes her point. Wright calmly suggests that she should simply create her own apostle to fight back. Mises explains that creating an apostle strong enough requires many sacrifices. One of the priests immediately volunteers his life as a sacrifice for his goddess. All three priests fervently offer their lives, wishing to become sacrifices for her. Wright understands now, an apostle's power is fueled by sacrificed souls, just like Leus. He muses that it can't be that simple, suspecting a deeper plot is at work. A new thought sparks in his mind, a possibility he had not yet considered. He realizes there must be a mastermind behind Leus, a guide who orchestrated it all. He concludes their enemy is a formidable strategist, perhaps even planning invasions. Mises says she is pleased by their willingness to die for her protection. However, she refuses their sacrifice, wishing to be a god worthy of being protected. She declares she will designate an equal to an apostle, one who has defeated two. With a divine gesture, she points directly at Wright, naming him the savior. The priests erupt in joyous tears, calling his deeds the stuff of myth and legend. Wright reminds Mises she was supposed to help him avoid the spotlight. She just coughs. She formally asks Wright if he will accept the divine role of her apostle. Wright, with a calm and steady voice, accepts the new and profound responsibility. The goddess smiles, a single tear of gratitude falling as she thanks him. She proclaims to the priest that Wright is now her sole apostle and must be obeyed. She makes him the church's supreme authority, a secret that could get him killed. The divine light fades as the goddess's presence departs, the church returning to normal. Wright reflects that while unexpected, he has successfully obtained a position in the church. He asks the departing goddess if she is truly okay with giving him such power. Mrs. lounging on a cloud says it's fine since Wright is much smarter than her. She then transforms into a puppy girl, begging him not to abandon her. Right is flustered and blushing, completely thrown by her bizarre behavior. The puppy goddess lets out a happy and playful woof. She then comically smacks her head against a cloud with a loud thud. She reveals a pie chart. Her followers make up a mere 1% of the world's believers. Right grimly acknowledges the 1 versus 99 odds, calling it a desperate situation. Mises notes he looks happy. Right admits this flashy, complex request is fun. The goddess's expression turns serious, her eye filled with a quiet, intense focus. She asks him the ultimate question, does he have any chance of winning this war? Right turns away, holding a new weapon, his determined silence a powerful answer. Right reflects on the past, realizing defensive battles will never bring true victory. With the sacred staff now in their possession, the time for defense is over. He declares that he now wields the legendary National Guardian staff. The metaphorical shield of their passive strategy shatters under his new resolve. The goddess Mrs. sees a glimmer of hope, but Right promises her absolute victory. He admits that this path of open warfare is not a typical assassin's method, but he will unleash his full power, for to him nothing is impossible. A week after the staff's return, a council is held at the Mises church. King Goldo and his most trusted advisors gather to plan their next move. At the head of the table, Rait's alchemical supplies are laid out. He tells the council they can talk while he begins his critical preparations. Goldo opens the meeting, reporting that the kingdom's internal affairs have stabilized. He clarifies that while the interior is secure, a new threat looms outside. Right correctly deduces that the enemy, blocked from within, will now attack. Goldo confirms the Rondel Grand Theocracy is mobilizing its army for war. The Rondel Grand Theocracy, Right repeats, processing the new intelligence. This nation is a theocracy, a country ruled by its highest religious leader. Unlike a kingdom or principality, its power is derived from its faith. The theocracy follows the teachings of Bedia, the god of war. Right knows this is a false religion created by the evil god Masurazul. He suspects Masurazul's powerful apostles are hidden deep within this faith. A single one of these apostles can annihilate an entire army alone. Goldo adds that the neighboring Oile Empire is also proposing an alliance. An alliance with whom, Right asks, seeking to understand the political landscape. Goldo confirms that Oile Empire wishes to ally with the Mises kingdom. A map reveals Mises is trapped between the empire and the theocracy. Right confirms the nation seeking the alliance is a follower of Masurazul. Goldo explains that the Masurazul faith forbids coexisting with other religions. Right understands their goal and asks what the kingdom plans to do. The king states firmly that he will refuse. His people would never convert. Right questions if the people's faith in their goddess is truly that strong. Goldo explains their faith is innate, making them the last Mises nation. Right silently observes a magical device as it buzzes with strange energy. Goldo wonders why they wouldn't just convert, as so many other nations have. Goldo asks for Rait's opinion, who is simply assessing their options. The king refuses to abandon his faith in a goddess demanding no sacrifices. The mention of sacrifices piques the assassin's professional interest. Goldo reveals that only Mises' faith does not demand human sacrifice. In other nations, ritual sacrifices claim more lives than old age ever does. Right realizes the enemy god's power is fueled by tens of thousands of deaths. With this grim understanding, Right decisively orders them to refuse the alliance. King Goldo and his advisor accept Rait's command without question. A quiet moment of resolve settles over the king and his war council. Goldo erupts with renewed vigor, seeing a chance to conquer the theocracy. Right calmly suggests that winning the war means they can absorb the nation. He explains this would triple the number of followers for goddess Mises. The council is left stunned by the sheer audacity of Right's grand strategy. The theocracy only converted 5 years ago after their previous king's death. This means the populace was susceptible to a forced, top-down religious shift. Right believes most citizens are likely still secret followers of Mises. They would not easily switch to a god that demands human sacrifices. He concludes there is fertile ground to reclaim the people's original faith. The king's advisors carefully consider the implications of this audacious plan. An advisor warns that the theocracy's fanatical leaders will never surrender. Rait's solution is simple and brutal. Then we should just kill them all. The entire council is left utterly speechless by his cold-blooded pragmatism. He explains that converting believers is the only way to weaken the enemy god. With enough followers, goddess Mises' own power might be enough to win. The council questions if he can truly succeed in assassinating an entire leadership. Goldo believes killing a few key figures, like Satorx, should be enough. Wright agrees, stating there shouldn't be too many primary targets to eliminate. He asks for an assassination list, but Mises' intelligence has no information. Goldo asks how long the mission will take so he can prepare for war. Wright aims to finish within 3 months, negating the need for a long war. A single target is easy, but he warns that dozens will take more time. He vows to finish within a month to minimize casualties from the war. Goldo agrees to prepare for the worst, his own plans nearly complete. The king reveals he has been preparing his armies for this war for years. Wright understands war was inevitable, noting the staff's 20% power boost. This massive power boost gives their army a decisive advantage in battle. The only remaining problem, he thinks, is the enemy's powerful apostles. He picks up one of the special potions he has been carefully crafting. It's done, he announces, presenting the legendary and mythical elixir. In his world, the elixir was an overlooked but powerful healing item. But this version of the medicine has another, very special effect. He offers it to an elderly advisor Gist to test its true power. The council members watch with a mixture of curiosity and disbelief. Gist reveals the scarred stump where his arm was amputated long ago. He accepts the honor of being the first to test the apostle's medicine. He drinks the entire vial as the others watch in breathless anticipation. The scarred skin on his shoulder begins to bubble and reform. A new arm formed of pure, glowing light materializes from the stump. He stares in awe at his fully regenerated hand, now perfectly whole. "It moves," he cries, flexing the arm he had lost decades ago. Wright notes the potion works on real people, not just game characters. Rilla watches the celebration, her expression thoughtful and deeply curious. She recalls the level 2 potion that had once seemed so miraculous. She asks Wright to quantify the power level of this new elixir. Wright looks at her and gives a simple one-word answer: 7. The council erupts in shock once more. "Level 7!" they all scream. Rella explains that a level 7 potion is a mythical, unheard-of artifact. Wright is confused, stating that all elixirs are at least level 7. He realizes the elixir is unknown here, which adds to its mystique. A small, cunning smile touches his lips as a new plan forms. He suggests using the remaining elixirs to perform miracles in Mises' name. The council members are intrigued, realizing the potential of this new strategy. He knows that stronger faith will amplify the staff's power in battle. An advisor suggests framing their efforts as missionary work. Rilla declares Wright's words are now the goddesses, but worries about terms. Wright asks for their honest feedback, as he is still new to their world. An advisor confirms the medicine is a genuine creation of a goddess's apostle. Wright holds a potion, stating they'll need many elixirs for the coming war. The glass vial, filled with a clear liquid, rests in his gloved hand. He wonders if he can create enough magic tools before the battle begins. Across a vast mountain range, he knows he needs a little more time. A week later, Wright's formidable new alchemy workshop stands ready for use. A frantic, masked messenger bursts in, announcing an urgent letter from the king. The messenger formally presents the wax-sealed envelope to the calm and collected Wright. Wright examines the letter while the anxious messengers await his reaction. Reading the news, he envisions a surprise attack on a burning border fortress. Walking through his new facility, he realizes the kingdom's current advantage is fragile. He concludes that assassinating the enemy leader is the only path to victory. On a high walkway, he resolves that he must be the one to end this. He stands before a massive, coffin-like pod in his high-tech creation chamber. With a magical gesture, he activates the seal to release what is inside. The pod hisses open, billowing a thick cloud of white cryogenic vapor. A single heavy boot steps out from the mist onto the metal platform. Wright calmly entrusts the vital mission to the figure emerging from the smoke. A perfect clone of Wright appears, confirming that he understands his orders. A lone, hooded figure walks through the pouring rain towards the workshop. The mysterious visitor approaches the large building, soaked by the relentless downpour. She stands before the large doors, noticed only by a security camera. Her delicate hand reaches for the modern electronic lock on the door. Using a keycard, she unlocks the door with a confirmatory beep. As the door clicks open, a small mechanical dog barks in surprise. A young woman with orange hair stands in the doorway, drenched but determined. Wright, wearing a simple bathrobe, greets the unexpected and soaked visitor. The woman frantically tries to explain her desperate situation with wild gestures. She pulls back her wet hood, revealing a face streaked with tears. Her eyes are filled with a deep exhaustion and profound sadness. Wright listens to her tale with a calm and unreadable expression. She opens her dripping cloak, revealing the plain clothes she wears underneath. The heavy doors of the workshop swing shut with a final, echoing thud. The wooden beams of the high ceiling are slick with moisture from the storm. The visitor's wet cloak now hangs to dry in the grand entrance hall. She has been welcomed into the vast, well-lit foyer of the workshop. Rate provides a fresh, neatly folded shirt for his distraught guest. The now long-haired woman sits curled in a chair, her sorrow palpable. Wearing a towel on her head, she gazes sadly at her own reflection. A close-up reveals the deep melancholy captured in her expressive eyes. Meanwhile, Rate works diligently in his lab, surrounded by alchemical tools. He glances over his shoulder, checking on the quiet girl by the fireplace. Tears well in her eyes as she tries to hide her face in her arms. A single teardrop escapes, tracing a glistening path down her cheek. Overwhelmed by her grief, she buries her face and begins to sob. Three of Rate's rodent-like familiars watch her with looks of concern. Her body trembles with silent sobs as she continues to weep alone. Suddenly, she feels something in her hand and looks down in confusion. A tiny, two-headed familiar gently nuzzles against her tear-stained cheek. The strange creature tries to comfort her by softly nibbling her ear. A sad smile appears as she holds the bizarre but cute familiars. Her eyes, though still sad, now hold a glimmer of warmth and curiosity. The familiars present her with a small tray of tea and other refreshments. Wright explains that his familiars are equipped with security recording functions. She imagines a cute, heart-filled recording of the familiars being adorable. Her face flushes with horror as she realizes they may have recorded her. Wright clarifies that this new comfort model familiar has no such function. She is immensely relieved to see the disabled camera icon for her companion. She imagines the worst-case scenario, embarrassing recordings of the royals being broadcast. Wright cuts through her paranoia, asking about the war situation on the border. She is startled back to reality by his sudden, serious question. Pointing to a map, she explains the enemy's strategy along the border cities.